Hey, what's up, everybody? It is Tuesday, May 14th, 2024, and we're back. Guys, today we're having an open discussion with a live call-in show. I'm going to open the phone lines up. My understanding is that there's some new documents out in a Maddie Soto case, Madeline Soto's case. I know there's going to be some conversations about Sebastian Rogers scenario, so I put that in there as well. And whatever else we decide to talk about, guys, it's up to y'all. So wide open discussion, and I'm glad you're all here to do it with me. Please welcome any new people we see with open arms, guys, and make them feel at home. Besides that, let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Thank you. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. And thank you for joining me today. I hope you guys are having a great day. I appreciate you very much. See a lot of new faces in here, and I appreciate that very much. Guys, bear with me. I'm trying to fix something here. So thank you guys for joining me today. It's a wide open discussion. I'm gonna open the phone lines, all of that stuffs. There's some new documents in the Madeline Soto case. There's a bunch of other things going on. And of course, the Sebastian Rogers scenario. Never ending because we still haven't brought that awesome young man home. So there's so much drama out there with it. It's just too much. So, um, I don't know, guys. I don't know. I have my thoughts and feelings, and everybody else does as well. Hence the reason why I put it in here because I figured somebody was going to want to talk about it, and that's okay. I understand. So we will talk about it when that part of it comes up, of course. Don't mind me, guys. I'm trying to find things that I keep losing all over the place. Okay, so that's what it's going to be about today. We're just going to talk and talk and talk and talk some more. So, thank you guys for joining me. And again, I'm going to ask this because I do ask this for everything we talk about. Everybody has their own feelings and opinions about the cases that we cover. everyone. All I'm going to ask is that each and every one of you respect each other's feelings about these cases. That's all. Nothing more. Respect each other. Period. End of story. Nothing more, nothing less. That's it. So we can do it. First and foremost, as always, I want to see who we got in here. We got 73 peeps in here already. Thank you guys so very much for joining us. And guys, please, as you're coming through that door, please hit that like button and leave me just a little bit of DNA there if you could, to make sure that we can get this up in that algorithm and make the YouTuber people happy. And I can be happy then too. So I appreciate it very much. Very, very much. So who do's we haves in here? Looks like Steven's Adventure. Welcome back, sir. Illuminati. Respect my authority. Good to see you, Clue. Thank you for jumping in today with us. Lucky, welcome back to you. Great to see you, Thor. Thank you for joining us. Nora Penn Efron, thank you for joining us. It's great to have you all here. Thank you guys for those of you that were in Cluminatis for jumping on over here too. We appreciate that so very much. Chemistry Queen, welcome back to you. Cherokee Girl, great to see you. So very happy to have you guys here. April Wine, welcome back. Good to see you again. Carolyn Miller, hello. How are you? Robert Bell, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Philip Lacey, thank you for joining us today. Victoria Burgess, always a pleasure. Lucky, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. El Bariqua, thank you for being here today. I appreciate you. Shelly Montage, thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. Allison White, welcome back to you. Barbara McGill, welcome for your first time. I appreciate you very much. Alicia J, great to see you. Sarah Tequila, welcome back to you. Heather Dawn, great to see you today. B. Williams, great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Girl Next Door, oh, welcome back. Great to see you today. LA is in the house. What's going on, LA? Good to see you today. Ace's Mama's back in the house. Welcome. Great to see you. Mr. Bobby All Dude, thank you for joining us, sir. Great to have you here. Tracy again, welcome back to you. It's me, Tiffany. Well, it's me, Dago. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Great to have you here. Let's see. Tina B's back in the house. Good to have you here, Tina. And Miss Kimber. Always a pleasure to see you, Kimber. Our own little Andy Rose in the house. Good to see you, Andy. Thank you for joining us today. Neil Homestead, welcome back, brother. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Let's see, guys. Please share this out with anybody you can, and please hit that like button on your way through the door. I would appreciate that so very much. Janice Chambers, thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you. Donnie is in the house. What's going on, D Nice? Mystic Vertigo, welcome back to you. T 2014, thank you for joining us. Thank you for that. 2014, I appreciate it. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat, grab a chair, grab a couch, grab a stool, toilet, whatever works for you. Have a seat, get comfortable, and let's do this thing. But please make sure before you do that, you come through that door, hitting that like button. Please, 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 if you will, and make it match, guys. And let's get everybody in here together. Thank you. Scooter McBooter, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Janice Chambers from Arkansas, welcome to you. B. Williams, great to see you. Peggy Sue, welcome back to you. As soon as I say it, I think of the Buddy Holly song. Are you Peggy Sue? I can't help myself. Come on in there. Kimberly KB, welcome back to you. No shit, Sherlock. Welcome to you. It's great to have you here. I appreciate you very much. Computer can hear. Yes, it can. D. Smith, welcome to you. Great to have you here. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable, if you will. Got 95 peeps in here and 60 likes, guys. Come on now. We can make that match. Let's do something with it. Come on in, everybody. Burgers sound good. Although I did have those a couple days ago, so I don't know what I'm gonna have. Sorry, guys, I'm quiet. I'm just reading stuff and getting things right. Miss Teresa, good to see you. El Bariqua, thank you for joining us. Come on in, everybody. Tomboy Charm, welcome back to you. Branding psycho. Okay, bye bye now, Teresa. Have a good day. That sounds really good. I love pot stickers. Mm, just keep on coming in, guys. I'm trying to get things set up here for no worries. Sorry for the silence. Welcome, Salty. Good to see you tonight, dear. Thank you for joining us. There's my doodle bug. Thank you for being here, Duty. Evie Marie, welcome. Good to have you here. Pot sticker is like a dumpling, El Bariqua. It's a Asian type dumpling. They're amazing. I love them dipped in poison sauce. Welcome, Sony. Good to see you. Good to see you, Chloe. Again, thank you for joining. Miss Marion Tate, thank you for joining us today. I hope you're doing wonderful. It's great to see you again. Pink Pony, Peony, good to see you. You haven't said that in a while. Buenas tardes. Let's see. Who was it that said that up there? Adios, amigos. Bye, Teresa. If you're not sticking around, Teresa, then you don't have to be in here. I understand. I've told you that. Take care. Everybody has the right to their feelings and their opinions about these things. It doesn't mean somebody's a bad person because they see both sides of the story. So, um, if you don't understand that, this isn't the place for you. I'm sorry to say that. So, take care if you don't want to be here. The door's always open, but if you don't want to be, it's okay. Welcome back, Debbie. Great to see you. Kimberly KB. Oh, I saw you. Yes, yes, yes. Cherokee girl, welcome. Great to have you here. I love Asian food. I could eat Asian food every single day. Hello, Sony. Yes, pot stickers are amazing. I could eat those every other day, especially if they're made. Homemade ones are good too, but it takes a while to do it. Salty's always driving. Always driving somewhere. Busy, busy lady. Oh, they're like dumplings, Lucky. Not definitely not a biscuit. They're a dumpling. Um, Asian dumplings. I don't know if you've ever seen Asian dumplings. Oh, cabbage rolls. My God, I love those. Haluka. That's the Slovenian side of me. Haluka, haluski, all that good stuff. I love it. Seafood, Kimber. I would eat that every day too. I love it. What is happening, Paladin? Yes, I am on fire tonight, folks. Blue fire. Let me stand next to your fire. Oh shit, I'm really jealous, Kimber. There, tequila. Good to see you. Guys, please hit that like button on your way through. What's up, Sam? Good to see you tonight. Left my DNA on that like button. Oops, wrong chat. Jokes I could reset. That was good. That was good, Sam. That was good. You are absolutely fine, Kimberly. What the hell? Cluster, Cluaruni, Cluarella, Clusa. What the shit? Okay. How many names can you call Clue? Don't answer that. Oh, chicken and dumplings. I make the very best absolute homemade chicken and dumplings. I swear I do. And I'm not one to brag on my own food, but guys, I do. Homemade, every bit of it. Truth, not feelings. Long time no see, my friend. Thank you for joining us. Down to silence. Great song. Depends on who sang it. Some of you guys will have to join us for our music night in here. Yeah. You can meet my son, Nora Penefron. Thank you for joining us. Carly Ray Savage, welcome back to you. Great to see you tonight. Wow. You think that you know people, you know what I mean? Because they don't agree with what other people in your community agree with. They no longer like you. That's so like we're supposed to be adults, you guys. I thought that we were, but it is what it is. I've never seen so many childish adults in you on YouTube in my life. It's so sad. Oh well, what are you gonna do? Can't please everybody, you know. Butterfly 71, great to see you. I try though. I do. I try to be nice to everybody I can. It very much is. It is very childish, you know. Certain people have feelings about things. Hey Annie, good to see you, hun. Nobody in general got me stumped. Just people. I've seen so many people over the past like week. Okay. And because there's always two camps to every damn case we cover. Hey, Callie, good to see you. And it's ridiculous. This is a missing persons case, by the way. It should never be split in the middle, which is stupidly ridiculous to me. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion. And I'm just fed up with it all. I'm fed up with watching the bullshit that goes on. This has been, and people don't like, it's not a popular opinion, okay? And when I explain what I explain, they just ignore the first part of what I've said, you know what I mean? You don't have to sleep in a tent, Kimber. And here's the thing. I got 3 different conversations, sorry. Excuse me. Amen, Andy. That's exactly it right there. It's okay to have different opinions. We can be adults and just agree to disagree. We all want the same goal, though we all want Sebastian Pound safe. Yeah, right. I've never seen so many people um act like high school kids about things that are 40, 50, 60-year-old people. I don't get it. I don't. And I'm not talking at anybody in here. I'm just saying in general, guide, in general, because it's blatantly obvious that what has gone on with one side of this, okay? And I'm not saying that I completely agree with everything that's happened on the other side of it either. I have not yet picked a side. I won't. I refuse. But that being said, I do not like the way things have been handled from one side of it. That I will say. And I have no qualms. And if I'm too loud, let me know right away, please. I'm sorry. I have no qualms saying that, guys. None. None at all. None at all, because it's been handled in a very ridiculously childish way. But I will say one thing. I feel beyond horrible for Katie, Chris, and Seth because of their loss that they're going through at this moment. Okay, I feel horrible because of what they're having to deal with. That does not mean that I condone how they handle things, any of them. Okay, but I've only seen it done from Seth. Unfortunately, there's things that Chris has done I don't absolutely agree with, but I also haven't been pushed to the point that he's been pushed to. So how can I say that I wouldn't do something like that? I haven't been there. And a lot of people are saying that they don't realize how far this person has been pushed. Until you've been there, don't judge it. Until you've been there, don't judge it. That's all I'm saying, you know? So I'm just saying, guys, there's two sides to every story. And obviously in this case, there's two sides to the whole case. So that's it too, Andy. I feel horrible, horrible, horrible for all 3 of them because I've never well, my daughter went missing for like 3, 4 hours. It was probably the worst thing ever happened to me. Worst thing that ever happened to me. I was scared to death, and I would never wish that on anybody. These people have been going through this for 70 some odd days. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where I'm at with it. I just can't imagine. I'm really, really kind of saddened by it all. Honestly. Mm, Freddie King, hello, hello. Good to see you. 140 peeps in here, guys. Please make sure that you're hitting that like button as you come through that door. I appreciate that so very much. If you would, please. Yep, that's true too. S. Fuller, welcome to you. Good to see you. 3 sides. Yours, mine, and the truth. That's fact. Thank you, Tracy, again. Guys, please hit the like button and let's get this up and out there if you will. Please, please, please. Mrs. Sassy, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you very, very much. I appreciate that, Sassy, very much. Making sure I didn't miss anybody here in the chat. Madison Red, thank you for joining us. I like your name. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate that very, very much. That's what my big thing is that people just don't want to see it because you see somebody acting a certain way. You know what I mean? But again, it bugs me a little bit. You see somebody acting a certain way. Why is that person acting like that? You know what I'm saying? If they don't normally act that way, why is he acting like that? That's all I'm saying. Did I just see Gray? Yes, I did. Hey, Gray Pearl, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I'm going to ask everybody in here today to please be fair, be safe, not safe. Sorry, be fair, be nice to each other and respectful of each other. Don't call each other out. Don't do things like that, please. Okay. We don't like doing that in here at all. And I appreciate you guys very, very much. So please, I don't want to have to yell at you, everybody, because I love you guys and I appreciate you guys. They got a wild hair. It's funny, dude. All right, guys. Come on in. 137 peeps in here. Hit the like button. Let's make a match. We can do it. We can do it. We can do it. Let's see. 57 likes. What the heck is going on? What? Dago Gurr. I don't think so. You can yell all you want, Brandy. I don't. That's up to you. You do what you got to do, and I'll do what I got to do, period. Lucky says, "Oh, I love your cat. I grew up hearing children are our future. Very sad to hear children." I agree with that one. Bingo, bingo. That's perfect, Lucky. Children are our future. What happened to that? What happened to that? Yes, I actually said it out loud, Clue. Sorry. What happened to our children being our future and why? This world is so scary anymore. It's crazy, you guys. Cara Bree, sorry. I almost said it wrong. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Miss Jean Anderson, great to see you. Heather Dawn, you as well. Manum, manum, manum. TBI must be doing something to have located 11 runaways. So that's a great thing. I'm glad they're finally paying attention to him. Carl Ferguson, welcome back. Good to see you today. Always me, 1969. Welcome back. Good to see you. Well, welcome. I don't know if you've been here before, but welcome today. Cassie's here. Hello, hello. Good to see you, Cassie. What song, Clue? Manamana. Do. Banana. Cat's name is Lucky. That's awesome, Lucky. I love your cat. I love cats. I see your cheesy smile, Gray. Be nice. Today. Please. Stop that. Kimber. What the hell? Wait, what? Stop what? Phenomena. What am I stopping? Do. Phenomena. Butterflies. Sandy one. Thank you for joining us today. It seemed better here because he was in the chat this morning, asking him questions and commenting, and he would answer. I asked again at the end about Seth Grumman. Oh, interesting. My husband got 9 cats. Wow. Always nice to reasonable people. You have to be nice to everyone, Gray. You have to be nice to everyone because I would force everyone to be nice to you the same way, Gray. And you know that, Gray. And you know, I'm like telling you this, Gray, because I care about you, Gray. I feel like I'm having a talk with my kid. Son is coming to Ohio next month to see his brother. Cool. Should meet up somewhere. Send him to Dago's house to eat all his food. Good luck, Kimber. There ain't a whole lot here, but good luck. And don't do that because my wife will cook. If people come, she cooks. It's like that. If you build it, they will come. That's what happens here. We are living in the Twilight Zone. You ain't lying, Gene. Things are crazy. Thank you, Gray. Did you hit your head since the last time I saw you, Clue? Did you bump your head on something? On my way. That's truth, not feelings. He's on his way. I don't think people question Peter Hyatt very often. That's probably why, Butterfly. Now you have it in your head. All right, I'll find another song. Bullying you. You can't even say my name right, but I'm bullying you. I'm bullying you. Okay. Miss Kim Marin. Hello, my dear. Good to see you tonight. Takai. What color are your walls? Arctic blue. Nope. They're like sage green. Interesting, though. Oh, yeah, I'm a big bully. You got me there, bro. Damn you, Clue. Thank you. My wife likes it too. Thank you, Kim. I like this color too. It's nice and calming, I think. Whoa, whoa. Damn you, Clue. Must have been something. Cutting Crew. That's who sings that song. Callie. If I hear one more adult say they're being bullied, I'm going to lose it. No, Evie. No, Evie. No, Evie. No. We can't do that one. We can't do that one at all. No, 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 no. I can't handle that one. My grandkids killed that for me. Bond Girl 1229, welcome. Good to see you. You want us to be grown-ups. I mean, for the most part, Salty. I mean, kinda, if you can. If not, I'll just sit here and I'll be like the substitute teacher. You guys can just do whatever you want, and I'll just sit in here and watch. That's all. Potluck, huh? Who's all bringing stuff to your potluck, Brandy? Come on in, everybody. Baby shark. Holy shit, Molly's here. Good golly, what's happening, Molly? Blue da ba dee da ba die da ba dee da. You guys are pulling some weird songs out of nowhere. I would love a 3D printer, Takai. You know that already. I've talked to you about that. I really would. It would help me with all my G.I. Joe stuff. Please hit the like button, guys. We're only at 68 and we got 153 peeps in here. Come on now. It rubs the lotion on its skin or it gets the hose again. Yes. That's why this room is perfect for this, Sam. Because we sit in front of these computers so often, and when you look at these walls, because they're a very soft, like sage color green, they are good for your eyes. I've been told. Clue, what the hell are you doing? Daniela Kiriako, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Thank you, all of you meatballs, for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. I really do. Moderators that are here, thank you so much for joining me tonight. I appreciate you so much. I really do. Let me see here. Show. I got a few of you in here. Yes. Yes. Wait, where is Salty at? Massachusetts. You can do my hair, take me anywhere. Wow, you guys are just rolling in it, huh? Love coming here for your brain break. Well, hopefully that helps you. So. You guys are really singing this whole song throughout the chat here. This is cute. You guys are hilarious. So, like I said, we're doing an open discussion. I will open the phone lines at some point. Um, and I have a feeling. Plus, of course, this will be open to. Bismarcky. What the hell? Truth Umbop? What the hell? Did a bunch of you guys hit your heads? Hanson Truth? Of all people. To pick that. I don't. Oh, dude. Yes, you guys are on one tonight. What in the hell is going on with you guys? Wow. Yes, you guys are on one tonight.
Bop. I don't know how the rest goes.
Bop, bop, my, bop. Doobie-doo, da, bot. Something like that. I don't know. I don't understand how he knows that song.
Everybody knows that song.
This dude, though, is like, hey, how you doing? Can you imagine him riding in his car with that voice, trying to hum along to that? Mama Bear? Beavis and Butthead take on Mbop.
I could actually see that. I mean,
no. They're his nephews. Oh, well, then that explains it. You have to support. I get it.
Call me Big Daddy when you back that thing up. Girl, who was you playing with? Back that thing up.
Hello, Lisa Vallejo. How are you tonight?
Oh, I love that song.
Where's Crutus at?
Crutus? He's in the bedroom working on a present for me, whatever that means.
I don't even know if I want to know. Brain break is indoors. Hot in Ontario, working the sun. Oh, I got you. Yes, I know the feeling. Groot, what is happening, Groot?
Who were you mean to?
Truth is saying I was mean to him.
Oh, well, that's probably true. I ignored Honey Bun. I didn't mean to.
Calm down, pee-pee baby. You're fine. Nobody's being mean to you, okay? Tough guy. Honey Bun, how are you? You ignored Honey Bun all day. What's wrong with you?
I didn't mean to.
This is an open discussion. This is a wide open conversation, folks. We can talk about whatever we talk about, however we talk about it, whenever we talk about it.
True.
That's what we don't talk about. So it is what it is. Call me Big Daddy while you you started. Thank you, Jaguars. Evie Marie singing the Scooby-Doo song. This is like an insane asylum in the chat over here with all these different songs going.
You know what's crazy though? Is it not wild that like when you read just a lyric, all of a sudden you can like hear it. You can hear the song.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's why that stupid that I'm not even gonna do it because I'm really sick of it myself. That other song.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yes, it's sassy. I am too. That one really pissed me off, I'll be honest with you, because I just don't like it. Scooby-Doo, we gotta get to work now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Where he's right here. Where you ask where he is. See him? There he is. And I have Freddy, and I have Shaggy, and I have Velma, and I have the Mystery Machine. I have them all.
Oh,
I
goodness.
like that.
You have the most toys.
Oh no, I don't. I can show you a channel that has the most toys. I ain't
What?
never seen anything like that in my life.
I'm curious. What part of the Coffin Daffer interview? What a name, dude! I've always thought it'd be really cool to have one of those names, like that
Coffin
took up the
Dapper.
whole line when you when you wrote it or signed it. Like how many letters?
It's a long name. Could you
COFFINTFF.
imagine having to spell that like in school when
Dude,
you're a
that's
little kid?
12 letters.
Any Gumby? No, I do want a Gumby and a Pokey for my collection. I don't see those anywhere, Stony. Anywhere. I would
Really?
love an original Gummy, a Gummy figure, a Gumby, not Gummy, Gumby and Pokey, the horse. Excuse me. I would love to find those somewhere.
Have you tried eBay?
No, never thought of that. I probably could find one right off the get as soon as I looked, but
Probably.
where are these songs coming from? Skin and Marinky Dink. What in the hell?
Skinamarink, dinky dink,
Dude, no, look at what he's
skinamarink,
singing. This is Truth Not
I
Feelings.
love you.
Before that, he was singing Barney's song. What's the other one then? Since my kids used to watch all that. What was the lamb chop song?
This is a song that never ends.
Yes, that one. And there was another one too. Or no, maybe it wasn't lamb chop. How did it go? Goats eat oats and something eat oats and lambs, little lambs eat ivy.
Oh,
Something will eat ivy too. Goats eat oats and does eat oats and little lambs eat ivy. That one, yeah.
I'm just saying you can get a Gumby, original Gumby from 1965 patent for $175 on eBay.
175. Damn.
I mean, you got to pay to play.
It's a piece of flexible plastic. I can't understand, but that'd be cool to have. California raisins. Yes, my mother had those.
I have those guys too.
Hey, Peaches.
Somewhere.
Good to see ya. I hated my surname as a child with a coffin dogger's name of a deed poll. Yep. Miss Kells, good to see ya.
So fake.
No baby sharking. No baby sharking. No, 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 no. No, no, no. My grandchildren's killed that for me. Where's it at? Hold on. There you go, Truth. There's your link. Miss Dakota, thank you for joining us tonight. I had an awesome maiden name. What did the fox say?
What's that one song about
Oh,
the Dickie? It's like a tugboat. It's talking about a tugboat.
Dickie Doo.
No.
Hmm?
I want you to play with my ding-a-ling.
Where'd the tugboat come from in that song?
I think the ding-a-ling is the actual tugboat.
No, that's Chuck Berry. That it's my ding-a-ling, my ding-a-ling.
Oh, it's not a boat?
No, hon, it's not a boat.
Oh my God. Y'all, I'm telling you, I was raised very
He
late.
wants you to play with his ding-a-ling. That's what the song's about.
Shut up. My parents lied, bro. They told me that was about a tugboat.
Would be in West Philadelphia, born and raised on the playground is where I spent most of my days maxing out. Sorry, no, what? No,
Chilling out, maxing, relaxing
relaxing
after
and
school or something.
Still a
shooting
couple
some
of guys
b-balls
that were up
outside
to
the
no
school with
good.
a couple of guys that were
Trying to
up to
make
no
a couple of
good.
my
Trying to make
neighborhood. I
I
got
got
one
you.
little fight.
I
My
got
mom got
you.
pissed and sent me to live with my aunt and uncle in Bel Air.
Camp on Awana. We hold you in our
In
hearts.
our hearts.
And when you
And
think
when we think
about it,
about
it
you,
makes you
it
want
makes
to
us want
fart.
to fart.
It's a hope we never part. Now get it right or pay the price.
What the hell is that?
Camp on Awana.
We're
Really?
probably gonna get. You know, we're gonna get copywritten for singing these songs, right?
Really? For
Probably.
singing them?
Let the bodies hit the floor.
Probably.
Let the bodies hit the floor. Let the bodies hit the
Captain Jenks, hello.
floor.
You guys are a mess. Salute your shorts. Hello, mother. Hello, father. Greetings from camp.
Oh my God.
Hiawatha? Was that what I don't remember.
Uh,
Jody Walters, good to see you.
you guys were not kidding about that song.
I told you that.
I'm about to text my mama right now.
You weren't
You
going to
is
tell
a
you that when you
liar.
were a kid. Why would they tell you that when you were a child?
You are
It's
a
what really bothered.
lie,
My
lady.
neck, my back, my.
That
Ah, no.
I just texted my mom and told her what a liar she is.
My husband, you're my honey bunch, sugar, sugar, sugar plum, pumpy, umpy pumpkin. You're my sweetie pie. You're my cuppy cake.
Sugar pie, honey
Boogums.
bun.
You're my apple.
Butterfly, your husband's tripping shrooms right now. Just ignore that
What
message.
that sounds like. Yeah, right.
He's taking some good puffity puffs.
Off the magic dragon.
No, that's that little girl that sings that song. You're my sugar, honey bun, sugar plum, pumpy, uppy,
Yeah.
uppy.
This is the song that doesn't end, and it goes on and on. There you go.
Some people started singing
Thank
it, not knowing what it was.
And they'll continue singing it forever just because.
Puff the Magic Dragon. Camp Granada. What was that about? I never heard of that, Lucky.
It's what she was just singing.
I never heard that one before. Lived by the Sea. Yes, he did. And on Lee. Jack and Joe. What the hell?
Yes, you have heard. Hello, mother. Hello, father. Here I am at
Camp
Is it Camp
Granada.
Gran? I thought it was Camp something else. That was
the
like
one
a
he was singing is Camp Onawana. It's from the Pants show on Nickelodeon.
it was a TV commercial too for like what the hell was
What was it called? Pants something. Fly my pants.
who
They
were Jack
ran the
and
like
Joe?
underwear up the flagpole.
Oh yeah.
It was a Nickelodeon thing.
Okay. Jack
I'm
and
a
Joe went up.
bitch. I'm a lover. I'm a child. I'm a mother. I'm a sinner. I'm a saint.
I do not feel ashamed.
Yes. That made me
What is
smile.
it? Jack and Joe went up to hell to play game cricket. The ball went up Jack's trouser leg
What?
and hit his with what the hell, Kels? You got me running on that one. Okay. Go down there. Go down there.
Salute your shorts. That's it. I knew it was something with pants.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Salute Your Shorts is one of the greatest shows of all times.
It really was.
Salute your shorts. Is that a Nickelodeon
Yes.
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I
Uh,
said they like ran those shorts up the flagpole.
I don't remember that one. I remember the one with the where they would get slimed all the time.
Y'all remember
Double
Hey
Dare.
Dude?
Double
Oh,
Dare,
hey,
yeah.
dude. The ranch was awesome.
Yes.
Pete and Pete.
Does anybody remember the black and white Tom and Jerry, or is that just me?
I remember it.
Of course you do.
The ball went up. Jack crowd your leg, hit his middle. Oh, I got you, Kels. Okay. Wow, you guys are a trip tonight. I think on Brooks, she claimed Chris called him that because her sushi and tofu and all. Oh, you're talking about
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Hold on. Was she
turtles in a half shell.
Turtle Power.
on
Jesus
drugs?
Christ, we're really showing our ages tonight.
Came out in 1982 before it came to the U.S. in 1984.
I just looked at those figures, the original play school figures for my
I've got
collection.
them. I've
Do
got
you
them
really?
starting in 80. It started in 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87. And then I've got most of the original plush from 83, 84, 85.
I just wanted the original like cartoon version, like from I think it's 82.
And I also have the original unopened Ninja Turtle 1984 bed sheets.
Those are awesome. So you're a Turtles fan?
I mean, I might like one or two.
Just one or two. Gotcha. Who's your
Donatello,
favorite?
I'm sure.
Who's your
What did
favorite
you say?
turtle?
Wait a second. Wait. I want to hear what she just said.
Donatello.
All right. What do you think, Dago?
And
My,
maybe Raphael.
my favorite's Michelangelo.
Yeah, I'm more of a Raphael kind of guy.
Gotcha. Yeah, Mikey's my favorite. Always. And Leo, Cassie, of course. Isn't Leo the smart one?
I mean, they're all smart. Well,
No, one of
except
them was like super smart though. Was it Leo or Donatello that was really smart? Or Raphael, I mean. Raphael or Leo. I think it was
Donatello is
Leonardo.
just a smart ass.
Michelangelo was the skater dork. Like, duh, hey dude,
Yeah, but he was really the leader. If you well, anyway, never mind. I'm getting real nerdy.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. We're all nerds in here to some extent. 60-year-old Hanna-Barbera. Oh yeah. Who remembers damn it, you guys. This is not supposed to be like this, but that's okay. It's always good to have a little bit of fun every now and then. Where is it? Let me see if I can find it real quick.
I couldn't type all that in one chat.
Hey, Barbara, that's been out for a while, but not the actual video, but the knowledge of that being out has been around for at least a little while for some people.
Which one?
About the dash cam video.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yep, that has been a little while.
But
Go,
once
go,
again,
Power Rangers.
yes, Pink Ranger for life.
Black
Yes, me
Ranger.
too.
Black Ranger.
Fraggle Rock, that was a good one too.
That's my wife's favorite one.
Oh,
She loves
you didn't read my poem,
What
Dago.
was the point?
what is your coin?
Poem. I don't know.
Home? Home, okay. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke some. Jack got high, unzipped his fly, and asked.
Go ahead.
Jill said yes. She dropped her dress. They had some. That ain't yours. That's from
You didn't read the rest of it.
Andrew. Then they had some fun, but stupid Jill forgot. Okay, that's Andrew Dice Clay.
You lied to me.
Damn.
You said that Ding-a-ling
You really typing that?
song was about a tugboat.
Anybody remember Magilla Gorilla?
Oh, I do remember that.
Johnny Quest. What was your favorite cartoon when you were a kid? Truth.
Say that again.
Your favorite cartoon ever when you were a kid?
So here's what's really going to surprise you guys. I absolutely hate cartoons.
You
I've
did
never,
even when you were a kid.
no, even when I was a kid, I wanted to watch the news. I know that sounds super dorky, but I always wanted to learn. Always because, okay, I'm going to tell you why. At a young age, I was told something that made sense to me, and then I experienced it later on in life. So when someone has a head injury, right? Say they have 1,000 pieces of information, but they lose 20% of their brain function or their knowledge, right? So now they really just have, 800 pieces of knowledge. So I always lived by the idea. I know this sounds silly, but if I could cram as much knowledge into my head as I could, that if I ever had a TBI, I would still be smart. I swear that's how I looked at it.
Okay.
But as far as like animation per se, and I say that loosely, it would definitely be Ninja Turtles.
Gotcha. So you did not like any cartoon whatsoever?
No, I didn't.
Animated movie,
No,
anything like that at all?
no, I was more.
I remember it.
I don't know the commercial, but I can wear short shorts.
I actually have a video of you dancing in short shorts.
This is how it starts. This
We're
is how
not
it starts.
gonna watch that tonight. Let's not talk about it either.
We go from dancing in short shorts to OF with
I
yeah.
don't want to see the sneaky little snake. Okay.
My
The
anaconda
Yeah.
don't want none unless you got fun, hun.
slithery
You
little
do side
snake.
bends or sit ups, but please don't lose that butt.
You guys ever seen that little? It was on Facebook, I think. Oh, hold on. This is so creepy. Yes, this one. This is ridiculously weird. This dude has never had a girlfriend in his entire life. I can promise you that.
I'm a little teapot, short and
Hey,
stout.
here we go.
Who was that?
Watch. Listen.
Snake.
Snag. I'm a snag. I'm a slithery little sneaky snag. I'm so slithery and sneaky because I'm a snag. Slithering in the garden, catching me a mouse. Snag. I'm a snag. Look into my eyes, Jungle Book. Look into my body, look in my eyes. I'm a slithery hypnotist snag. I'm hypnotized from the Indian boy, so
The echo makes it worse.
I don't know. Turn on that panther and join the snag. Cause I'm a snag.
Snag.
I'm a slither.
The snag.
Dude.
Hey, look, it's how Seth gets his next date.
Be nice.
I'm a snag.
I'm Seth the
I'm a
snag.
slither.
It's still going. I thought it was shorter than this.
I'm like slid.
This is like on loop. This guy actually does this for his life.
I'm gonna swallow Jennifer Lopez. Hey, Jennifer Lopez. Hey, Ice Cube.
This is how I feel when I get off panel at the end of the night.
They got that ass, though.
Bro.
I can't. That dude has never had a girlfriend his entire life. I promise you that much.
Snaky snake.
I was just thinking that. Like, where do you get that hat? He's definitely got his V card. I'm just
He made it. He made it. He made that hat because he's a snake.
The snake.
Snake.
I heard.
Oh my
I
God.
heard-
Dan said now he's doing 25 to life.
guys, I heard. I'm talking to the chat. I heard that. I heard this chick is going off on me. I'll watch it maybe later. I really don't give two flying craps. But
Who you talking about?
who was it again? Hold on. Allegedly with Brittany J.
Oh,
She's mad.
Oh no. What
Andy
are we gonna do now?
Andy just sent me this. Let's see here. I don't even know what this is, but let's try it out.
Let's don't switch up the mood just to appease that woman.
Negative. Oh, I love this movie. Oh, sorry.
Is this Blue's Clues from Wish?
Felony.
No, Toy Story.
You got a felony. Man, your road looks rough ahead, gonna be miles and miles away from your bed. The judge's words were beating in your head. Boy, you got a felony. Yeah, you got a felony.
I feel attacked.
You got a felony. You got a felony. Got in trouble. Man, you screwed. There isn't anything that they can do for you. You'll be in jail and see your sentence through.
Listen, if you don't start every show with this now,
oh,
That's great.
That would be a hell of an intro for our true crime channel, wouldn't it?
yes, it would.
Jesus Christ.
I
You
know.
got a felony.
Oh, yes.
That's great. I love it.
You have to send that to Sarge.
Yes, he'll love that. Thank you, Andy. That was awesome. JP McMurphy. June 6th, 36, 14. What the hell is this? Those coordinates?
Oh, don't look it up, whatever you do.
I'm not going to. Just
I
curious.
want to ride my bicycle. Bicycle. Bicycle.
You're on your own with that one. That one.
That's the intro to my new that's your new intro song. There you go, Doodle.
What are these coordinates?
I don't know. Don't look them up because I'm just telling you, don't. That people do this and then it shows you some crazy weird shit. So don't even bother with it. Did you already look it up, Tomboy? Oh boy. I'll be right back. I have to grab my drink.
Is this in this chat?
Is this an
Did you catch those coordinates? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, Gray Pearl. It was somewhere in Arkansas, right?
Yeah.
Do you see them? No, they're not in the chat anymore. They deleted them. Here, but there's a screenshot. $36.1420 north.
They weren't
North.
deleted.
Then 86.8029 west.
Mr. Steve says, I heard a judge tell a felon when the felon asked about probation, the judge advised
Where
your
is
probation
that?
officer isn't born yet.
Where is that?
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Steve. I like it. Rand, oh, is it that Randonautica stuff, B? That's weird. That stuff is crazy.
It's in the middle of.
Welcome, Virginia Wolf.
Asia?
Yeah.
Oh. It's in Asia, guys.
What is it, though?
It was probably
Hey, Cletus, what do we have to do
Oh,
to
was
get
it?
an
Hold on.
impromptu concert?
Say again.
No, it's not negative.
I said, what do we have to do to get an impromptu concert?
Let me go to the liquor store.
Well, I thought that Clue could do all the licking. What? Oh, liquor. Never mind.
This is the family channel.
So that
Mom and Dad.
coordinates, if you put a negative on the 86, it takes you to Vanderbilt University. If you put a positive, it takes you to Tajikistan.
Oh, good song.
Eh?
Who's playing?
I was messing around for a minute. So much true crime lately. Yeah, there's just so much stuff. Murder Candy Podcast. Welcome. Mishia.
Texas grown tequila. What is that?
Marianne Thorpe. Good to see everybody. Okay, guys. All right, where's she at? I'm gonna give her the option tonight too. Yes, that was Metallica. Good call, Juju. Where you at, Kimber? Kimber.
She left.
Did she? Oh,
Yeah, she said you made her mad.
oh, well, that ain't hard to do. Seems like I do that to everybody lately. Oh well.
Are you trying to say she's moody?
No, you said that. You said that, not me.
No, she's there. Look, here.
There's your link, Kimber.
Oh.
Defo Scammers. That's what I'm gonna name my next band.
That chick has a link to her StreamYard in her. Oh, I'm about to go
Who does?
tear that ass up. Sorry.
Stop talking about me like I ain't here.
Brittany J.
Is she the one that's mad at you?
I don't even know that girl.
Oh, I want to go.
That's the one that was. That's the one that I think Becky went off on in regards to CJ.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Hey, y'all can stop talking about me like I'm not here.
I thought you got bit by a cobra. Woo, thank God you're okay.
I'm
All
okay.
right.
There's my Amazon package is on the porch. I think there's a cobra crawling on it. I'm scared to get it. I'm gonna let somebody get it when they come in the house.
Go back up. Where's the link? Is it pinned?
You ain't leaving.
No, I won't leave, but
Well,
screenshot that.
I am Hades from Hades. Do you see me with my Hades head? Yes, I am Hades. Welcome, Kimber. Thank you for joining us, dear.
Thank you for the link, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. Always.
Hi, Kimber.
Hi, Truth.
Debbie Clark.
Hi, Clue.
Denver. Oh, you got
I was down there being moody because Dago pissed me off and stuff.
Yeah, I didn't even have to do anything. Maybe it's because
It's because you're just a stepdad.
Yep, that's what it is.
Sorry.
It's either that or wait a minute. I'm a slithered snake. No, I'm just kidding.
That was the creepiest thing I think I've seen in a really,
Isn't it though?
really long time.
It made me the first time I ever watched it, I was like, and I got goosebumps. Like, this dude's a weirdo, like
It's
creeper
a
weirdo.
snake.
How many
It's
people
a
have watched that
slippery
video?
snake.
Seriously.
Oh, probably 70 million or more.
I'm about
And
to
you-
get on here and start doing some crazy stuff.
And every time a girl sees him, she's like, he'd be asking girls out there, be like, "Nope, you're the one in that video."
Till he
That's
hits him with
true.
that YouTube money.
That's all it takes. Hey, Jaded, welcome. Good to see you. Virginia Wolf, what's up, brother? Tell us
70
so we
million
all-
views. How much would that be?
Oh God, who knows? He'd be a millionaire probably, or close to.
The fact that he has more than one,
Yeah.
why'd
Yep.
you do that?
So what are we talking about, folks? That's crime related.
Uh,
Can I tell you something weird I saw today? Y'all probably all know this, but I completely forgot about it. So I was watching this documentary about the Simpson trial, O.J. Simpson trial.
Mhm.
Do y'all ever remember the bag that O.J. got, or that the Kardashian got handed, that supposedly had all the murder clothes inside of it as the police were arresting O.J.?
that
Yeah.
sounds so familiar. Yeah.
So I had never really understood what all that was about until there's a video that's now released that shows the transfer from OJ's secretary over to Kardashian, and then him sneaking away with the bag and the secretary.
Really?
Yeah, because see, if OJ wouldn't have been on trial, we would have never heard about the Kardashians.
That's probably true.
So it's really OJ's fault that we have to suffer with them.
That I can agree with.
But I just thought it was cool because it literally showed the handoff, like, and there was press everywhere, police everywhere, but because everybody was concentrated on OJ, they didn't see the transfer.
No, Sam, OJ died like 3 weeks ago from cancer. And he was out of prison at that point too, by the way. That's the craziest story I've ever heard in my life. The man got acquitted of a double homicide and goes on to live his life and get arrested and go to prison for stealing his own stuff.
That was
What?
stolen from him.
That was stolen. Exactly. Like what?
And the guys that stole it from him didn't get charged with anything.
Yeah. And a lot of people nowadays think that OJ's son was the one that was.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Are you leaving, Steve? Mr. Steve, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you away. We're gonna start talking about crime in a minute. I was just loosening everybody up for a little bit. That's all. But thank you for stopping by, sir. I always appreciate having you here. They said that everybody says his son did it now.
Well, I absolutely believe his son
it.
did it because they were supposed to go to his son's restaurant. The son had, made all these arrangements and food and tables and talked it all up, and then they didn't show. They went to Afied's. I can't remember the guy's name right, but they went to his restaurant instead.
Okay.
And then I'm assuming he was highly disrespected by it. Came to the house to confront her about it at the same time, met in the middle.
That could be. That could be. Very possible. By the way, did everybody know that the Idaho the Koberger hearing was canceled for today? Surprise.
Wow.
That was a little. I don't know why. It was officially canceled as of yesterday. I don't know what happened with it. It was blacked out anyway, but I'm curious why it was canceled.
Somebody might be sick or something. They did that one time before.
Yeah, but that wasn't the real wheezing.
The real reason.
Wait,
You wascally wabbit. He's a wascally wabbit. He is.
What was the subject matter of the hearing today supposed to be?
It was remember it was all blacked out. Please, we weren't gonna be able to see anything.
Yeah.
I'm guessing it was gonna be I believe it was supposed to be about the probably the cast related stuff.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, because they didn't want people seeing that.
Right. And I think the other guy, what the hell was his name? I know what it was supposed to be about. I read it. I can't flipping remember it. Sorry. Oh, and I got something coming up this coming week, you guys. In relation to the Karen Reed case, I had Sleuthy emailed me something about a whole bunch of other cases that are in that realm of area that are crazy cases that I'm like, what is going on nowadays with all these interrelated cases going on and different things that are happening within the same areas? It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So I don't know. Crime is a thing. I don't believe his son did anything. LA failed to prosecute the killers since then. One died. One went insane. And the other lives fugitive. It was 3 brothers who wanted to rob Nicole. Where did you get that info at, Carolyn? I've never even heard of that before. Hi, Kim. Thank you for joining us. Ray Baldick, good to see you. Jaded 847 up here in Massachusetts. I don't follow Karen. You probably shouldn't. Probably not good.
Have you got any more about that case together for this week or?
Delphi, not yet. No, we're going to though. Salty's the one that she's the professional with that one. She's busy always. But we're gonna do it. I promise you, because I knew it was kind of crazy. I didn't even see you, but I knew when I started talking about certain parts of it, you got super quiet, and then I could almost hear you thinking like, "What the hell is going on?" And then you actually said,
What the hell is going on? Well, yeah, because
Right.
I mean, for someone from the outside who doesn't have, and that's just like someone walking into the Sebastian case right now, who doesn't have any of the back history, and they just look at it and go, "What in the is going on?" You know?
Oh yeah, it's crazy. It is a crazy case.
You know, the best news was Sebastian's case, and I don't even know if it's related, but I'm hopeful it is. As I saw a post today when somebody mentioned Steve Fisher, and apparently he got on a plane heading to Nashville for a week.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
really? That's interesting.
SF investigates.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, that's I don't know anything about the guy other than what everybody is saying,
Well,
what I've seen since the Sebastian situation, but
I'm gonna
I
tell
do
you right now.
appreciate his mindset with things that I've seen.
Yeah, I agree with that.
He is as fed up with this case as about everybody else is. Okay. And when he makes a post and then he takes off, there's something's up. So he's probably about to go do something. I'll be honest with you. Hey, Beth Wagner, good to see you tonight. And I can almost guarantee you that he turned him in because of that whole CPS thing. I would venture to say that's probably what happened.
I'm sure he's not the only one.
He tweeted that he did. He said in a tweet that he contacted CPS and informed them of what was going down.
AJ's mom, welcome. Good to see you. We're talking about whatever case gets thrown up there, AJ. Probably a little bit of everything. And I there were some new documents for Madeline Soto's case. I wanted to put that out there, and I figured there'd be conversation about Sebastian's case. That's why I left it wide open. SF investigates AJ's mom. So
They got what post did SF investigates take down?
I'm sorry, hon.
What post did SF investigates take down?
I don't know that he did.
I thought you said he took one down.
No. He well, where the hell did it go now? Damn it, I can't find it. Hold on.
I've seen the ones he put up.
Right.
From yesterday.
Yeah. Let me see here. I'm gonna make sure he still has the same stuff up there. Hold on. Oh wow. Boys that buzzed are doing the Phil Spector thing. That's pretty wild. All right, hold on. Why is this coming up like this? That's not what's supposed to happen. Whoa. That ain't supposed to be on Twitter either. How in the hell? Okay. SpongeBob. Okay, so let me see here.
I don't stuff.
Let's see.
Look at the map. The map. Oh, it's almost here.
So there was that was November something. I don't know. He doesn't seem to have anything new posted up here. I don't see his stuff now. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. 15 hours ago, on the plane, taking off for Nashville for a week. Yep, there it is.
He's coming here
Yes, ma'am.
for Sebastian's case?
Well, what else would he go to Nashville for?
Well, true.
You know what I mean? That's the only thing I can think of. Wasn't everyone saying that Chris and Katie proved they were guilty when they were photographed in a motorcycle shop? Now Seth bought a bike. How much are people sending him by Cash App? Damn. Okay, I didn't.
Yeah,
know
he's pretty heated over this whole deal.
I didn't know that was proven. So, and it's right there. Yeah,
I would like to know if he bought a bike. Like if he, because
Crime Con. That's right. Crime Con's coming up. That's true. That's probably what it is. I forgot about that. But
I thought that was in June.
It's the May 31st through the 2nd,
Yeah.
I think.
Yep.
Well, then he ain't coming here for that.
No.
Well, maybe he's coming there for a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Steve, I like him. A lot of people don't, but I do.
I thought he was going to step away at first, but now
he did because he said he couldn't handle all the bullshit. Well, I don't know.
That's what he said.
Doodle, you're a trip. I love it. I haven't got to argue with Victoria today. Where are you? Could it be the Riley Strain thing? It could be, guys, because they're still looking at that one pretty harsh.
It could be a little bit of both, is what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I read somewhere. I don't know if there's any truth to it or not. I read somewhere that the toxicology reports were back in the Riley Strain case, but I don't know if there's any truth to that or not.
I heard that a while back, but I didn't know if
they're just not going to release it yet. They're going to have a press conference, but I don't know when.
Ooh, I'm getting a brownie.
Okay, so there's.
Wait,
what is this?
The Riley case is really interesting, and not many people are following it. But the way that they're looking at the fraternity is crazy.
Well, there's a couple links up here I just saw that the frat's being sued.
That one's very interesting, True.
Right. This is a little something about his toxicology. So here you go.
But it's what his family did immediately after completion that's most interesting. This video is going to be a relatively toxicology report is finished, but it's what his family did immediately after completion that's most interesting. This video is going to be a relatively quick update for Riley Strain, a 22-year-old University of Missouri student who died on March 8th after leaving Luke Bryant's 32 Bridge Bar in Nashville. But first, in an effort to continue to keep what his family is going through front and center, I'd like to share this moment from May 11th.
Riley Strain.
Riley was a talented student with a bright future, and we made a full video based on his obituary that really shows what was lost. Link in the description section below, and a big thanks to all subscribers who've watched already and who trust us to bring updates to this story. We do our best not to chase conspiracy theories here, and when we do extend a little beyond facts, we make it clear so that you can decide how to feel about it. Two very interesting things have happened in the last couple of days, and the first is that tox report. It's done, and it shows us that, well, we don't know. The medical examiner has not yet made the results public. That office says it will come with the full autopsy when, well, we don't know that either. I actually think it's going to happen pretty quickly, possibly by week's end, because a number of news outlets have requested it, and it falls into that category of information that is available for the public. WSMV TV is my source here, and I've linked to their original article below. As soon as we know what's in the toxicology report, we'll make a full video and link to it below. Also, if you're watching this video a few days or weeks after it was published, you might want to go ahead and check there now to see if there's more recent information. The Nashville TV station also shares that Strain's family has hired an injury law firm called Morgan & Morgan to help them get more.
It's a like a soundproof barrier to keep his sound from echoing outside of their clue. Hey, Mom, what's up?
More answers. And
What'd you say?
I said, wow.
Yeah, that's a little bit much, I think. But I mean, it works for him. It works. Hey.
this opens up a whole bunch of questions. The first of which is, have they seen the toxicology report and full autopsy? And is hiring Morgan & Morgan a response to that? If you live in Nashville, you know Morgan & Morgan is a very big law firm that does personal injury and more. In fact, they call themselves America's largest personal injury law firm, and I've seen it suggested online that they do wrongful death cases as well, but I couldn't find that exact language on their website, so I won't totally speculate. A pretty powerful video on their website talks about getting justice for the little guy who's up against some big corporate entity, and for that reason, I'm going to give this post on X a little bit of credit, not because I think it's right, but because I think the logic is sound. The larger suggestion is that there is a potential opportunity to file a lawsuit against.
So at this point, because I've heard stories, I haven't really looked into this in a while, but I've looked at it without bringing it out here. His parents are going after the fraternity, so that they had to have seen at least a preliminary version of the tox report, and it tells me that they believe there's something involved with the fraternity for whatever reason. That's kind of interesting to me. Anybody?
I mean,
truthfully, we've questioned this from the beginning, right or wrong.
well, I do agree because I don't understand why they would not let somebody leave with him. That's always been really suspect to me. And why they wouldn't, like, say the person had to pay the bill. Cool, but there was like a lot of you guys there. And I do feel like if your fraternity has some sort of like clause in it where you guys are supposed to look out for each other, then absolutely I think they should be hit with a lawsuit.
I mean, and that's why their intoxication, maybe recreational drugs, etc. Morgan is a personal injuries, accident, death, wrongful death. This would seem to suggest that they intend to file suit against the bars who served Riley. Okay. See, I've been told that they were trying to sue the fraternity and the fraternity brothers that were involved in that trip.
I mean,
I don't know how that's going to work. I'm curious.
It depends. So when it comes to the toxicology, the only thing that the bars would be responsible for is his blood alcohol level as they go serving. Okay. As far as what the city would be responsible for, there's nothing. You can't. That would never.
Well, here's the thing, though, that goes along with that truth is, how do you figure out which bar served him too much?
Well, that's all on camera. Everything that was, so you got to understand, when you go into these bars, cameras are everywhere. So,
well, there was also, though, he went to a bar before he went to this final bar that was on camera.
Right. They would have had cameras too. All you have to go, when you go in downtown Nashville, you just know from the time you cross over the hill on Broadway, right? And if you're familiar with Nashville, you'll know what I'm talking about. And you're looking down into the city. From that point till you get to the other side of the bridge, you are pretty much on camera 80% of the time. You know what I mean? And just because I still believe there is more video of Riley that was never released. Maybe it's not important, but it was never released.
Yeah.
Because if you look at where he's running down the street, those bars, I know for a fact, have cameras. And most of them have them at the front door for a reason. They can show people's intoxication as they come in versus when they leave. I mean, there's a lot of things and a lot of reasons to have them, and it's not necessarily security.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And here's the thing. There was an interview where he had that conversation with his mother, where he said to his mother that his drink tasted like something else, if I remember. I can't remember exactly, but
was it barbecue sauce, Dago?
yes, thank you. Now, is that because he was already intoxicated, so his taste buds were all jacked up, or was it?
No, probably somebody sprayed some barbecue sauce in his drink.
That's what I was gonna say too. Is that what it was, or what
We're
was
talking
it?
about a fraternity here. You know what I mean? Where pranks are what they do.
Yep.
But doesn't mean that they didn't spike it either. I mean, I know that living, Nashville's a different place, right? You hear a lot of rumors through the rumor mill. And a lot of it has to do with what goes on behind the scenes in Nashville. It's, considered the dirty side of downtown. And it's been talked about for 2, 3, maybe 4 years I know of
Yeah.
them drugging men in downtown Nashville and then robbing them.
Oh wow, it makes me wonder if that's related. I still think that very possibly could be related to that other case I've been following for over a year now. That is not the happy face killer, but the smiley face killer scenario, where they keep finding these kids in the bodies of water all through Chicago and Texas, and then there's the Lady Bird Lake thing. It all seems to be related in the same way.
I just want to point out, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I told y'all when that video first came out, he looks like he's been drugged. And people were like, I've drank that much before. Okay, I've never, and I mean, I have been, you know what, faced. And I've never literally like walked into a wall like it was just not there. Like I was trying to walk through the wall. Like, in my opinion, he always has looked like he was on something.
He did look like he was really out of it, way more than alcohol does to you, in my opinion.
But you also have to understand these are college students that very easily could be experimenting with different things while on a trip. So it just because, and like I said, it all comes back to the toxicology report, because even and keep in mind that the test quality of the tissues are going to be harder to obtain based upon the time underneath the water.
So what happens if the toxicology report shows rufinol or something like that in his blood system? Then what?
Well, then they have to prove where it came from. And more than likely, there's no way you could ever prove that the bar was responsible unless they have it on camera of someone putting it in his drink. You can't, unless you can on camera see where someone actually physically did it. You can't. I don't see how you could prove that.
So here's the question.
It would be really hard.
Here's a question I've got. Something that's always kind of bothered me with this. Was it vetted that the debit card that was found on shore, was it his, and it was really found there?
Yeah, it was. Well, two YouTubers found it together while they were filming. So they did find that, or TikTokers. I'm sorry.
But did you see how clean that card was? I will never get past how clean the card was. And here's the thing.
I think it was in the water first. That's why I think it was clean.
I mean, y'all's cards are dirty.
Well, no, because of where it was found, Clue. He figured it would have been dirty because of that.
I just have a hard time believing his card would be found on shore, but he's found downstream.
I'm with you on that.
Well, what if the paint, like the wallet or something, washed up on shore? Because didn't you guys have the river overflowed or something because of the rain?
It had rained a crap ton down here. I will say that much.
It didn't overflow.
Right, that river.
Right.
I just realized I got all 4 of you up here from Tennessee, aren't you?
Yes.
Whoa, we're being invaded. I mean, I'm glad though, because the 4 of you live there. So the water's dirty.
And I wish you could pull a picture of it up, Dago. The card was spotless, and so it only needs to be
drugged and found in the situation.
Yeah, and it's down on the side of the river and all that nastiness.
Say again.
I said it's found and all that nasty is down there. And if the water went, I mean, there's literally nothing on it. And so you would have to assume one of two things. Either A, they wiped it off, which would just completely destroy evidence, or B, it miraculously cleaned itself and then laid there and waited for someone to find it.
I
But
mean, if
nothing
it
else.
rained, though, you know what I mean?
Well,
Do you guys?
I was more of the mindset that something, just where he was at, knowing what's right beside
look
where
right
he was
here.
at, or where the debit card was found. I was thinking something more like a mugging, right? That's
right.
And I mean that, whether he was, what level or what type of intoxication he was, I don't think there's any dispute over the fact that he was intoxicated. But I still look at the situation and say, to me, it seems highly likely something like that happened to him.
I can't get over him sounding like he said, hearing that on the body cam where it sounds like the person says, keep coming on or keep coming forward or keep going straight, whatever it was. But you can hear it.
Here's where the card was found. I have to go back and find another video where they show the card, but this is where it was found, which is a disaster area.
No, it was found lower than that. It wasn't found right there.
I'm saying
this people walk down there.
The Cumberland area down below the riverbank is where they found it.
Yeah.
Right.
They'd have had to be goats to walk down there.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I mean, if
that's steep.
If you could see the exact spot it was found in, then yeah, I could see how it would wash up. But I just remember seeing I've got the mental image in my head of them standing there holding the card, and it's just right above a bunch of twigs, and they're standing there where they found it. And I'm like, if you're standing there, somebody physically is capable of walking there. How did it get there?
Yeah.
So do you think it was dropped there or left there on purpose?
Well, I mean, it's a real interesting piece of it, right? To me, I mean, yeah, it could have washed up there, but then that would imply the river was way up from where it was when they found him, which maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but it is something that doesn't. It creates question for he was intoxicated and fell in the water.
But Cletus, with all due respect on that, you know how the Cumberland River moves, right? And you know how it moves after a rain, especially. If that card would have gone in the water, it would have never washed back up on the shore there. It would have shot down the side.
I do completely agree, which is another thing to me that indicates
he never was in the water.
I mean, I learned how to swim in the Cumberland River, so I mean, I'm just speaking from like.
How far from where he was walking by that officer was the card?
Less than
it was about 20 yards up on the right.
That card went in no water. It moves 3 feet per second. There's no way in hell that card would stay in place.
And it's not clean water at all, I promise you.
No, that's a nasty river.
So that kind of.
This is where this video right here is where it was found. Okay.
Right.
In this area right here. Now, here's my question. The way this bank looks, it's all rock, folks. How the hell, if it was in the water, did it get up here?
Well, so from this picture right here that you're showing, right, the water would have been above that rock. So keep that in mind. It was up about 7 inches, 8 inches.
Sam says it was 4 foot higher that weekend because of the rain, 4 feet higher.
Maybe that weekend, but you have to understand how the river works, Sam. And maybe you live there and you do, but it can be up 4 foot and 2 hours later, as long as they open the valves up down at the dam, it can drop 4 foot in a matter of an hour. You know what I mean? Maybe not an hour, but you get my point. They control the water based on the dam.
Yeah, but it's not going to stay in one place. You know what I mean?
Right. No, it won't. It absolutely won't. You're right about that.
Even if it flooded, like it wouldn't stay where it.
Or it would go down river, or it would never have come back up on the rocks.
See right here? Like he hits that wall and it's like.
He's really out of it. Hey, Teresa S. Okay, so that's where she's saying that they found it right there. Hold on.
Down here by the bank of the Cumberland River and not far from the area where Riley was found. And believe it or not, it wasn't
an actual picture.
But by 2 citizen sleuths. And we instantly called for help. Brandy Baden showed me where she and her friend Anna found Riley's card. Where was it? What did you all see?
Yeah, Anna just honestly looked down in kind of a crevice, and there's a few leaves on it, and it was bright. It was bright.
I can't hear for that echo. That's terrible.
Turned it over because the name was on the back, and that was the moment when she was like, I found his card.
You found his credit card? The true crime buff has been obsessively following every new development in the case for her TikTok page, but says she never expected something like this to happen. What motivates you to do this?
For this specific one, definitely Riley's mom.
We spoke to Riley's father, Ryan Gilbert.
We do thank them because they actually are the ones that.
The bank card belongs to Riley.
There you go. That's it.
Also just
Go back a little bit more so it shows the front of it.
They're only showing the back of it. I mean, even the back of it's super clean. It's really clean. I agree. That's white, so you would imagine it would be pretty dirty. I don't know.
Riley. Cops also just released body cam video of an officer's brief interaction with Riley the night he disappeared.
How you doing, sir? I'm good. How are you?
They say Riley did not appear distressed.
We really want to keep Riley's name out there. I know there's a lot of cold cases, and I do not want this one to turn into that. Absolutely.
I'm going to do an experiment in our creek. Put a car
Even though the water's dirty, it's still water. I would imagine if it had any kind of mud on it, it would keep it.
I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it being something that he dropped as he fell. I could see it being something that somebody left behind if they mugged him, and I could see it being washed. I mean, I could, depending on the exact placement, right? But I don't know. I guess I'm torn on the whole situation of a lawsuit against anybody in particular in this situation. And maybe I just don't know all of the information that's come out since they found him, but he walked a long way beyond the bar.
And here's my biggest thing with this entire case that I've never been able to take and say, okay, I'll deal with that. I just can't. I have dealt with water rescue. I don't know how many times. I've told you guys before. I've pulled bodies out of the water multiple times, fully clothed, partially clothed, completely nude. I've done it. Okay. The fact that the man's boots were off and his pants were off is a big problem for me. I don't care how fast that river moves. Those types of boots, people struggle getting them on and off themselves, period. I know I have with the pair I had, my son has, because you got kind of like got to bend and push and pull. How is that water going to pull his boots off?
Well,
there you go.
It's water. I mean, it's heavy. You know what I mean?
That's my only question in the pants too, because here's one more thing, and then I'll shut up. When you weight down the pants with water, okay, first off, he was wearing a belt. Okay. So the water absorbing into the pants makes them way heavier. And anybody that has ever worn clothing into the water and then had to take it off after the fact knows how hard it is to get. I don't know how tight they were, but water makes them tighter. So again, you know how hard it is to shake, to pull them down, to squeeze out of them. I don't believe that the water pulled it off with the belt, the boots, all of that. I just can't believe that. It's hard for me to understand.
So I could say this, Dago, and I'm speaking obviously from a little bit of knowledge, right?
Yeah.
So I understand you have quite a bit of knowledge as well,
Right.
I do have to challenge what you're saying though, and I'm going to tell you why, and then you tell me if you see it a little bit different afterwards, right? Because obviously you've pulled, All right, so there's a couple things about Riley we found out after his death. The first thing we found out was that he was an avid outdoorsman and an avid fisherman.
Yeah.
We also found out that he was in the Boy Scouts. Okay. So with the Boy Scouts, one of the first things you learn when you go to Boy Scout camp is how to make a floating device out of your pants if you're ever stuck in the water and you can't get out.
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 things. Those boots at a size 15 would hold about 1.5 gallons of water per boot. Okay. So we're looking at 12 pounds per foot. So that's 24 pounds on the feet. So to get the boots off would be number one, especially if you were in the water. Now, mind you, I'm playing devil's advocate here, okay?
I can understand.
You get the boots off. Now, you're drunk or drugged, and you're starting to gasp for air. The second thing you do is you're going to undo your belt to try to get your pants off. Now, you made a good point. pants are going to be really hard to come off. But if you've already taken your belt off and you've undone the button while trying to get them off, the current of that water, especially if he would have hit a pocket, which obviously he did, which sucked him down, which put him under the water for 13 days. He came up on the 14th day. So that tells me that he was in violent water underneath the surface of the water, and that he was probably being beaten around a little bit down there as it tumbles. And you understand what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So as that happens, if he's already undone his belt and he's already undone his pants, then them being pulled off is highly likely. Here's where the problem comes in. He still had his underwear on. So
Yeah.
that is the only thing that throws a kink into that assessment. But he did have his necklaces on still. So if it was robbery, they would have taken his necklaces.
Okay. And that's the thing, is the fact that the pants and the boots were off. I never thought of him undoing the belt to possibly get him off. So that does make some sense. But how did he keep his underwear on?
Well, I mean, there's not an answer for that, I don't think. But what I do want to say in this situation is that his cause of death was drowning, and a dry drowning at that. So as that happens, as your throat closes off and the flap essentially seals,
Yeah.
you go into immediate fight or flight mode, right? So you have very little time to do something before you lose consciousness.
Okay.
Very little time. So you have to think about, what would you do if you were in the water and you were starting to sink and you needed to get in? You know what I mean?
No, I get it. Yeah.
And
I understand how that part works. I do. Now, I don't know this because I've never been there per se, but you guys have like rapids or white water in that river that has that strong of a current with it?
At some points, but the undertow is the worst.
That's
The
what
undertow in the Cumberland River is unbelievable. And what's even more interesting is that you have to understand what a dry drowning is.
No, I
right?
know all about that. Yeah.
So maybe you can explain to people so that they understand a little bit about what a dry drowning is. It's about 20 to 25% of people that drown have a dry drowning.
And that's the thing, is that, well, that's another thing before we go into that. What we got back already, the preliminary, is how they decided how he died per se from the autopsy, blah, blah, blah. I'm really curious to see the full blown autopsy and how much water was actually within his lungs and or his stomach, because that tells a story within itself, in my opinion. Dry drowning is a real deal thing. You can get, my understanding of it, I should say, it happens to people all the times where they'll bring in some water. Okay. Now, I'm not talking about in his case because I don't know exactly what happened, but scenarios I've seen, where we've been on a scene where somebody has ingested water per se into their lungs. Okay. Not a lot, but enough. And they're fine. They're upright. They're moving. They're whatever. They've coughed it out. They've done this, but they have they still have water in their lungs per se. Later on that night, they die per se. Okay. What's up, Bowser? And it is always come back to me that was what is considered a dry drowning, because everybody thinks that they're okay. Like I said, I don't know exactly how this happened. I didn't even know that Raleigh's was a dry drowning. I thought he just
So a dry drowning, not to cut you off, but a dry drowning is when your throat closes your natural flap between your stomach and your lungs. And it can happen while you're in the process of drowning. Okay. And essentially what happens is, it is a drowning, meaning that you drown, you die from lack of oxygen due to water, but the water isn't in your lungs. So when the throat closes off, and it doesn't have to happen later, it happens in the moment. There are cases that happen later. You are right.
That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
But there are often cases that occur in the actual act of drowning. And it's not that they don't find any water in the lungs. It's just not substantial enough to cause the actual drowning, if that makes sense. So then it's considered what they call a dry drowning.
And that's how, like, when it got, like, Summer Wells, when I was covering that got brought up, that she may have been in that water earlier in the day, and then she's swimming around, she keeps sliding under because those rocks were mossy and slippery and all that crap. She goes under. I appreciate you, Bow. I got you, brother. Seriously, thank you, and I appreciate all you guys. Thank you very much, as always, brother. But it stated like there were pictures. I was looking at things like her fingernails and pictures and stuff like that from that day, and it was brought to my attention that that may have happened to her because she came out of the water, seemed to be okay, fell asleep later on, and there was enough water in there that it caused her to stop breathing per se, because like you said, that flap closed, there's water in there, and that's the end of it. So that was the understanding that I had. I've seen and talked about different variations of drowning when I went through my training and stuff like that for water rescue and all that. They don't give you like super details on it. They just say this is what this is, this is what that is, so on and so forth.
Yeah, dry drowning is very, very interesting, and what you're talking about is more induced from position. So when someone goes to lay down, they reposition the water that's in their lungs,
and it moves up into their, Yep. And it's Kim says causes like an edema in the throat. That's my understanding.
Very
which
similar.
is why people have stated that you can drown in a teaspoon of water. It's a little exaggerated, but it does happen, guys. And that's why people looked at that, Barbara, because the one photograph, I really, really analyzed that for like a week. Her fingernails, people were like, that's dirt, that's dirt. No, there were parts of her nails that looked like the quick. Okay, this part here was a bluish color, and that is caused from lack of oxygen. When your body's not, when your body's not getting enough oxygen, it's going to drag it from wherever in the body it can find it. Okay, it's going to pull from fingers, toes, your eyes, your nose, whatever. Just being, to let you know, anywhere it can get it, because it's not getting it. So you're not breathing enough oxygen in. And that's why that looked like that to me. Like she's really struggling to get oxygen, which could have put her to sleep as well. And I was like, maybe that's what happened with that case. And I was very interested in that follow-up, but it never happened after that. So, Azure Luna, is that what are you saying?
Well, you know what's
this
interesting?
is a negligence case. Okay. Bless you.
Do you know what? You know what's interesting? And I know they've only released the cause of death. I'm really curious if they're going to release the second sheet of the autopsy, or the second page of the autopsy, where it shows a diagram of the body front back.
That's what I want to see. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that'll. If I could see that, it would give me a much better idea based upon bruising, cuts, blood vessels, things like that, coloration, weights, and possibly any type of whether they would be defensive or aggressive marks on the body. Because understand, the body still bruises after death.
Oh yeah. Just like your hair and your nails and all that, it'll continue to grow, so on and so forth. So yes, that's actually
not true.
Your
hair and your fingernails do not keep growing.
I have to agree with you, unless I was taught the wrong way. I took a cadaver class when I took EMS classes, and
you were taught the wrong way.
That when a body is deceased for a short period of time, the hair can continue to grow because
maybe for a short period of time, but it doesn't very.
I don't mean like forever. I mean, for a short period of time. I'm sorry. But the hair and the nails can continue to grow for a short period of time because they're already dead skin, they're dead cells, and they will finish what they were doing per se.
They're dead cells, but they live off of only living organisms. So when the living organism that they live off of is dead, then they'll no longer continue to live.
When that's excreted completely from the body, then that's when it stops. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, right. And it will continue to happen for a little while. Hold on a minute.
And it happens more on people who are not embalmed. So if you're not embalmed, you're more likely to have cells that survive longer than if you are embalmed. If you're embalmed, you're done. There's no everything cell-wise in your body's done.
Right.
Cadaver labs are interesting. Vanderbilt has one of the most amazing cadaver labs that I've ever been a part of, and so does Gupton. If you are familiar with Gupton College, which is a funeral college.
I'm not. I'm watching you, Neil. From a long time. Said my question right. What are your guest credentials with these assumptions? Well, Truth has credentials. I'm not going to put them out there because it's not anybody's business, but he has credentials. He's worked within these things. I'll just put it that way. I have worked in fire and EMS and things like that, so I have a little bit of medical background. And nobody else has really stated anything. And you didn't have to do the thank you for the super chat, Neil, but you didn't have to do that. And I try not to ignore your questions if I see them. Is there a way to explain how you know these things without explaining it?
Well, I
Sir?
mean, we all go to college for different things. We all go and get an education in different things, and I just so happen to, um, you know, get mine in forensic science and the
There
forensic
you go.
side of things.
There's the answer. Awesome. And I apologize, Neil, if you ever felt that you were ignored. I definitely don't try to do that. I try to look at everybody's the best I can.
Where's that one place, that one college that has that body farm? I think it's a college.
So
That's
Vanderbilt has one, and Tennessee has one, or the University of Tennessee has one.
yeah,
Okay.
So the
UT Knoxville.
The University of Tennessee in Knoxville has a. So if you go over to Thompson Lane and Nolensville Road, where Woodlawn is, in the backside of the old Woodlawn, which is where all your celebrities are buried, is what's called the Body Farm Burial Area, and it is the cremated remains of thousands of individuals who donated their bodies to science.
UT Knoxville also has one though.
Test those environments. You have some that will sometimes you use an arm, sometimes you use a foot, sometimes you use a whole body. And then what they'll do is they'll collect the insects and use the anatomy information off of the insects to determine cause of death, time of death, and potential, even to the point of potential suspects. Because remember, if a body is moved, then they're going to have transference on them, or there's going to be um, um, oh man, my brain just went blank. There's going to be a lot of times insects, for no better term, that would then stay on the body in the move. So if they don't belong to that environment and they're found on the body, then they can be traced back to the original scene.
Right. This is a real quickie on this, real quick. So for anybody that wasn't familiar with it, I'm glad somebody brought it up because I think this thing here, it's like completely amazing to me that they have this stuff.
I've actually seen them solve. I've actually watched a case on Investigation Discovery where they solved a case by contacting someone at the body farm.
Well, guys, these are for anybody that and I'll put this up real quick for anybody that's not into this. Little trigger warning. It's very educational and it's very, very, very helpful to forensic science, crimes, all sorts of different things, guys. So it's something that I know people get sad, but these people purposely donated their bodies to science. Okay. It wasn't something that somebody just threw out here in a pasture and put a blanket or a tarp over top of it and walked away. The people that are in here wanted this to be done. This is what they wanted for themselves. So please
And
understand.
a lot of them are doctors and people in the medical field that give their body. It's not people that don't have any family. These are people who literally have set this up before they pass.
And they do. Doodle's right. They do train cadaver dogs at places like this and stuff too, Doug.
Oh yeah.
They do a lot of the. I mean, it's a great facilities.
What most people don't understand is death is a massive business. Okay, the selling of body part. Trigger warning, by the way. The selling of body parts is absolutely normal and legal. Okay, in every one of y'all's city, in major cities in your states, you're going to have several organizations that's what they do. They will literally sit. We call them ambulance chasers. They sit at the hospitals and wait for someone to be put on life support. And then they'll wait for that person to get close to passing and approach the family. Now, to give you an idea, a human arm is about $10,000, while a human skull is about $100,000. An entire human body is about $150,000, but a foot itself could be worth $30,000. Every single item that's ever used in a doctor's office or a hospital or a surgery has to be tested on actual skin cadavers. So these companies will buy these body parts in order to progress the medical industry.
My childhood doctor donated his body to science when he passed away.
There's a
He
lot of
sure did.
things. There's a lot of things that I enjoyed about, you know, my work, but there's nothing better than an intracranial autopsy. I don't care what anybody says in the business.
All right.
Ourselves to our program to be used for both our decomposition research as well as the skeletal aspect of our research. My name is Rebecca Wilson. I am the assistant coordinator of the used as much as possible for forensic related research at our research facility. We also have people that just want to be used for teaching. They're either the individuals that want their skeleton on display in a classroom, which obviously we cannot, and we tell them that having a skeleton restrung or kind of put back together is not as beneficial for us. So we have those individuals that are just like, I want to be used for teaching. And those individuals that choose that and highlight that are more of the academics. A lot of them, you'll see a lot of nurses and a lot of teachers that say, I really want to be used for that aspect. Obviously, when we go on a case, you're starting in your head, putting pieces together and know where to look when you get back to that lab. So to me, having the skeletons available in the collection is a way so that students can learn what they are expected to find and know in the field and in the lab situation, but also be an avenue for research. With those age,
the point of diminishing return is off. In the literature, a member of the community.
And that's amazing. And the number of requests increases every year. And so to me, it's a value. This is a data set, and it's a resource for other people to use.
Truth, do you see the question on the screen?
No, hold on.
Sorry to interrupt. Hey, Helen, thank you for joining us. Neil Homestead asked if I could please let your guest elaborate forensically on how a bar in Nashville can track an intoxicated person to prevent over-serving going from bar to bar. Well, that has nothing to do with forensics, Neil. It's basically
what
being able.
It is. No, what it is Neil is wanting a reaction because he's been in the comments just coming at me. So.
Oh, really? I didn't even see that.
So here's the thing, Neil. What I do, don't do, have done, don't do, or do now for a living really doesn't matter. I am a Nashvilleian, born and raised. I've worked in those bars before those bars are the bars that are there now. I know my city. I'm very familiar with different aspects of my city. And I speak on what I know, facts, and not feelings. So it seems to me like you have a problem with my opinion. That's one thing. But to come in here earlier before Dago said anything and demand my credentials, sir, that's not for you to have, respectfully.
This whole live has been ridiculous. What are you talking about?
There you go. That is my point.
What are you talking about? Me? The whole thing or that scenario?
I'm confused.
You talking about this live stream is ridiculous, Alicia, or that this whole live, it's been ridiculous? You mean between Neil and him? Oh, for God's sake.
I haven't said anything.
Oh, okay, I see what it is. Neil, I don't know what the deal is today, sir. But we don't attack other people in here. I've never tried to ignore you. I don't see your questions very often. And if you don't like him, that's okay. You don't have to, but you don't attack people in here. This is somebody that's a guest in here. And if you don't like him, then you don't have to be here, sir. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be rude, but.
Yeah. And it's not about credentials or anything. It's about they can track you downtown because just like Truth said, you top that hill in Nashville going down Broadway and there are cameras. So that's how they can track you going from bar to bar to bar. in every bar down in downtown Nashville. And Neil, I speak from experience because I live close to Nashville and I've been to downtown Nashville. There's cameras all over the bars. There's cameras all over downtown Nashville in that area.
Everything that we've ever spoken with where truth has been involved, he's been right. He's been on point as far as the scientific side of things. There's no reason to be, if you don't care for it, then that's fine, but you don't call people out, especially not somebody that's a guest in here. That's not the way to do it. Absolutely, Mom. Thank you.
Sorry about that, Dago. I'm not. I just felt like
Why are
enough
you
was enough.
apologizing? I don't apologize. Please. Ever. No. I just don't understand what people's issues are anymore. I'm just tired of it. It's not right. Let's not do this to each other. I've given very minimal rules in here and they're just constantly not being observed. So I mean, if people don't like people, then yeah, later, take care. Not the place for it. Take care. But no, I'm just tired of it. Jesus.
Hi, Mom.
Let me say this real quick, and please don't anybody else take this rude by any because I love everybody in here and I appreciate each and every one. But if you don't want to be here, if you don't like me, then don't be here. If you don't like my guests, then don't be here. Okay? I don't do this to other people. I don't understand. I just don't get it.
Look at that, Chris causing problems in here too.
Oh Lord. Listen, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I perfectly understand that. I'm old enough and been in this world long enough to know that my personality sometimes rubs people the wrong way. And I really, from the bottom of my heart, want to tell you, I don't give a shit.
I haven't seen you be rude to anybody. I haven't seen you be disrespectful. You've been very helpful and very insightful and helpful in a lot of ways.
Today.
Now,
Yeah.
He's specifically talking about today.
Well, and Neil's been in here for a long time. I don't understand that. So be it. You know what I mean? It is what it is. This is my channel. Okay. I put this together. I've crafted this channel, whatever you want to call it, sculpted it, put it if people don't like me, if you don't like the way I do things, if you don't like how I say things, don't be here. I'm tired of begging people and being nice to people and begging people to be nice to each other. Like, come on, guys.
And just for the record, people in the death industry are not really normal. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that respectfully. Like, we have social awkwardities, like it is what it is.
This is insane. Like, whatever. And moving on, I'm not going to stress about it. Welcome, Tomboy. Thank you for joining us today. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. How are you?
I'm good. It's Tuesday.
I don't get people anymore.
It's Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
What day did you think it was, Clue?
I feel like an idiot. Earlier, I said earlier, I was like, oh man, it's been a heck of a week already and it's only halfway over. No, it's not. I lied. Sorry.
Smelly stories. I like your name. People don't need to be rude. Thank you very much.
Only reason I know that is because that child made me rewatch wrestling from last night.
Uh-oh.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Tomboy.
Hello, Mom. Thank you for joining us.
Hello. Thank you for letting me come up.
Always. It's never about letting. It's an honor for me to have you guys up here.
Oh,
you're fine, Will. Nothing serious. Don't worry about it. So, all right, let's finish this up. I just was giving you guys a quick look at. A lot of people don't seem to know about these places, so I thought it would be kind of interesting, considering we all look into true crime, and anyway.
They're having troubles in courts these days, where the average juror is a member of the community, and CSI has been so successful that people think if you don't do it like it's done on CSI, then there's something wrong with you, And so you've got to convince them, hey, we don't get it done in an hour, and it takes a little bit more research than what CSI shows that's going on. We've had a couple of experiments. We wanted to reproduce death in a trailer to see how long it takes for a body to decay in a trailer situation like that. Occasionally, we'll try to reproduce a crime scene, which there's not much in the literature on, and that was one of the ones that we've done that.
And another way that these places are very helpful is like that right there, for instance, a death in a trailer. And they're going to give the decomposition time, the lapse of how long it takes, how much, and so on and so forth inside a trailer. That way, if they come upon that scene, they have that to go back to. They have that to refer to about what they're looking at, how they're looking at it, and why these things happen. I think it's really, really super interesting.
Yeah, so when they do these studies, what they do, Dago, is they will create a file, a case file on it, and it will have specific words to it. So if, let's say, it's a 3-month exterior under, say, bricks, right? So then they're going to file that away under those keywords. So when an investigator contacts them, and they say, okay, hey, we had a body that was found like this, like this, like this temperature when we found them. What they'll do is they'll go over to their files, and more than likely now, since 71 all the way to now, they've pretty much done about as many case studies as you can think of. So then they take those exact scientific studies and they parallel them with the case.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fascinating. I agree with CZ too. You'll see, like he showed, there's a body laying in the woods with nothing on top of it, just leaves, or in the dirt, or in the trailer, or in a car, or in a barn, or whatever. I mean, it gives each and every one of those situations the availability to be there, so that when they do go into a scene, they can go, wow, okay, so we know this, and this, and that. And that's why this happened this way. It's really cool, guys. It's fascinating to me. It always has been. I love it. So, and it won't take long. We're almost done with it. So thank you guys that aren't interested for being patient. And for those of you that are, thank you for being interested.
And there's a body under there. And the reason we cover them up with black plastic is that maggots don't like sunlight. So when a body is out here and you have it in the sun and the shade and so forth, the maggots will get on the body, but they will get out under the skin. So they will leave the skin as an umbrella. You will find a body out sometime in which fairly good condition, but when you get up to that body and look at it very carefully, you'll find that the skin is just leather. Literally, it has turned to leather. And there's nothing there but a skeleton with a leather covering. And what we're trying to do is to get down to the skeletal remains. We put that on there so that the maggots will do a better job of cleaning the skeletons off. We have buried here five burials. When we buried the individuals, we ran pipes down and ran pipes through the body. And this is to get the compounds of all the fatty acids that are given off the body. One of my doctoral students who's done this project has found over 500 compounds that are given off of decaying bodies. Now, not all 500 of those are equal in identifying a body, but he has designed a sniffer, a handheld device that you can walk across the ground, and if you find one of those compounds that he's using in his data bank, you can tell that there's a buried body there. So this is the type of research that we're doing. Now, the next question that comes up, the reason they're still here, do you get the same compounds given off of a body that's been dead 2 years as you get the first year? We don't know that. So we left it. And we're now in the 4th year. These things have been here 4 years, and there are some decreases of some. But of course, how long are you going to leave them? Well, I don't know how long we'll leave them. It'll depend on, when you get a point of diminishing returns. But we do have individuals, you do have cadaver dog handlers who say that, their dogs can smell Civil War graves. Well, that's 140 years ago. I don't know. I wonder a little bit about that. But we do now have the techniques in the forensic anthropology area that we can go about looking at things like that.
And there you go. Ro has a good question, and I'm kind of curious. Hey, see your doggy. I don't know if they keep lime around that area or something.
They don't. No.
So
I've been to the farm many times, and this specific plot that they're speaking of, and I call it a plot because it's a research plot.
Yeah.
Is, you say, does it stink or does it smell? It depends. If you're used to the smell of death, and yes, you do get used to the smell of death, okay, then
Yes,
no,
do.
it does not smell. However, you will know the smell 10 miles away. Maybe not 10, but you get my point. You're going to know it from a distance.
You'll never forget it.
You never forget it.
And I can sit here as I'm talking about it, I'm smelling it again because your brain works that way. It's
Let me tell you, let me tell you a story I was working, or a case I was working, a story real quick that goes along with what he was just speaking on.
Thank you,
So
Jen.
we had a subject who was in one of our national parks, pretty close to within the middle Nashville Western region. And this individual was found at a swimming hole in a national park in front of a hotel. Those who know Nashville may know where I'm talking about, out in the woods, middle of nowhere. This car was a brand new that year Mercedes SUV. A park ranger had noticed that the car was still sitting there, and he had been gone on vacation for a month. So he had seen it before he left. And then when he came back, he saw it again. So he went to the car to check on it. Now, I want to give you a couple of things here. The week before this car was found, the the national what is it? They had the United States government had their national conference of Homeland Security at this hotel where they all parked around this car. Now that's a big point. I want to keep it in mind. So what had happened was this young lady was a doctor in another state and had battled some addiction, had come down to a program, and unfortunately left the program, went and purchased a car, and had some issues in the car in the parking lot. Okay. Long story short, she had been there for 9 effing months inside of her car. No one had looked in, no one had smelled anything, nothing. The individual had turned to what we call leather gel. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, when we open the back door, we're in full hazmat at this point. And I went to reposition the body for pictures. The entire body slid off the seat into the floor, out halfway the door.
Yep.
But the skeleton remained, and everything underneath was still there. So what you have to do in that case is take the whole seat out and bag and tag the seat.
Yep.
But my point to that is the skin itself will only break, but it won't crumble. So if you ever watch decomposition, it breaks in one point and then deteriorates from there back to the original opening. So almost in a circle. And that's what happened to her. Everything underneath her had solidified, and everything that was exposed to the sun and the heat and the cool on the outside had leathered the rest of the body.
I've been there, done that. Yes, sir. It does. Not as 9 months, but 3.5 months in the middle of summer.
Oh, those are great.
People went on. It's better. The people went on vacation that lived downstairs. It was a duplex, an up and down duplex. They came back and they started smelling something. Okay. And so they knocked on the door, which was right next to their door. And then there were stairs that went up to his apartment. And no answer, no answer, no answer, no answer. He was an older gentleman. He was in his 60s, I believe, 68 or 70, maybe, actually. And PD gets called in first. Okay. They call us. When we pulled up in the squad, there's the police officer leaning over the balcony on the front porch, throwing up violently. Okay. I'm like, oh, this is great. And this was one of my first ever, like probably my 3rd week into what I was doing. We get there and we had to unfortunately do body removals a lot of times. The morgue in our area, the ME, all that stuff, they would call in. I worked at a private ambulance company as well as the fire departments too. It's called MedStar. So anyway, we get there. There's 2 of us. The first thing the guy that I was with said, he goes, here. He pulled out a little thing about that big, a little container of Vicks. He goes, put this under your nose. And I said, what?
The worst.
Just do what I'm telling you to do.
Smell buds.
Well, he said, do this. Anyway, I'm getting to that point. So we do this, we do that. He goes, he talks to the cops. I said, he goes, okay. So I come walking out of the driveway, out of the back of the bus. He said, grab a whole bunch of towels and grab the one bag. Okay. Danny, the other guy, pulls the cot out, puts it in the yard, grabs a board. We start walking. I get up the steps to the front porch and I stopped breathing. I already smelled that. And it was upstairs. Meanwhile, there's a police officer at the end of the porch leaning over the thing, still throwing up. And I'm like, what? What?
Well,
What is
you'll,
this?
you'll learn, and you should know this in EMS. Police have the weakest stomachs out of anybody I've ever seen in my life.
Well, this
Ever.
was my first experience ever with a decomp body. Period. Okay.
Oh, really?
First ever.
So were you in the country? Were you working EMS in the country, like more of a country?
It was inner city.
Inner city. Okay. And y'all didn't have? Do y'all have a medical examiner or a Oh man, I just had a brain fart.
We have a coroner, ME, and all that stuff, but because this body was so bad, they needed to remove it from the home. Okay.
Yeah.
And then our job was to transport it to Trumbull County Morgue. Okay.
That's lovely.
Yeah. Well, anyway, so we get in it. There was no hazmat suits, Tyvek suits. There was no nothing at that point. Okay. We get there and they stopped me. And he goes, listen, I'm telling you, this is not going to be what you think it is. This guy's done, this and that and everything else. You know that. I'm like, yeah, okay. I walked to the first step and I threw up, period. There was just no two ways about it. It went right into my face and I threw up. I turned around, walked back out. I said, I can't do this. There's no way I could do this. I had no idea what this was like. This was after, I'm pretty sure it was 3.5 months. And I do know it was in the middle of July. Anyway. So we go in, we go up. It was bad, you guys. It was so bad. The guy was on a water bed, and I think the water bed was heated. I can't remember. But anyway, there was 4 people in there, 2 police officers and me and 2 other guys, or 5 of us. Yeah, there was 5 of us. There was a sheet on the bed. The whole sheet was picked up all the way around the bed and wrapped and then picked up again and turned, and they put him on a board. And when they did that, what he just said, everything slid. Okay. The whole body it was so weird. It was just, I've never seen anything like it in my life. The whole thing just slid. It looked almost like it was fake. Okay. That gel thing that he just said and all that stuff. I didn't know any of that at that time. But anyway,
we got all efficient.
Yeah, it was. Anyway, wrapped that up. Once we got it picked up, they put 2 other sheets down, set them on the 2 other sheets, and just wrapped, like burritoed it, and then set it on the board completely, strapped the board down, and it was seeping through the sheets, guys. It was gross. Took it down the stairs because we couldn't get the actual cot up the stairs. It was such a weird angle.
You didn't have a chair there?
Not for that. Brought it down the stairs to the cot. I mean, the smell was something I can never, ever explain to you. Ever. I'm smelling it as I'm talking about it. Put it on the cot. Put him on the cot. I'm sorry. Strapped that up. Put it in the squad. Off we went. Fast. Okay. We got downtown to the morgue. Unloaded it fast. I mean, they actually turned the lights on. There was no siren, but they turned the lights on so we could get the hell through traffic and get going. Windows are all down. I mean, it was so bad, you guys. It was so bad. They don't do that kind of thing too often. They usually have the morgue, the ME, or the coroner will pick this up in a refrigerated vehicle that is all ventilated, all that kind of stuff. But when they're already on something and they need to get this moved, they do this kind of thing. It was my first experience ever. When that person was moved back off of that, because we had to move them to put them on a table in the morgue, this part over here banged against the table and came completely off. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So
here's the thing, right? So number 1, if you're ever in that situation again, Tampax will be your best friend. Okay, you take 2, you pop them up your nose, you cut the rest of it off. That'll be your best friend. But
I asked him why we did that. He goes, well, typically most people can like absorb that smell and it breaks it. It was worse because it opened my sinuses up to everything, and I was like, oh God.
Back in the day, what you used to do is take petroleum jelly and take a big gulp of it and stick it up your nose all the way around to cover the hairs and the membranes in your nose to lessen the smell. But I tell people this: people that don't understand the industry in itself think that it's real creepy when I say this. But my favorite thing to work were suicides. And the reason why I loved working them so much was to be able to see the steps and standards people took before that decision. And there's so much that goes along with this. But since we're telling stories, here's one for you real quick. So I got called out real late night one night. And actually, I'll tell that one later. But You want to. I'm going to see if if my wife still has the picture. She has a picture of me driving my unit, right, down the highway with a full-fledged gas mask respirator set on, right, as I was driving, because I was in a vehicle with it had to be about a 10 or 12 month decay, decomp in the back. And if you know how these vehicles are set up, there is no, you were talking about airflow. I want to work for that place because we didn't have any refrigeration airflow. That wasn't an option. But most of the time you had 45 minutes to get on site and you had about an hour to an hour and a half to get to a refrigerator. And for example, my sector would go all the way out to the end of the state out west. So if I had a case that was more than an hour and a half away, then I would either have to have escort or we would use lights and bar or sounds and bars.
Yeah, of course, because you got to get there fast and back. But yeah, anyway, no, I get it. I do. It wasn't per se refrigeration, but it was a high, like air conditioned, very cold air conditioning blowing, and there was a circulatory fan thing in the back of it that kept the air circulating outside of the vehicle, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
So
a lot of departments have those, but and a lot of departments contract out their transporters. So instead of having government-based contract or government-based, transporters, they contract that out to a smaller transport company.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. And after that situation, you learn as you go. And I was on plenty more. Hit the suicide scenarios where you're cleaning up pieces of eyeball and gray matter and things like that, and bagging things and doing that. I mean, it's not fun, but it is what it is. They typically forensics come in and they mark this, they do that, but you got to move things, you got to do this, you got to work alongside with them. I never liked any of that stuff. But then
love it.
Well, I was always interested in the science behind it, but that cleaning up stuff is not what I hated that part. But then we were go ahead. I was just going to say that they gave us the ability to wear Tyvek suits and stuff like that down the road whenever we were on those things. So it was a lot easier, a lot better. The respirator saves your life, all that fun stuff. So moving on, go ahead.
I forgot what I was going to say now, but I really want to trade stories with you sometime, because people that have actually had to deal with that and see different things, like when you go out and you see an outdoor scene, right? The amount of knowledge you can obtain exterior to the investigation, right? Just basic forensic science base. The things you can learn from every scene is unbelievable. And when I was first, when me and my wife first got together, the only way she was able to see me was if she would ride with me. You know what I mean? And so
right.
I was picking up an individual one night about 3:00 in the morning in the hills of East Tennessee. And I'm talking about banjo should have been playing. And the whole thing was creepy, whatever. I ended up putting the remains in the back of the unit. And there is a lockdown bar on the bottom of your stretcher, right?
Oh,
and you're supposed to lock in order to keep the stretcher from going anywhere. Well, I had put the stretcher in behind the seat she was riding in and forgot to lock it in. So as we're going down the interstate, something happened. I had to slam on my brakes, and the cot slams into the back of her chair. She screams bloody murder, and I about wrecked the vehicle.
That sounds interesting. Angel, you were never blocked in here, hon. I hope you realize that. Never. No, that sounds crazy. There's been a lot of stuff that I've seen. I think the most when I was still kind of new, the most insane thing I saw was a Camaro that was flying down one of our main roads. A semi truck had jackknifed, and it was nighttime. The Camaro come around a corner, and it was going probably 95 miles an hour. Didn't see the semi on time because it was not bright enough. I don't know, whatever. The car hit his brakes, and he went under the back of the truck, and it took the top off of the car along with his head. Like it almost sheared it, like it was a hot knife, guys. It was so weird. Completely clean.
No blood, right?
Nothing, no blood at all. Everything. It looked like it had been cauterized. It was crazy. So when I walked up to that, here's me standing there going, and I'm looking at it because you can see everything. It was so cool. I mean, it was horrible, you know, but to see it like that, I was like, wow, that's crazy. And there was no blood, none, nothing.
I had that happen with a motorcycle accident. A guy was test driving another gentleman's motorcycle to buy it, a dirt bike, and he was coming down a dirt road in front of the guy's house. And you know those telephone poles that have the wire that comes down and holds it?
Yeah.
Well, he hit gravel, and when he did, he hit that telephone line, the metal cable right there, and it seared him. And so it literally, he lost no blood. There were maybe 2 or 3 drops on the ground, but the speed versus the heat and the impact literally solderized the body on both sides.
Yeah, the cauterization is
cauterized. Sorry,
you're okay. It's instantaneous. It's crazy. That's why, Karen, right there. Not even on the job. We were at a home we used to live at, and we heard coming down the road. I was standing in my dining room. My son, well, actually, all three of my kids were on the front porch with my wife, and I hear vroom, loud, and I went, "What the hell was that?" And then you hear a squelch and a bang, loud bang. It was somebody on a crotch rocket motorcycle that come flying by. Had to have been going 100 miles an hour because they said they couldn't even see the person on the bike. Okay. When you come around the corner, he might not have been from that area, but when you go past my house, there's a bend that comes up. He caught just a tinge of gravel, I'm guessing, from the side of the road, and off the bike he went. And he went flying as fast as he was going on that bike. He was in midair. He hit a no parking sign, and it stopped him. Okay.
Yep.
The bike bounced another 150 yards down the road.
Mm-hmm.
So I ran down there. When I got there, he was gone. It was an instant thing. Okay. I think his neck snapped, to be honest with you. But here and here in his knees, everything, this was split wide open. Okay. And so were his knees, and he had a split around his neck. I think the impact from hitting the sign flung his arms so hard and his legs so hard because of the speed he was going that they just tore. I've never seen anything like that. And it was so weird to look at him because he was done. He was gone instantly. I couldn't do anything. I didn't start anything because I knew when I looked at him, he was gone. And therefore, you don't start CPR. That's it. You just don't do it.
Right.
It was that bad.
Do y'all have the law in your state that you still have to put paddles on them, even if it's skeleton?
Yes.
Yeah, you still got it. And also, I wanted to say something to Andy. Andy, you are correct. Andy Rose. That's been a rule or a law, a standard in the funeral industry for at least 50 or 60 years. Community colleges nor universities can give you a mortuary science degree. You have to go to one of 9 mortuary schools in the United States. Nashville has one. It's called Gupton College. But in order, you can get a forensic science degree. But if you want to be a direct funeral director, then you would want to get a mortuary science degree, which is about 3 years and extremely expensive to do.
Right. Absolutely. It's very interesting. Like, that's why when Clue said her daughter was interested in getting involved in that stuff, I was kind of excited because a lot of people don't, especially young people, don't purposely jump into that frame of work out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting that she was interested in that. To me, I thought very cool. So, the hell was that? Are we doing this again? Good Lord, this is great. Are you guys still here? Why is everybody so quiet?
We're still here. We were listening. I was listening to you and Truth Talk.
Y'all ain't shut up in the last 30 minutes. I've had time to go in there, make pizza, warm it up, and come out here and eat it already.
I just made Thanksgiving dinner. I mean, damn.
I thought we were having a good conversation, Dago. Fuck them.
I thought it was interesting. I get excited talking about that stuff sometimes, but
I
think Mom went to sleep. She took a nap.
I was just listening. I'm the weirdo that wants to go to the potty farm.
I want to go too.
We have
Mom,
one
have you not been there?
I haven't been to the one in Tennessee. I want to go to the one here. Like, I did a lot of research on it. I really want to go.
to go
I
to
will
that place.
send you. Do you have your? I'll get your email from one of them. I will send you something that will help you achieve that goal if you want to go.
Yes, I want to go. I'll be home in June.
Okay,
I
I'll
want
send.
I want to
I
go
want
too,
me
True.
too. Can you send me that same email?
Yeah, can you send me that same email?
Oh my gosh,
No, no
Kimber.
English. No English.
Could you
Hey,
imagine me and you together? That place, it probably wouldn't end well.
Well,
Would be
so
fun.
the Chattanooga, the Body Farm, they. I won't put that out there. I'll get that information to you, Clue.
Thank you.
what about me?
I'm sorry. Who are you?
Rude as hell.
I'm kidding, Kimber. I'm kidding.
I'll put my email in the back chat.
All right, do that.
Hold on, let me get there for. But no, my brother went to school at UT Knoxville. He's a veterinarian. He's not a forensic person or anything. Don't be there. It's in the back chat. Don't be giving my email out or anything.
I'm
All
about to
right,
go get
guys.
it and
Her
post it.
email is, and I will say this. The reason why I can speak a little bit more on what I do now is because I no longer am with that agency or with
Have a good night,
that
Sam.
organization. So, and that's about all I can say about that. But that specific agency and organization, I'm not with anymore.
Hey, Mom,
Good night,
Paducah's just
Sam.
above Clarksville, isn't it?
Paducah is an hour, and well, the way I drive, we'll say if you don't drive like me, it's about an hour and 30, 45 minutes.
From Clarksville?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, but it's
7.5
up
hours
20. It's
from
up 24.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you leave Nashville and just get on 24 when you come off Old Hickory Boulevard right there,
Yeah,
and
and just go straight.
just go straight. You go through Cumberland City and
Mm-hmm.
Clarksville
Cumberland
and
City, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Hoptown, where
Yeah,
Hoptown and
I thought it was that way.
hmm
Did you say Eddyville?
Yeah.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Eddyville, where
Eddyville,
the prison
Kentucky.
is.
Eddyville's very small.
Yeah, when I was a kid, that's where
Chloe,
the
quit
outlet
trying to get
mall
my
was.
email in there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mom. Chloe's trying to get my email. Chloe's trying to sell my email.
The
Yeah,
email is K. I'm just kidding.
Eddyville's where the outlet mall was, so that's where we would go when my mom would take us for school shoppings up to the outlet mall up there, and you pass all the signs that say prisoner, prisons don't pick up hitchhikers, yada yada yada. And
Oh yeah.
Paducah is close enough to Eddyville that when they utilize the chair, a bulletin goes across the bottom of the screen that tells you that there'll be a flickering of the lights for the next hour or so. Do not be alarmed.
We're just frying somebody.
Meh. It's one of those things. You're in Paducah every Thursday, P. Fox. I'm sorry.
I
haven't been to Paducah in years.
The word Paducah. Say Paducah. Say Paducah.
It's
Well, see,
actually after Chief Paducah. Paducah was bought with a horse, a shotgun, and a box of shells.
Paducah.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like somewhere in Kentucky.
Paducah.
What?
We're river folk.
We live in Springfield. My husband works in Hendersonville, though.
Okay, I know where Springfield is.
Yeah, he works in Hendersonville. What is that noise?
It's echo.
Somebody's echoing.
My phone
So
was by my phone was by my mic. I'm sorry.
Here's something that you might find interesting, Dago, and chat. So one of the things I was responsible for was death row at Riverbend Maximum Security Prison. And so when an inmate would pass away on death row, it was part of my job to go in and remove them. And I will tell you, one of the most adrenaline-filled things you will ever feel is walking into what you would call the shoe on death row in Riverbend, and everybody's single cell. Everybody is quiet as a mouse, no sounds whatsoever, not what you would normally expect. And everyone is standing with their eyes in the little slot window. And as you look around, there are names on the outside of each one of the cells, right? And you can literally see the people that you've been seeing on TV for years looking at you as you're picking up a body. It is crazy.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty wild. Definitely interesting. I don't know if anybody's ever watched any videos from the
Dago, what the hell's wrong with your voice?
IHA. I'm sorry?
Are you smoking helium?
What?
We
Are
can
you
hear
smoking
you.
helium?
We can hear you, Dago.
Okay, go ahead.
What are you talking about?
No.
Listen, nothing, Alvin. Continue.
I can't.
Alvin.
Yes, Alvin.
I'm dead.
Do me a favor. Sing Umbop for me.
Mbop.
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon.
They follow the yellow brick road.
Oh, no. Wait a minute. Did my thing start doing its thing again?
Hey, Alvin, where's the rest of the crew?
Sing Follow the Yellow Brick Road, Dago.
I'm not playing your games.
We're not playing games.
Hello. Oh, shit. Okay, hold on.
That's an angry dwarf.
Hello. Wait.
It's still
Hello.
messed up. It's still messed up.
Hello.
It's still messed up, Dago. Sorry.
Shit.
What the hell was that?
That was an angry gnome over there trying to fix his stuff.
All right, there we are. Okay, I got it.
It's still the same. It hadn't changed.
Hello.
Sorry.
I must have bumped this button with my whatchamacallit, and it. Sorry, my apologies. Anyway, glad I can make y'all laugh for a little while.
That was awesome.
Now it's a demon. Yeah, this is my little sound box thing here, and usually you got to really push down on it though. That's crazy. Anyway,
That's what you said.
Yeah. Now where were we?
Who knows?
Alvin.
I don't know. We were talking about something serious, but
I'm crying. I'm laughing so hard. My dogs are freaking out.
We were in Riverbend maximum security. We started talking like that.
I imagine trying to have a normal conversation with somebody that doesn't realize they sound that way is quite interesting. I'll just say
I couldn't do it. I had to stop.
Oh,
do it again.
But also,
I was going to see how long he would go.
I wanted to too.
If you guys wouldn't have started laughing or said anything, I'd have just went right on the whole damn night, not knowing it, because I can't hear it until I put those on. That was cute. Phenomena. Yes.
It was really funny when you went phenomenon.
Phenomenon. Well, then if I did it let me see something.
Is this the same way it was?
Phenomenon.
And then now.
No, back the other one.
Chris.
And now.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it.
Phenomenon. Is that the one that I did the first time, or was that another one?
No, that's it.
Is that the duck talking, or is that Dago?
Is that the what?
The duck talking, or is that Dago?
What? Oh, the duck. I see. The Tomboy's duck. Phenomenon.
Quack, quack.
Yep. Quack, quack.
Say Affleck.
Affleck. Hell yeah, baby. Okay, are you guys entertained enough now or no?
Oh, I was dying.
Oh, that
What
was
a choking
awesome.
minion looks like.
It was more fun when he didn't know he was doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway.
He was trying to be so serious, too. He's like, what?
What? Now what's
I
going
didn't know what
on?
the hell you guys. I didn't know what you guys were talking about at first. That's
And we
why.
would have let you go on.
Then why? That's why I'm glad you didn't, because my entire show would have been that, and then people are gonna watch it, come in and going, "What the hell is this shit?"
They would have clipped it and said, Dago's lost his mind.
Maybe it would have got some good views. Who knows? That made your whole day. Well, I'm glad I can make you guys laugh. That's all that matters.
Dago swallowed a dog toy.
Dago swallows a squeaky toy.
That's the next thumbnail.
That's the next thumbnail. Dago swallows a squeaky toy.
No minions here. Have you ever watched, since you're into this stuff, Truth? Have you ever watched those videos on YouTube? The craziest things I've found inside dead bodies.
No, I watched that in real life.
Yeah, but they do videos now of it where they'll go through these guys that do autopsies and stuff, and they'll show people finding like a cup inside somebody's stomach or something.
Like a what?
Cars? Matchbox cars.
Matchbox cars, drinking glass in somebody's stomach.
I'll tell you what I saw more than anything, if you want me to be honest with you, is surgical equipment.
Oh yeah, that was left inside by the surgeon.
Yep. Staples, clamps, what do you call them? Forceps? Yeah, forceps.
Forceps. When I went through my cadaver class, they showed us that, and they said, "Well, I'll be damned. This is what you don't want to find." And it was a clamp. You know how they use clamps for surgery?
Yep.
And a tiny little pair of tweezers. And I was like, "What the hell?" And he goes, "Yeah, they forget these things sometimes." And I said, "This person walked around with this in their body for however long." You go, "Oh yeah, it happened more than you think."
I'll tell you something crazy, Dago. So when I was still doing a lot of training and doing what we call it's a side hustle nonetheless. But I had a contract with a local hospital where I did what was called tissue dumping. And tissue dumping is the process of removing all tissues that have been removed from the body out of formaldehyde at 10-1 and dumping it out into your sink, basically into a strainer, and then throwing it into a red bio container to have it burned, right? So when you're doing this, you have everything from, gallstones to clots to arms to feet to implants, all kinds of things.
Yeah.
And that's where I started learning about medical devices being left in patients, where I would get, say it was part of a lung. Okay, we'll say part of a lung. But inside the lung, there was a piece of metal. Well, that metal was because they had done lung surgery on that person at some point, and the piece of metal was sewn up into the lung.
Oh, Lord.
So they would eventually lose their lung.
And it's hard to imagine, like, these people that will walk around for years and years after this with these foreign objects in their body. It's crazy.
Hey, I'm doing it right now. I have a loose screw. I'm not trying to be funny when I say this.
Shit.
I knew that was coming. But I really do have a loose screw from one of my back surgery.
Oh, yeah, I have one that it's not loose, but it's a screw that's sticking out from when I had my brain surgery. You can feel it right here. It's always driving me nuts.
You got that good brain, don't you, Dago?
Yeah. Abby Normal. Anybody know what that's from? Nope. Not a person in here. Nobody has ever seen Young Frankenstein?
No.
Oh my God. You guys got to be kidding me.
My husband said he saw it. He just said he saw it a long time ago.
Gene Wilder, Peter Boyle, Young Frankenstein. Come on, guys.
Of course, my husband will be 64 this year. Shh, y'all don't say that's old because he's listening.
That's old.
Now you don't.
That ain't old.
Well, he said, I think he said, thank you.
No, he said, fuck you. I heard him.
See, Tony knows. Guys. Thank you, doctor. And he knows Mel Brooks. Absolutely. How can you guys not have seen that movie? That's crazy. It's an amazing movie. It's a comedy. It's like basically a spoof up of Frankenstein. It's hilarious. Anyway, moving on. I'm so surprised. I thought everybody knew that movie.
Y'all remember that one movie that had that one thing with those one people and they did that one event in that one location?
At that one thing? Yeah.
Yep. I remember it. Saw it.
Blazing
Loved it.
Saddles will always be one of the best movies of all times. Let me just throw that out there.
Blazing Saddle, anything. I like Gene Wilder. That's my thing. My wife loves him too. But anything he was ever in my opinion, was a great movie.
It's another movie I can quote pretty close to all the way through.
What'd you say?
Spaceballs.
I don't even know who you're talking about.
Gene Wilder. He was married to one of him, and I bet their house was.
Gilda Radner was his wife.
I bet their house was so funny because they were both so funny.
Yeah, they were hilarious. Okay, the original Willy Wonka, Clue.
Uh-huh.
Did you ever see that movie?
Yes.
That's Gene Wilder that played Willy Wonka.
Oh.
That's him. And then he did Young Frankenstein with Peter Boyles, who was the father from Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh, I loved him.
Okay, and then Terry Garr, who was also the mother in Mr. Mom. You ever see Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton?
Mm-mm.
That was a good movie, Dago.
Oh, yeah. I can't think of what else Terry Garr played in, though. Marty Feldman was the best person in that whole movie. He played Igor. Undead Ramen. Great movies back in the 80s, guys. Comedy has changed a lot, Carl. I can agree with that. I would love to be able to sit if it wouldn't get hit and watch Young Frankenstein with you guys. It was a great movie. Tootsie, yes, another good one. Dustin Hoffman. Looky here, where the white women at? Blazing Saddles was an amazing movie. Where the hell did you go? Truth. Igor, not Igor. Yes. Frankenstein.
Mom's sitting outside.
I see where she's at. Truth. It looks like really peaceful where she's
Dude,
at.
all my lights just come on. I'm probably fitting to go in the house. Did y'all see them all come on? There's a bagooger out here.
There's a what?
A bagooger.
What the hell's a bagooger?
Something I can't see walking through the yard that's triggered the lights.
It's okay. We got cobras up here in Tennessee.
Where did that comment come from again?
I don't even remember.
Searching, wasn't it?
I think so. They said we got
Oh no,
cobras.
it's that freaking dog handler lady, the fake one. It was Stephanie.
Yeah, that's right. That Steph girl. She said we got cobras in Tennessee.
I knew about rattlesnakes and cottonmouths.
I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah, but not
copperheads. But that's
Listen,
new on me.
I ain't kidding y'all. Literally later that afternoon or that evening or something, I turned on the television to the local news and swear on everything, they was talking about an alligator in Tennessee after that lady had just said we had alligators here. I'm not kidding y'all. I'm looking up the cobra thing. She might be right.
I'm looking it up right now.
But wasn't the alligator over in West Tennessee, Clue?
Yeah,
Towards
well,
Memphis?
it's by the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
What?
I'll be damned.
What?
I'm about to show you a Tennessee cobra. I can't believe this. Hold on.
Somebody done let their pet out.
There ain't no Tennessee cobra.
Did someone flush a cobra down the drain?
Hold up.
Probably.
Here we go.
Somebody flushed a cobra.
Oh, you like to shoot people in the ponytail. Dude, what is running, man? I thought the trucks were running. Guys over there moving. Ah. When I look at that shit, what is it cursing in on your shit? I went over there and I was wondering who the truck was running now. It was like mine. I went over there to get gas Saturday. And I thought, holy shit, this is so tall. Like, we need to brush hog this shit before we can fucking mow up. What's that, bud?
Watch your mouth.
Who is these people?
Who are they? Where are they?
Did you round up work?
This is in Tennessee.
They are in Tennessee.
I got a couple of spots where the weeds lacked at it. So
What is wrong? Why does this? Okay, why does this dude's beard looks like he screws it on every morning?
Right.
Why are you talking about Cletus like that?
That ain't nothing like what Cletus's beard looks like. What?
Where's the cobra?
Closed cab, right? Yes. Wouldn't it be cool if you had a joystick and you could just drive along in the tractor and just had a target?
Maybe they're going to go pick it up.
Shoot the weeds.
I believe we have those, but it's very expensive.
Yeah, it probably costs as much as the tractor. Holy shit, that's a real mow, dude. Like, they have real lawnmowers and string trimmers. They have got to be paying that dude.
Called a weed eater.
Dude. Shit, I mow that fucking thing probably every 30 days. I go over there and mow.
And he doesn't even say thank you.
He does not say thank you. I know. Does not say thank you.
I'm gonna move this forward so we can get to the snakes. I don't want to watch Screwbeard drive.
Screwbeard doesn't say thank you.
It's like where'd he go?
That's what you don't want to hear the snake handler say.
No, never. Where'd he go? Oh, go run, doggy, run. Not that way.
Yeah,
pee. Where is it? Go get it.
Don't.
Go get it.
No.
There it is. Big old
Get away from that snake.
Yeah. Lightning, no, Lightning. The thing gets your nose.
It's a damn garter snake.
Come here.
That's not a cobra.
That's not a cobra. That snake won't even hurt you.
Oh,
That's
definitely
a damn garter snake.
Sure won't.
Chicken snake.
He might hurt you if he bites you, but he won't make you. He won't kill you.
Real lethargic. It's got a couple puncture. There he goes.
So she got him?
Yeah. This thing.
So this is just, I don't understand why this came up. When I typed in Tennessee Cobras, it says Tennessee Cobras.
Question
Special
mark.
Operations SOE. Python hunting in the Florida Everglades. There's nothing here for cobras. So big cottonmouth.
Oh, we got plenty of those.
Yeah.
But here's the thing about cottonmouths. Cottonmouths will go the opposite direction of sound.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as you make some noise, they're going to get the hell away from you. As far as rattlesnakes go, as long as you're listening and have earbuds out of your ears, you're going to hear it give you your warning before you step on it.
What, rattling?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. They'll warn you before they strike.
There ain't no cobras in Tennessee. So, oh, what is that?
And we used to walk the creek with water moccasins in it. All you had to do was stomp real loud. They won't come near you.
Shoot, my daughter swims in one every summer.
Yeah.
All you had to do is make enough noise.
I'll get down.
I'm sorry?
Can I ask a real quick question? And it's about Idaho.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It could be nothing. I don't know. It's just bothering me. Remember the night that Xana had, or 11:22, the bunch of the cops came. They parked on the side, on the side of the street. They walked all the way to the house. It was the night Xana came out.
When they were up at Jack Decor's house first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Xana came out. Well, anyway, so they were walking back, and you could hear the cameras were still working, right? Because you could see the policeman walking back and talking and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's my question. The night of the unalivings or the murders, if you recall, the undercover car or hybrid or whatever the hell it was, they jumped out and they went into Banfield, right? The two policemen. One was one was dressed in police gear. The other one was in jeans, right? Rosie. So if you recall, those three or four of those you could see from Banfield, you could see them running on the side.
The 4 or 5 kids that were running past when they had those other kids stopped.
Yeah, there were 4. Wouldn't that car, I'm assuming the cam would have still been on, because literally Rosie jumped out of the car before it even stopped.
They ran past the back of the car.
Yeah.
They ran on the side.
No, they were behind the car.
They went behind the car, hon. The officers were standing at the front of the car,
No. I'm talking about when the officers were in Banfield, the car was pulled to the side of the sidewalk. It was parked,
right
next to the sidewalk, and these people you could see them running, and they were running on the sidewalk, kind of, so you could see them. So where my guess is they were coming from a direction that the cam could have seen them.
Well, they were, the way I saw that video, I'll pull it up and we can watch it again.
Yeah, I mean,
no, Diego, you're right on this one. They were behind that car.
That's what I thought, because the body can't. The one officer, I can't remember if it was
but they had to
Rosendale
run
or
to get behind it. I mean, if you pull it up, you can see. I mean, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but
no, they came from like those stairs that would lead up to.
Can we watch it and just see?
I'm pulling it up right now, but
I mean, I may be completely wrong, but this could be something that nobody's talked about. And what if it's on tape?
On the dash cam thing?
Yeah.
No, well, we'd never see it, but I don't see how it could be because of the way they were.
Let's watch it and see. And I could be completely 100% wrong, and I apologize.
No, you don't have to apologize. I mean, there's so many things in this case that have been like that, so don't worry about that. Hold on, that's the wrong one. 1 second. Okay, I guess that one will have to do. Jesus, they blurred everything out there. Hold on a minute. Okay. Do you want audio too, or just the video?
All I want to know is to see when those pictures. See, cop cars are parked on the side.
Okay.
Right.
Well, there's
looking at it.
Yeah, now. Here's the one silver car. It's parked right there on the side of the road, right by those apartments there, right? Okay. You're breaking up, Terry. What'd you say, hon?
I said I want to see the people running. I want to see where exactly they came from, and if it could have passed.
So that's like that's near the end, Dago, when they're
it's down here.
The ticket.
Back. Way down here. Okay, so you see how the car's parked, Terry? That's the back end. This is the front end. Now, when it's not even. Hold on.
Yeah, I just want. Well,
that's where they run right there. You're looking.
Hold on. I don't know why that just did that. Give me a second. 1 second. That was stupid. Why did it do that? Hold on.
Oh shoot.
Okay. Are you kidding me? What the hell is this video? Or is this part in this video?
Where is it, you said?
Yeah, I know where it was, but 2 videos I pulled up now and they're not showing it.
It's on my channel.
Hold on. I just grabbed one off the internet.
But I'm telling you where this guy was looking at the end of that one.
Mm-hmm.
Is right where they run. They run down that little stairway right there behind that car. Because all you see is their little silhouettes and their heads bobbing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just I'm curious. Can we just? That's all I care about, and then I could be wrong and move on.
Going to be it here. Hold on a minute. Let's see if this is the one. This is the one that has the supposed scream in it. So I think they show that at that point.
I know they were it looked like they were crouched down when they were running, but
a little bit. Okay, so this is going to be hard in some ways because of the glare. I do remember that. Right here's the front of the car. There's the headlights and then the windshield. And then this is where you'll see it, I believe. All right, hold on.
Yeah, he almost covers it up too. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's weird. Oh God, come on.
I'm just wondering if that car cam caught it, you know, they try to hide it right now, but they may not have even thought about, oh, there's a car camera. I don't know.
No, because they shouldn't have a camera in the back.
No.
Not in the back, but if I could have sworn the people came running from that direction.
No, they went.
They came from like the parking lot of those apartments that
right,
and then they ran right past the back end of the car. Sorry, Kimber. Hold on. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to put this together here. Here we go. Where the hell? Why is it so hard to find this? Jesus. 1 second. Again. I'll get it right, guys. No worries. There it is. This is actually because of that. Bingo. Okay. Here we go. It is about that itself. Boom. Blow it up. All right. There they go. See the front here? They were way back there in the back of the car.
Right now. Where's now I see. Where's the car?
Right here.
You're looking at it.
It's right here. This is the windshield, the front windshield. There they are in the back.
Okay, so they did run. Okay.
Yeah, they ran behind it, but they were down a little bit further past where the car. I'd say about another 50 feet behind the car.
I just can't believe that somebody didn't catch that on camera somewhere.
Well, their body cams did, but
yeah, but look how far it is. I mean, you can't really. I guess you could do face. Well, I don't know. Could you face? I don't know what you could do, but it's been bothering me because I've been like, okay, wait a minute. You've got a cam going the whole time. It's not being.
I'm doing my job.
Is that the car or the white car?
This is the actual
police car.
Yeah. Right here. This is the where they were standing here and here. He's standing towards the front of the car writing the ticket, and the body cam picked it up as they come past. And the reason why I don't think it was ever brought to anybody's attention, because I don't think it made any difference about anything. It was no big deal to them. I don't think it had anything to do with anything, honestly. Because I think it would have been investigated a long time ago, and it would have been brought. It could. Okay, don't get me wrong, but I don't. Nobody's ever really brought any attention to it. At least not a heavy amount of attention. So I've never really looked into it either after the beginning when it first happened. I saw it and I was questioning it, but after that.
I mean, to be fair, they've just stopped guys running from that same apartment complex. They said they were at a party. I mean, it's
well, probably... here's what bothers me about that whole Banfield thing, okay? Is that why is that one guy wearing a shirt, that black and white plaid shirt that looked like something, it looked like it had blood on it, they showed it that it had blood. I don't know how much doctoring they've done to these videos, okay? And why is the other guy wearing the same kind of glasses that Ethan wore in the middle of the night? It's dark. Why is he wearing sunglasses?
Well, these kids, they're kids, first of all, and I used to wear sunglasses at night trying to be cool, but I don't know, unless he was trying to hide the fact that he was intoxicated.
That's what I'm thinking.
I don't think they were intoxicated. Because the fact that he was, this is the other thing that got me, that Rosie was trying to lead the narrative. He was telling them, they're like, oh, I didn't drink. Oh, come on. Yeah, you did. You were stumbling down the street. You weren't even there. Because, literally, if you watch it, he pulls up and he is jumping out of that car to go to Banfield before they even come to a complete stop.
I think if people are going to take anything from this video, what they should take is what happened before they pulled out onto the street. There's a car that is literally coming towards them. Okay, so it's been in that parking lot. It doesn't leave the parking lot. It literally pulls up beside the officers and parks. The guy waves at him.
Yep.
What are you doing just sitting in a parking lot? And why do you move right when the cops do?
Why were they sitting there all that time? Which was it
Because
very
there's
close
no
to that
entrance.
time.
There's no entrance, and there's only one entrance and one exit. So you
Right.
wouldn't be sitting there, like, you know what I mean? That's the only thing I think people should take from that video, in my opinion.
Yeah, I can
Well,
agree with that. I don't.
Why did one cop, Rosie, jump out as fast as he could to get to it, and the other guy sat in the car forever and then came and met him? I don't know. I mean, by the time he got there,
He could have been calling it in. He could have been calling it in to dispatch to say what they were doing before they got out of the car, and the other guy probably jumped out to try to catch them before they got too far.
That's what I think. He was just, hey, come here.
And how the hell is that not illegal? I mean, so what you're saying is, oh my God, we got 3 underage drinkers, which at the time they didn't know what they shouldn't have known how old, and they're walking home. They're not driving. They're not behind a wheel. How? And then I just don't understand that.
Well, it's illegal. It's illegal for public intoxication. That's a big one. But they were the task force that they put together for this was to find underage drinkers, is what it was. I think that's the only. Hold on a minute here. Where's the other one at? Is this the one? Yeah, that's the one. Okay. What is it about it that actually bothers you, Terry?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out. I think that there's like missing gaps, and we're not searching it to the point. You know what I mean? We're kind of like just going with the flow. And I personally believe that this has been set. This is all a setup. I mean, everything was. I mean, I'm going to go back to what Truth said about the other one, Sebastian, but I do think that this was pre-planned. I think that there were too many things. I mean, how can you see a? Somebody said that they were probably they were setting up. I don't remember which one I was just watching a video last night, and they said they were they setting? What's the little short guy?
Payne.
Payne, who's only been there for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And wasn't there in the morning, didn't get there till like 4 or 5 o'clock. And why? I mean, he's in charge of that. So I kind of thought, well, wait a minute, what could possibly be the reasons why why they said he needed to be in charge? I mean, Fry was there. Fry's freaking driving a damn U-Haul. I mean, come on, people. Why would the chief be driving the U-Haul? But anyway, where I'm going with this is, didn't Payne serve in the same Marine? They were Marines, right? Kopak or Brent?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, they were Marine Corps.
They were both in the same. Weren't they both in the same? I don't know what you call it. Not platoon. But
unit. Same unit.
Thank you. Yes,
they were in the same unit for different. No, not the same time. Different times.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, they were in the same unit, the same division, but different times.
Okay, so my thought. I mean, nothing seems to be making sense, and I'm sorry, but I'm trying to make sense of it. I wonder if they put Brent Payne on that because he might be able to think more like Kopeka, because they were, they share all of that history.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, one thing. Let me correct something. Brent Kopaka was in the Army. Brent Payne, my understanding, was in the Marine Corps, but he was also in there, or not Marine Corps. shit. There was 2 of these guys that were in the same
It's
unit.
the airborne.
That's it. The airborne, the Rangers division. That's it. Thank you. I couldn't think of that for a minute. 2 of them guys were involved in that, but Brent was in the Army. The other 2, I believe, the
What are
Payne
the-
brothers were both in the Marine Corps.
The who? The Payne. Oh, did Payne have a brother? I missed that. I guess.
Yes, he did.
So yeah, that was my question. I mean, that was my thought. Is maybe he think? I mean, because I think they had Kopeka on. Even he was either going to be set up, or I believe that they knew he would probably be going there. I don't know, but that would make sense if you've never been over to wherever was it? Were they in Iraq? I don't know, Afghanistan, wherever
Yes.
they were. They probably would have similar thought processes. You know,
Military training, yeah, but I honestly, I don't believe that. This is my opinion, and nobody has to agree with me. It's okay, but I don't think Brent Kopeka had anything to do with this. Okay, that's my opinion, and I understand if anybody doesn't agree. That's okay. I respect that, but I don't think he did. I think his case
no,
is
I'm
something.
not saying he did. I'm just saying, do you think the reason they chose him to head up the task or whatever the crime
Payne?
to be lead investigator is because he can
I think
think he was in areas with insurgents and he knows what, you know, he has actual stuff in his brain that he went through exactly like Kopeka did.
No, because there was multiple officers in that police force that were in the military. Kopeka had nothing to do with it. He earned that spot as the lead detective. That's all. But he was just
How
new
would
at
he
it.
earn that spot though? Only being there 2 years. I mean, he's a rookie.
Well, it was a small police force, and he had the most seniority when it came to that type of stuff. He went to the classes and the schooling for it.
Well, they also took into account his experience in the military, in my opinion.
Yeah, that too. But there was a bunch of officers that I come to find out that had military service. So I mean, I don't think it had anything to do with Kopeka, because Kopeka.
Yeah, I'm with you on
That happened after. That happened way after, and he was the lead investigator on the Idaho case right away when he got there. Okay, they waited for him to get there. He took the lead, and they went on with everything. And then Kopeka's scenario happened how long after that? So.
Well, I just know that like military, you know, treat. I mean, they're like a family. I mean, literally. I mean, my best friend is married to a former Navy SEAL who was the VPO of Blackwater. So where I'm going with that is, you know, they treat each other. I mean, because they have each other's back. I mean, you're over there.
It's a brotherhood, it's a brotherhood, just like the police departments and the fire departments are. Yeah, I agree.
And
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And maybe go back and said, you know what, I want to take. I know I'm a rookie, but I want to take this one because I see he may have noticed things that maybe people that have not been in battle or overseas or been through any of that, he might have seen certain things that made sense to him.
Well, I don't think he said I want to take this one. I think they put him on there, period, because he was the only detective that they had at that point, from my understanding, that could take that. So, again, small police force.
Why didn't Fry take it?
Who?
I mean, we've got like probably the biggest mass.
Did you say Chief Fry?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm just saying that we cannot afford to have anything. I mean, everything has to be done with, you know, your T's crossed and your I's dotted, because you don't want. This is a big case.
Wow.
I just feel like you're putting a lot of people that have no experience or barely have any experience as the main people on this case, and it doesn't make sense to me.
Well, it has everything to do. It has everything to do with whether. So it's like if you have 4 detectives, then they're going to rotate on cases. because the other two could be working other cases. And if not, it's not their time to lead. It literally goes in like John, Joe, and Tim, and then back to John, Joe, and Tim, so that everybody is having a rotating caseload.
Okay.
Right, and not to mention they were like they had a small department. They didn't have very many detectives. They didn't have very many anything. And Chief Fry was the chief. He had to stay the chief, and so they have to put a detective on the case. That's why he didn't cover it that way. They were all out of town together. Him, Payne, and Fry. I'm sorry.
I thought it was just he and Fry were hunting or something. I don't know.
Payne, Fry, and there was somebody else. They went on a hunting trip.
Blaker, wasn't it?
No, Blaker was one of the initial officers there, I believe.
No, you're wrong.
Smith and Gunderson, and then Blaker came. Maybe you're right.
Blaker and Payne came together.
Yeah, I think Blaker might have been with them too. But they did a hunting trip that day, which is why it took them till 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon to get there, because they were out of town doing that. So that's what I understand from it, though. And here's respectfully, that case, nobody had experience on. That's a quadruple homicide. Nobody's going to have that kind of experience in a small town because they don't deal with stuff like that regularly. So, in turn, that's why I think, truthfully, that the PCA was overwritten, because I think he was trying to make it the best he could for how big the scenario was. And I think there was a lot of stuff that was put in there that didn't need to be. And I believe that there was stuff that was put in there that probably wasn't right, truly, because we all know the PCA is a mess. So, it is what it is. But that's my thought on that part of it. I just think that's part of what I think the problem is, Terry, is that the inexperience of the department with dealing with a case like that.
So why not bring the FBI in and do it?
They did. They did within 3 days. They had the FBI
Yeah, they
there.
did. But then they basically said, and I know some people are saying FBI didn't want to do it. It wasn't the kind of case they would want to handle. Do you really get to pick and choose which cases you want to handle? I mean,
who is somebody saying that? Like, I'm just curious. Like, who is the somebody saying that?
Well, I don't know. I'm just going by. I don't remember. I don't have it all in front of me, but it is some. Actually, you know what? I believe, and I don't know if she's still here, but I'm having a mental block. Who is she works for the law. She's in the she was like on leave for something. She had surgery in her head, or you know who I'm talking about? Peterson is her last name, I think. She's not part of this. She just is. She knows a lot of how things should happen in the courtroom and the questions that should be. Is it Annie Peterson?
Yeah,
she's the one that said, she's the one that said to me.
She works in the court systems, right?
Right. Because I asked her point blank, why do you think the FBI wouldn't take this? And she did say, and I mean, have nothing but great things. I mean, she knows what she's talking about. And she said, the FBI, this is not the type of case the FBI would want to take over. What does that mean? That confuses me.
I don't know, because I don't understand that statement personally. Hold on a minute. Anybody else?
It's kind of like, are you going to go to who are you going to go to? An expert hairstylist to get your hair colored that you've never done before? Or are you going to go to some guy or woman that just happens to work there, under the main owner? Do you see what I'm saying? I mean, if I was a parent, I would want the best and I would fight for that. And that's why I'm trying to figure out why that was not ever. I mean, I know there was a gag order, but I just don't know why. It seems like they're putting people on there that aren't the best.
Well, I mean, they brought in They had Moscow. Then they brought in the Idaho State Police, the FBI. And I mean, I think that Latah County was involved as well. So that's multiple agencies. In my opinion.
I'm hearing that the same thing in the Riley Smart case or the Riley case. I'm seeing the same thing in the Sebastian case. I think that the general population just has some obscure ideology of what law enforcement is and what they should
Amen.
and shouldn't be doing. And at the end of the day, until you're in law enforcement or associated or investigated with or however, you're just not going to understand how much work goes in behind the scenes. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I find it to be a really big problem, not towards you, but in general, that people will immediately go, well, cops aren't doing what they're supposed to do, or they're not intelligent enough, or they don't have whatever. Guys, I mean, that's what they do for a living, and they're going to mess up. There's going to be problems, but to always assume that law enforcement is the worst of the worst and not doing their job is just it's kind of an excuse, in my opinion, on cases, as opposed to going back and going over the facts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying anything negative about the police. I'm not saying one thing negative. All I'm saying is when they did realize that this just might be over their heads.
I mean, they
did, which is what I think they did, which is why they called the FBI and they brought in Idaho State and Latah County to assist them with this because of that simple fact. I think.
Besides taking the getting the DNA tested, what else really did the FBI do besides apparently? And I get confused on these, but help Blaker write the IGG or the is it the IC? I don't know, two of them.
The IGG.
Yeah, but what's the other one? The PCA? Is that it?
Yeah, the PCA. He wrote that, and then he was assisted by the FBI in understanding the cast and all that kind of stuff to fill that cast report out.
Okay, so I'm not understanding. So if someone could please, because these are the things that are just like I can't I'm trying to do a timeline, and this is not making sense to me. Is that something this big? Why would you? I mean, why weren't they in there helping look? Or were they in there that day going over things with law enforcement, or did they just handle the DNA and help write the report?
That StreamYard booted me as I was talking. You see how it does me?
Yeah, it's okay. I see people have that happen all the time now.
In my opinion, like I don't think we're gonna know what the FBI did and didn't do until we have a trial. Like that's just how I feel when it comes to Idaho.
I agree with her because that's one of the biggest problems that the case is having right now is getting discovery information per se, period, from the FBI. Because again, they just helped with this. They weren't like the lead on the case, and they helped to differentiate different things and to help them with the stuff. So therefore, they don't have that stuff. Is what the story is. Okay.
Were they called in that day?
3 days later.
Okay, so how did he help? When did they write the CPA? 3 days later.
They didn't write the PCA. No. Officer Payne wrote the PCA based on what he knew and what Officer Smith knew, and Officer Gunderson that showed up first. He wrote that out.
But I thought he did that with FBI. I thought they kind of both.
No. He did that. All they did was they gave him the assistance in understanding how to write the cast stuff and understand what it was. Excuse me.
Okay.
Now Salty's right. Tools that are used by the FBI is what helped to get evidence for the PCA.
And as they were getting those tools and seeing what was happening, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, if they are the Federal Bureau of Investigation, they have seen a shit ton of crimes, and they had to know that this was not in the same league as most crimes. Why didn't they say, you know what? We really feel more comfortable taking this case over. You can help, whatever.
They can't
do that.
They have to be invited in by local law enforcement, Terry. They cannot take it over. Local law enforcement has to ask them to take over the case. They cannot take it over unless it crosses state lines. They cannot take it over.
Crosses state lines, and if it has something to do with a suspect that's already being looked at on a federal level.
Yeah.
Which I firmly believe, by the little bit that I know about this case, that there was a federal investigation going on, and it has to do with the undercover electric car. And I will firmly stand by that until proven otherwise.
And not to mention that the FBI wasn't very well liked in that area. That was told to us in the very beginning.
Why do you think that was? Just out of curiosity.
I don't know.
Because nobody likes the FBI.
Thank you.
I mean, when you decide to become part of a government agency that, okay, like, here's the reason why. When the feds come in, the feds choose what they're going to do. They choose whether it's financially good for them to do or if it's publicly good for them to do. If the feds feel like they have the slightest chance of losing a case, they will drop the case. They would much rather wait 10 years to indict somebody on a solid sealed case than get them in 1 month. So,
Okay, so
there's a lot of difference between when you have local law enforcement, things are handled one way. The federal government is just that, the federal government. They don't have emotions. They don't have feelings. They don't care about you, me, or the next person. They don't. So then to assume, and I'm sure that some people do, but as a whole, they don't. They care about statistics and money. That's what they care about. So you're expecting them to give a shit about something that they don't give a
actually,
shit
yeah,
about.
I am expecting them to
But
give
that's
a
not
shit.
that's not how it works. In a perfect world, that sounds beautiful. But we're talking about an organization and an agency that is up to their fucking ears and other things, right? Not that one thing is better than the other, but I'm just saying you're expecting a whole lot out of an agency that has proven time and time again that they only care about certain aspects of things.
Right.
And I get that. But what is more important than this? That's what I don't get.
Terrorism, child trafficking.
Maybe that's what they were using their plants, because I did find that. I'll have to look for it again. But it is true. They did have FBI undercovers all over the campus. And then if you recall, they did
Where did you find that at?
I don't know. I'll find it and send it to you because I know I saw it. I was like, oh my God, they.
No, okay. Cool. Good stuff. Because I haven't seen that yet. I've looked for it and can't find it anywhere where it was proven in documentation.
Wait, can you tell me what I just said again so I can
that the FBI had their presence was there on campus.
Okay. Yes. Because now what were they doing? A drug task force or an underage drinking task force? Do we even know that?
First of all, the feds would never be involved in an underage drinking.
No.
Like
not
that's
at
just
all.
not. That's not even. No disrespect to you, ma'am, but that's not even logical.
That's like security guard work for them. So
yeah, like that's campus police type stuff. You know what I mean? We're talking about a federal agency that, in order for the state to get assistance from, cost the state a shit ton. These things aren't free. The state has to pay for the assistance of the assistance of the FBI.
They were given $2 million.
That's not shit. Excuse respectfully.
No.
$2 million in a homicide and a potential death sentence or death case. No, you're looking at 30, 40, 50 million.
Actually, they were the city of Moscow was given a lot more than $2 million on this case.
Yeah.
So,
but they would have been there more if there was an FBI presence. It would have been more along the lines of drug trafficking. It would not have been for underage drinking.
Let me tell you something. And correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I have heard, a couple of creators that I think they know what they're talking about. I mean, they know their stuff. The way that law enforcement and the FBI look at homicide, it's way down, and drugs and trafficking are way up. You know, if you were like looking what's more important, they're more important about that. Plus, they probably didn't want to. They were getting ready to do a huge drug bust, right? Was that with Jesse or?
Well, we don't know what they were there for, or even if they were there. That's all speculation, right? Like, or as far as what the reason why they would be in the area. So, once again, the only reason why they wouldn't go after this case would be if they were in a case that was bigger than this case, or would be bigger. But
what he's talking about, real quick, Truth, because I don't know if you know, there was a pretty solid rumor that was going around when this case hit that there was a sorry guys, excuse me, a parallel investigation, possibly more than one, that was going on when this murder happened, that there were supposedly 50 plus FBI agents.
Oh, that was with the hit and run.
Huh?
Was that the hit and run that night in Washington?
Wait, I'm sorry. You're trying to
no.
Respectfully, you're trying to tell me that on that campus there were 50 FBI agents undercover.
I'm not telling you anything. I do not know.
I'm
trying to figure it out.
Hold on. Truth.
I think you're on a delay, Terry.
You missed the very most important part of that entire statement. A rumor.
Okay, got you. Okay.
Yeah, it's a solid rumor, okay, that there was a parallel investigation or more going on at the time of the murders, and that there was possibly 50 plus FBI agents on campus during that scenario when that went down.
I call bullshit.
Nobody has been able to prove this.
I'm with Truth on this one. Sorry, not sorry.
I agree.
Listen, 50 or 40 or 30 or 20 undercover federal agents. Do you understand the magnitude of what type of investigation that would have to be?
Yep.
Yeah. The drug bust that happened that was already there. The drug bust in Washington.
No, ma'am. No, this is not drugs. You don't put 20, 30, 40, 50 federal undercover officers onto a campus for drugs. Absolutely not.
If they're doing a task force, why wouldn't they?
No, ma'am.
Please don't call me ma'am. I hate that. I feel like I'm 90 years old. It's Terry.
I'm Southern.
Sorry.
It's just how I was raised.
I'm like, oh my God, I sound like my grandma.
But no, you're not. The feds are not getting involved with a drug investigation like that. Like you're talking. I mean, I could be wrong, okay? But in all of my life, I have never seen 30, 40, or even 50 undercover federal agents at one location and nobody know they're there.
I think that would be more of a DEA scenario, if not FBI. If that was what it really was, if it was that big of a drug thing, DEA would be involved.
I agree.
Feds would only be involved if it's human trafficking or if it's some type of financial crime within the institution.
Mm-hmm. I can agree with that. And like I said, we haven't been able to prove that yet. That's the problem. And we're not probably going to be able to, because if they were doing something that involved, like he just said, we're not going to know about that, because that's going to put them out there, and that's going to ruin all that.
You would never, even if, like, it doesn't matter if you, this is the stuff that I personally, like, take so much issue with. Even if it was happening, even if it happened, you will never know. So you're going to spend your entire days going in a circle trying to figure out, did this happen? Were they there? You're never going to know. If they have that many undercover officers there, you know what that means? At some point, they have to remove those undercover officers.
Yeah.
Then everyone that they've removed, people could be able to identify them, know who they are, etc. They're not going to do that. Like, it's just.
If you're talking about Jesse James Bailey, he got busted. That was Washington over there.
Yeah, it was right. I mean, it was a big time drug bust.
Yeah. I get it. That was a huge one. That was in Washington, but again, that would be DEA. So
are you talking about the mushroom guy?
No. He had a bunch of heavy hardcore stuff over there going on.
Hey, Dago, I think Salty wants to call in.
Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on.
Salty, you want to call in, honey?
And the other thing, while I'm thinking of it, is that when Emma Bailey got her DUI.
When she got pulled over, yeah.
Okay, they filmed the whole thing.
Yeah,
I mean, I've heard lots of people say, but she didn't. She was walking fine. I mean, she didn't seem great. Horrible. But then again, she may have ran the red lights. Okay, I get it. Okay,
I got you, girl, Salty.
Yeah.
But why would they put her in a room with? Okay, so just stay with me here. Why would they put her in a room and unhandcuff her? And she sticks her hand down her pants to pull something out and throws it in a trash can, and there's a tissue box right there.
Thank you, Laura.
She has to have known that there are cameras in those rooms.
Well, did they get anything out of the trash can?
We never have heard another word about it.
So it's not possible that she might have been like cleaning herself up a little bit, like ladies do sometimes with a tissue.
With her, she didn't have a tissue when she was doing
No,
it.
she grabbed. I will say this much: it's a little weird. What we saw in the video, it's very strange. The way it looked, it does look as if she reaches down the back of her pants and tosses something, wraps it in a tissue, and throws it in the garbage can. I don't know for a fact. There's no proof. There's nothing that ever came back.
There had to be proof. I mean, there's a camera on her. Surely they looked into the trash can to see what she threw away. If they had
maybe
of it.
If they didn't think anything about it, I don't know. I don't know what it was. It was very strange. But Salty, you can call in.
I came up with something. I think maybe it wasn't drugs. What if she was already an informant and it was something that she was putting in there for them to read? And they had to bring her in to get it so that her cover wasn't blown.
I mean, it could be James Bond.
I'm not trying to overthink this. I'm just going through each
You're
step.
welcome, Dimple.
And that's a huge possibility. If she was an informant at that time, she could have been pulling something out that was not drugs. It was info.
Mm-hmm. That's very possible. Why would she keep it in her pants though?
Because she's an informant that's supposed to be undercover. I mean,
I know, but like if they didn't I watched the whole thing. They never really checked her like that. She could have just kept some kind of information in her pocket or something.
Well,
it could have been a little
Get
nose
it, Salty. Get that link.
There's a link, Salty. You can jump on the panel from the link, or you can call in. Whatever's easiest for you, Salty. Let me know.
I guess I'm just kind of trying to understand how. Okay, so the way that an interrogation works is that before you bring a suspect into the interrogation room, you will, with another witness, clear that room completely, meaning top to bottom, most times.
Yeah.
Or somebody will, okay? And then when that suspect leaves that room, they go over that room again. And a lot of times they will take that opportunity to get any samples of DNA that might have been left behind unknowing, anything that was thrown away, maybe something that was spit or snot, that there's another way for DNA. So the room, it would be against normal procedure for that room not to have been checked after she left. And that would include, with gloves on, unrolling any type of toilet paper or tissue in the trash.
Mm-hmm.
So
whatever you want to
I get
do.
that.
You can call in.
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead, Terry. I'm listening.
I have a friend that has a son in the Marines, okay? And he was put, I don't know what he did, but he was put in the brig or whatever. And another young Marine was also in there with him. And he tried to commit suicide by stuffing tissue down his throat to keep him from breathing.
Oh,
they take your
suffocate him.
shoestrings.
Asphyxiate. Yeah, I've heard about that happening before.
So why would they take your shoestrings? So why would they? And why would they? Didn't even take hers, did they? Or did she?
Well, she wasn't being. She didn't get brought in on a heavy charge that night. That's the thing. she came in under possible DUI. That's all that was. That was way before she got arrested for the Caden Young thing with the overdose and all that stuff. So that was just days. Hold on, here we go.
They're salty.
Salty.
Hello, my dear. How are you?
I'm good now. I'm home and relaxed. I have coffee. I'm outside. It's nice.
Good deal.
But
good deal.
Earlier, I wanted first like everybody in 2 days at 3 p.m. according to the Vine link that I got earlier. There is a hearing. So, and I think if you check, I'm going to check here in just a second. But if you check, I think it's a closed hearing. It goes with whatever got canceled. But so there is a hearing in 2 days at 3 p.m. And I believe it is a closed hearing. I'm going to check into it further. So I wanted to get that out of the way first. No drama involved.
To cover up or to pick up for the canceled one, right?
Well, they already had 2 scheduled for the 2 days in between there. I got it written down somewhere that they already had these scheduled. But I think they're going to put it all together to one hearing. They've done that before.
Yeah.
Because the judge told her and Ann agreed they could have a closed hearing, figure out what could be sealed and what the public could know, and then they would open it up to the public. Remember, they did that with the IGG.
Yep.
You got to hear her arguments, but you didn't get to hear the
right. No, I know what you're saying. You didn't get to hear the other
nuts
side of
and
it.
bolts. I refuse to say meat and potatoes because of that dude across the pond. No, I'm not. No,
I get it.
I'm from the South. The nuts and fucking bolts, man. But yeah. So I don't know. But that's really it. I mean, there's court dates coming up, and as far as the FBI being in town, everywhere has the FBI in town, and there's always something going on around these towns. And especially, I know all the factors. I know all the rumors.
Right.
I have the whole cryptocurrency theory laid out to me beautifully by a pretty large account in my DM sitting on Twitter. It's been there for a long time. I've never once put that shit out.
I never even looked at that.
Because I've looked into it. No, Deco. We have looked. There's people that have looked into all of the theories thrown out there to straight up debunk it.
Absolutely.
Because we can't find any connections anywhere. And everybody wants to blame that on the fact that the entire town has decided that it's going to be cool if we just shut down and nobody say a word.
Right.
Nobody break. Nobody cry to mom because it's gotten too much. Nobody tell their buddies when they're drunk around the fucking campfire in the woods. No. Not a college town full of babies.
Nope.
I'm not making light of college kids. I'm just saying, I managed a restaurant. I had kids that didn't know how to sweep the fucking floor. It amazed me.
It's true, though.
I raised 4. You don't know how to sweep the floor, baby? Damn.
They don't know how to use a mop either.
I mean, I'm just saying we got to be realistic sometimes.
Yes.
That I felt, because we went down and we have looked into it. All this stuff that even Kim has put out there.
Yep.
We've looked into it. And believe me, every kid in that town has been doxxed all over YouTube and Twitter. Sebastian Rogers case, I'm sorry, I got that grandma on my freaking mind because I'm tired of hearing that's how grandmas react. I am a grandma JL or Tony, whatever the fuck his name is. I'll tell him how grandmas will act. You don't need to tell me, right? And if he took up for Seth's mom by using that excuse, and it really made me mad when I heard it. That's who I'm more mad at, is that dude. But when the comparisons here, it gets out of hand really fast, especially when people come on into the scene that want to pretend to be something they're not. Well, we had Dave, Dot, Kim.
Yep.
How many others? Ann stood right there in court and said Some have spoke to the media too much, talking about her potential witnesses.
Right.
Now think about that for a minute. There's a gag order. Nobody's talking. Everybody's mad because nobody's talking. Who's talking more than anybody? Kim.
Yeah.
So nothing Kim has said to you on YouTube will ever get brought into that courtroom. So you can blame Kim for that, because that could have been a theory and could have used as a good defense attorney, if you ask me. But that's just me.
No, I got.
That's all I got to say. I've had enough. All this Sebastian shit we've had to put up with. And I've gotten some pretty good Easter eggs out of all this bullshit Seth and Tony's been doing over the past week. Once I process what they say and I tune out the noise.
Yeah.
I've gotten to know Sebastian a little better, and maybe what really might have been going on there, which could really lead me to figure out what he did that night and where he could have went.
Which is what this whole thing should be about, and it should have been
And
about.
it's the same with Koberger. Right now, I get everybody's concerns with the PCA. The cops wrote the PCA based on the evidence of the tools used. The tools happen to be from the FBI. FBI uses these tools every day. I've been trying to tell y'all that for a year and a half. Go watch other trials and tell me how many you watch that do not bring up what the FBI and CIA and Secret Service have done in these cases. Go look up Susan Morphew right now. Go and look up Crystal Rogers right now. Crystal Rogers is the next case to watch. Just remember I said that.
Yes, I agree with you. I've been watching
years in the making, and it's about freaking time. There's a lot going on, guys, and the FBI is a bit. I mean, Anne's fighting the good fight. She's fighting the FBI. Not many attorneys are willing to do that. She already got IGG materials most attorneys wouldn't get. They don't even ask for what beyond what they're given, right?
Right.
And if that happens, then that's fine. I mean, like I said, they have used that. That's what cost the Golden State Killer. I mean, Paul Holes is a good guy to review and watch some of his work, and you'll get a better understanding of IGG. DC is fantastic, but watch him as well.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Who
ma'am.
did you say? I'm sorry, Salty. What was that?
Hold on, Salty. I don't think you.
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear her. I don't think you can. But say that.
What's the question?
Go ahead, Terry. What were you saying?
Yeah. Wasn't it the FBI?
Can you hear me?
She can hear you, but
hear
you can't hear her.
Oh well, hell, I'm on the phone. When I hit the link and come up on my phone, for some reason I get that horrible echo and I can't hear anything.
It's all right. She's gonna ask me, and I'll just tell you what she's asking. It's fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Terry.
Okay, wasn't it the FBI that cracked down on Steve and told him he needed to zip his mouth?
She said, was it the FBI that cracked down on Steve Gonsalves and told him to shut his mouth?
No, is she talking about when they got mad, the prosecution got mad at that IGG lady and the FBI went over there? Is that what she's talking about?
No.
Steve Gonsalves has run. Steve Gonsalves is a father who lost his daughter in a brutal way, and the other girl who was the best friend, who he thought was his daughter as well. He has said a lot of things.
Yeah.
You have to take all of that with a grain of salt and take away the important things that he did say. And tune the rest out and give him grace, because I hate getting personal when I get up here, but I've lost a child. Please give them grace, because I'm going to tell you right now, I probably would have said and done a lot of the same things if it had been the same circumstance.
Right.
Because you go drive yourself crazy because you need to know everything.
Yeah, and like I said,
whether it's medical or brutal, whatever, you can't put yourself in that shoe unless you've walked it sometimes, and I think that's one of those shoes you can never.
And that's what I was trying to say about.
You hear it all the time. We're all guilty. If it were me, if it were me, trust me, when it came to that, you don't know. Because I'll tell you, the way I reacted is not the way I ever thought I would react. Surprised myself.
Right.
So you never know.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't know why Steve Gonzalez got shut down with his gag order. Understand this, his attorney, if you didn't watch the Daybell and Vallow trials, JJ's grandparents are Kay and Larry Woodcock. Gray was their attorney throughout all of Lori's trial because they had to testify, but they also wanted to be present, but they couldn't as witnesses. So he arranged to have them testify first so that they could get it over with, and then the judge agreed and allowed them to come in and sit through the testimony because they wanted to face Lori Vallow for what she did. They had did the same thing. They're sitting there watching Chad Daybell every day. Bless their hearts in a good way. And I'm from the South, so I have to say in a good way when I say that. So, I mean, and FBI's all up in that case. Trust me, you would be amazed with their drive test. They explain it. They pinpointed that dude in the backyard by the fire pit using GPS and CAST. So you got a good argument, Ann. You really, really do. And she's got a pretty decent expert dude.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm going to say decent because some of his work has been not allowed in court because it was questionable. And then there's some that won cases. So it could go both ways. It's going to come down to your expert. But,
yeah,
I mean, until y'all can bring me some receipts, honey, with all that stuff about.
I'll look for them.
I don't understand what y'all's. Not angle. I don't understand what the theory is anymore. There were so many.
Right.
Is it the FBI is shady? They did something because they're the ones being subpoenaed now. I mean, so you may be onto something. I don't know. I could be fucking totally wrong.
Well, here's another thing that really I can't wrap my head around is that Kaylee went home.
So I can't hear anybody, so I guess I need to get down and just be quiet because I probably said more than I should.
No, you said everything.
Unless they got questions, I'm down for a good conversation about what evidence they may or may not have and what her defense strategy may be going forward.
Well, if you want to listen, I have my headphones on tonight because I figured this out. I think you might be able to jump up here without having an echo if you want to try it again.
All right, let me try my other device because it's better and has more charge on it anyway.
Okay, that sounds good. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so we can try it that way. That way she can hear both sides of things.
Yeah, because I have a couple more questions that are driving me nuts.
That's fine. That's fine. When did you start following this case, Terry?
In the beginning.
Oh, from the beginning? Okay. I didn't know if you had came in later or if you were in here from the beginning. Okay, gotcha. Hold on.
Yeah, in the beginning, and this new report document that was just recently dropped. I think it was yesterday, wasn't it, or either that or the day before. What exactly? Can you kind of give me an idea? And I want to see if I'm on the right page. What is it that they are saying that Ann, or what is it that Ann's doing right now in that document? She's holding their feet to the fire, the prosecution, because of past informants that weren't good, or is that what she's doing? I don't understand what she's.
When was the document you're talking about dropped? If it's a brand new one, I'm pulling it up right now to see what you're talking about.
Okay.
I went over the newest ones that were dropped on the 9th and the 7th yesterday, I think it was. And they were there was nothing like really super exciting about that. So this must be something newer that came out within the past couple days. So
she's going back and picking out different crimes and showing that the informant was what's the word? The informant in those cases, they didn't follow procedure or something. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out what exactly if you have the document, can you kind of tell me? I mean, is
I'm
she
pulling it up.
saying that? Okay.
Just give me a. Can you hear me, Salty? Are you up here?
I think she fell out.
Let me try it again.
That's what she said.
Mom, are you still here?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, Kimber, I see you and hear you. Terry, I know you're here. Okay, clues right there. All right, give me a minute. The link. I put another link. Hey, Norma, I put another link in the chat. Salty, I'm sorry. Somebody else drop off. Tomboy's right there.
I'm here.
Clue dropped off. Sure, or not, got knocked off. There's a link, Clue, if you want to grab that one again. Hold on, guys. I'm scrolling down to the bottom of this massive thing of documents here. Okay, so we have. Oh shit! Holy shit! Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Defendant's response to state's motion to limit testimony, motion to temporarily seal exhibits, motion to temporarily seal supplemental response, and order vacating and rescheduling the hearing dates, which was because of yesterday. Okay. Hold on a minute. We'll go one at a time. I don't know if you can hear me, Salty, but and Clue, where are you? There. Anyway, there's 2 links in there. If you guys both want to grab one, and we can get you both back in here. So let's see here. All right. So this is the first one. Let's see if I can hit what you're talking about. 1 second here. There we go. Can you hear me, Salty?
Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely. And
Cool.
I hear no echo or nothing. How does it sound for you?
Sounds good. You just put your headphones on. That's all you did.
That's all it was. So it must have been that
Dude.
I'm sorry. I think it was my speakers were picking you up through the microphone and it was reverbing back through. So that's awesome. Good. It was my okay. So this is the new defendant's response to state's motion to limit testimony. Is this the one you were talking about, Terry?
Yes. I mean, it's the
Yeah. That is the new one. Yeah, that's the new
doing
one.
something that is extremely clever.
Okay.
Would you agree, Salty, that Anne can't talk about it because of the gag order, right? So she's trying to make sure that people know. Or am I correct?
Well, yeah. Well, Anne's been doing. The defense has been doing. That's what the defense does. Okay, especially under a gag order, when they talk about things that will come out in documents, which is what you want. That's the only way you get your information. And so I know this document's there, but I haven't reviewed it yet. I've been deep in Sebastian for the last couple of days. I'll be honest with you. I have not even looked at the document. But I know what it's about because I understand what it means, but I'm curious to see what it says.
Well, this one here says, of course, comes now Brian Koberger by and through his attorney of record, hereby submits the following response to the state's motion to limit testimony filed May 10th, 2024. In the state's motion, the state contends that the affidavit of probable cause is irrelevant. Hold on.
Hold on. See, this is the one I kind of did okay, I'm gonna lie. I briefly read over it, and I got to that part, and I thought, they're gonna try to say that the PCA is not relevant. So
Exactly.
Hold on,
Terry.
Hold on.
Okay.
So I go back to Delphi. So I'm comparing these two because you got to have something to compare to. You can't get tunnel vision, and kind of sort of same stuff there a little bit. But I'm like, well, oh, that's not cool of the state because this is the defense that did it in Delphi, right? So, but they each, a lot of times you don't want your most damning evidence admitted if you're the defense. So you're going to fight to keep it out. But if you're the prosecution, you don't want shit in that's like sketch. But if you're saying this, and I haven't finished reading it beyond that part,
because
Yeah.
it stumped me when I read that. I was like, no, that's not going to fly. And I'm not looking at this as an FBI did something cover up situation with Brian Koberger. I'm looking at it at a law perspective. Like Ann Taylor has to look at it. Okay. So I'm not going to sit around and tell y'all these things don't happen and all that. But I can't wrap it around all that crazy stuff that goes with it without, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to talk about this case.
Well,
Right.
Diego, you got it in front of you. What does it say in there about the informant or
Which it says it's irrelevant. It's talking about the PCA. Does it say anything else about anything besides the PCA? Go ahead and finish, Dago. Sorry.
That's okay. It says that the PCA is irrelevant at this stage. State's motion at 4. The state cites no authority for this claim. Mr. Koberger has the ability to challenge the probable cause affidavits in this matter that were used to procure warrants. And then it's C State versus Thompson, blah, 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 so on and so forth. Reliability is a go ahead.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the words that.
Yeah.
I got to reread it because I don't know if I can. Let me go on my other thing and see if I can read along.
I can build it a little bit bigger for you if I can. See if I can keep it.
Yeah, I gotta take it in as I'm hearing it.
Okay. Let me back up a little bit. The state cites no authority for. Oh, that's too big. Hold on. No authority for this claim. Mr. Koberger has the ability to change the probable cause affidavits in this matter that were used to procure warrants. CEG State versus Thompson 114, Idaho 746 753 1988. Finding informers. Reliability a relevant issue as it is related to probable cause for a wiretap. State.
Hold on. What? Go back.
That's the case. That was the case.
That's the case. Skip the case. I don't care about that case right now.
Okay, that's fine. I just that's why I was trying to.
They all have. Look, they're all gonna cite a previous case to.
Yes.
For their legal stuff. But I read those too when I'm reading it, but
exactly
for different reasons, and I don't need to hear that right now.
So,
I'm looking to see what what they're actually trying to withhold. He said at this stage, so she can challenge it.
Right. And
I haven't seen her challenge it yet. Have you seen her challenge it? Anybody in the filings? Did I miss something?
I
haven't seen it.
He hasn't formally challenged the PCA. So why are they bringing it up like this?
I don't know.
And why is she going back to different informant and different?
I gotta look at the things. Hold on. Well, it's a wiretap. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So, moving past these case things here, the finding of an indictment does not preclude a defendant from seeking to gain through discovery information relevant to the probable cause provided to the court. So
they obtained warrants. So it was probably pertaining to the warrant to do that.
Yeah, that's basically what it referred to back there. So, and that is it for that document.
Well, when you put your probable cause evidence, in this case, Linda Lane footage, car circling 3 times, or 40 whatever 7. I think all my notes. I mean, all these times run together in this case. 408 making that third turn around those apartments in the back. The lights go dim. I remember that pretty clearly from watching Linda Lane when everybody was studying that truck with Dylan and the dog and all that. I was watching that white sedan over in the left-hand corner circling its prey. I don't know who's in that white car, but that white car, according to that PCA, is the person that went into that house.
Right.
Not anybody over there in that truck that had nothing to do with this case. So anyway, they have that. Okay. They have the phone pings that appear to match up with their camera sightings along the way into town from Pullman to Moscow.
Let me clarify something real quick. Mittens, she says, when was a wiretap done in this case? I'm lost.
Probably on Brian.
Yeah.
If they've honed in on him, because I think logically, if you look at it honestly, and I'm not going to challenge the legalities of IGG right here. That's not my job. That's Ann's. And
Right.
she did it and she won. She's moved on from that. So as that IGG was being developed, because this has become a pretty damn normal tool, like geofencing.
Yeah.
Okay, you'd be amazed. And now the prosecution in Delphi don't want geofencing brought in, but damn, y'all use it all the time in cases. It's fixing to be used in co-workers. You're going to see. So, yeah, I mean, some of this stuff is like I can just need to explain it, I guess. And then you can decide for yourselves. I'm not here to change anybody's mind.
No, but
Some
I'm
of it
loving
needs
hearing your.
to be explained, and I feel like that's a lot of that got in the way as well. The I don't knows, make it make sense. He can't be the guy. He looks normal. He's got college degrees in criminology. Yeah, tell me about it. And if you really look at Brian Koberger and not get tunnel vision with all the rest of this stuff, and look at some of the stuff that was presented, he could be the guy. We don't know. I think the wiretap would pertain to him. They were watching him at that point. IGG's coming down. They find the car in the parking lot. All that's happening at the same time. I don't know which one came back first. I think that the ID, the car, the night the cops saw the car and they ran the plates and got a picture of his ID and saw those damn bushy eyebrows, and that's all they freaking had. I think somewhere right in there they got the name Brian Koberger from that IGG. But how? Because by then they had to go get daddy's DNA. They didn't get that until Pennsylvania.
Right.
See, there's an issue there that I can see, because I don't know, and that was Ann's issue. Which one of those came first? Because if not, we got a discrepancy in time, I think, of when those actually happened.
That's a good point.
So it sounds like she does not want the PC, and please turn me to which one is which, but one of them, the PCA, she's trying to prove it that it just needs to go away.
You know what? It could be a wiretap to the cigarette butt guy. They could have tapped that dude's phone while they were investigating him. And Ann's like, I want cigarette butts, guys. I got notes here saying y'all have this. I want it. Maybe it's that. There's no telling who the wiretap was for, if that's exactly what this is. But I would bet it would be your suspect. And in this case, would be Brian Koberger.
That would make sense. I agree. So the second document to drop right after that is the motion to temporarily seal Exhibits 1 of the state's second supplemental response to defendant's fourth motion to compel discovery, and the state's supplemental response to defendant's fifth motion to compel discovery pending hearing. It's a lot to say.
Well, that's two different motions, right?
Yeah.
And hang on, let me see that. For a temporary sealing of the exhibits, I wonder if that's got to do with those subpoenas of the FBI, because there was two of them that just went out.
Very possible,
Or
yeah.
so some of this stuff will pertain, because they might be getting stuff back we don't know about yet, which, I mean, they went and got shit last June, so I don't, who knows what that was. The longer this takes, and the more the defense, because now the defense has been cool with waiting and postponing. We heard how busy she is. She's got a lot of data.
Right.
They got a lot in Delphi too, lady. Did you get taken off your case and then put back? All that stuff happened. Are you getting all your hearings heard? Because they're not.
Right.
I bet you get that venue change that they couldn't get. I don't know. It gets frustrating to hear, because I don't know if this guy did it. It gets frustrating to hear all the other crap. So go ahead, Dago. I'm sorry.
Well, after that, the next page just explains what they always explain about interfere with
why.
Yeah, that's all that is.
Yeah. of why they want to keep it sealed. Same standard
Exactly.
shit.
Yep. Same stuff I've read 300 times.
Same
You guys.
standard shit. And if all this stuff was unsealed, we would all be sitting here reading these documents and literally debating the freaking evidence in real time.
Right.
Because when there's not a seal on a case, I'm not taking up for a sealed case because I'm in Florida. Everybody has your state has a sunshine law, thanks to Florida. But we have the best one. And Dago, I'm still trying to get those documents, by the way. That was 100 and something page digital document drop.
Yeah.
Which means the defense is starting to ask for discovery. So any day now, the actual document should be available. So I'll keep it going. Anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, Salty, so can you tell if Anne has a strategy and that's what she's doing?
I think at this point, honestly, can I be really honest about my opinion?
Yeah.
Oh, always.
I think her honest strategy is to go against what they have, which is phone pings, grainy car footage, and some DNA on a sheath.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's it.
So now she's got a phone expert already there. She already got the IGG experts. Boom, they came in hot, did their jobs. She got what she wanted. The judge had to freaking close down his life, like he said, and go through all of that material and decide what she can have and not have. And then she was thankful to get all that she did. And then she wants her investigators to look at it. I don't understand that part because I don't know who they're going to go investigate. Or the cousin, the dad? I mean, what? Why did they show it to your IGG experts, but your investigator is no need because that's private information. So anyway, that's another thing. So
right, and then the next document that pops up is the motion to temporarily seal supplemental response to defendant's fourth and response to fifth motions to compel and motion to limit the scope of testimony. Okay. And this one here, it says that
see the limit to what you just said. They've already had those filings yet. And then they're sealing what they're doing in support of those as well. You know what I mean? They have to. All of that. There's a lot of when you have a full discovery, you're going to find tons of pages of bullshit, kinda, sorta.
Yeah.
And some of this is a little bit of that. Some of it, most of it's not, but a little bit of it is.
Oh yeah. There's a bunch of the same stuff reworded and reprinted and thrown back out in different ways. So,
well, explain to me, Salty, if you don't mind. Sorry, Dago, I didn't mean to over talk you. Salty, what was I going to ask now? I just said that. Anyway, so are they trying? Here's a question, and you'll be, this. When is there?
I like that question on the screen right there. That's a good question.
That's Bobby, old dude. It's his. He thinks that that's
you can question the FBI because they just did it in the Chad Daybell case. Like I said, they on cast and drive test. So we just heard drive test brought up in the recent, hearing with Ann. She wants that drive test, and yeah, I already know what that was. I mean, it's interesting to watch that dude testify. You guys should really review it.
Absolutely.
So if the FBI is not involved, then what is the judge? What is he saying when he said, "Oh, the FBI is hard to work with"?
Honey, their FBI is hard for everybody to work with. They don't just give up their tools willy-nilly to the general freaking public.
But
we don't want to know. Let me ask you this. Okay. Let me ask you this question. If you thought in your heart and soul that Brian Kohberger did this, and you thought of that with a passion, the way you're doing right now, and I don't blame you, I'm cool with your passion, would you be so concerned with how the FBI got to him? If it put a bad guy off the, would you really think about it? Would you think about it much? Or I'm being, I'm trying to be, or are you just plain skeptical of the FBI? I don't know. I don't think they're involved because here, when the Delphi murders happened, they did ask for the FBI help. Okay, the FBI came in, offered their assistance. They had 3 investigators on a task force working the case. Those 3 investigators, one was from ISP, but he happened to be an FBI agent later. So it was 2 FBI agents and another guy. And 2 of them were from Rushville, a town neighboring. So 3 task force dudes, FBI. They early on examined the evidence, including the photos, and immediately came in with this Odinist theory. Then the professor was interviewed from Purdue University, who told them, yeah, this could be exactly that. Okay. Did the local police turn around and said, we don't need you anymore, FBI, you can leave? FBI leaves. One of those agents walks out of his office and is shot and killed by a former corrections officer from Indiana, who are allowed to wear Odinist patches and now tattoos on their freaking faces. So the FBI is not, they're there to offer their tools. Here's what we can do for you. Let's do it. Now it's all on you. Here's your evidence. And they're gone. They're not going to share what they do with the general public. That's why it's hard to get the information from them. And the judge knew that and damn well knows it. She's a lawyer. And the judge, they agreed upon that. Anna stood in that courtroom so many times and told y'all the state of Idaho, I don't believe the state's lying to me. And I swear to God, I would hear her say in court, the state's not lying to me. I could go join a stream an hour later and it would be full of the state's lying, the state's lying. I'm like, oh my God, oh my God.
Yeah, she said it so many times that everything she's asked them for, he has given her. It's not them that's not handing it over. It's the FBI that's not handing it over to them.
And she said in that one hearing several months ago, she had everything to do with the car. So she's got all their car footage. She's had it for a long time. The only thing she said that really intrigued me was that Linda Lane footage. And she's damn well talking about, she's not talking about Linda Lane footage, the 1112 footage that we assume is the 50-foot away footage. But here's the noises in the PCA. Remember? Wait a minute. Hold on. PCA uses the noise picked up on the camera 50 feet away from Xana's room. And mentions the video that the noise starts long before the oak. And this is pertaining to, hold on. See, y'all, I got to get out of the Sebastian rabbit hole for a freaking minute so I can go process what's going on with Idaho.
Well, this will give you a little break from Sebastian.
Yeah.
Damn. I got to figure it out, girl, before I can give you a real good answer. I got to get in Ann's head for a minute and reread all this shit and read the prosecution shit again. Okay, go ahead, Dago. I'm sorry.
It's all right. So this is just another, again, standard basic. Comes now, state of Idaho by and through Latah County. Hereby moves the court pursuant to Idaho Court Administrative Rule 32G1, Idaho Code 74-124 for a temporary order sealing supplemental response to defendant's fourth and response to fifth motions to compel and motion to limit scope of testimony herein because release or disclosure would, of course, interfere with enforcement, deprive a person of a right to fair trial and or impartial adjudication. Okay, and then all these other excuses that come down through the bottom here. Same stuff again. So that's what that one is all about and why.
What is it that she wants? Why is she fighting for an open trial so hard?
What?
You know, she wants to unseal and not have it be closed.
The trial?
Yeah. What's her?
The trial was never going to be What do you mean? No cameras in the courtroom?
I don't think anybody can go in there, can they? I mean,
For this
I'm
hearing,
wrong.
are you talking about the hearing?
Yes.
The hearing is because of the nature of the material to be discussed. It's going to be talking about the evidence, including that footage she was just speaking about with the audio on it. Because the judge said, wait a minute, we don't want to talk about all that right now. Because Ann was fixing to get carried away. Because she brought the fire finally. Like I've been telling Dago, when she brings me the fire, I'm going to listen. And she did. So I'll give credit where credit's due in a heartbeat. But that's one of the evidence things they're going to be discussing, along with some of the other shit that evidence that pertains to the case that's already under seal. And if it is discussed openly in the court hearing, then that evidence is going to be brought out there. Okay, so y'all got your choice. You can be like Casey Anthony and have all your shit out there the entire time. No seal, no moving, nothing. Stay where you at, face the music. She walked out a free woman. I point out that kind of stuff sometimes, kind of like Elizabeth Smart's case. Just saying. Balance. Was that Lady of Liberty, lady holding the scales? Shit, yeah.
Yeah. I have so many questions more, but it's kind of like, I mean, to make you guys understand what I'm trying to do is that it's like me watching the Super Bowl, and if I didn't have any clue.
Look, if Ann's not dirty, okay, if Ann's not linked to the cover-up, then she's going to do her job. So if Ann sees a cover-up of any sort anywhere in her investigation, because don't think even the guy that represented the temporary guy for Delphi, when he came out and finally did an interview and said that Richard Allen was innocent, and that, Barbara asked him, well, do you believe, do you say that about all your clients? He said, well, yeah, but I rarely believe it. And he was being honest, right? So I know Ann has stood up there and told all y'all her clients innocent. And I'm not going to lie, when she says that, I'm listening, because now I know I get it. It's not her job to prove it. It's the state's. But she's going to stand there and tell me that and tell me he's got an alibi. Now prove it.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Something's interesting with this one. I thought this document, I thought this was just showing the vacated hearing, but this says, excuse me, the court orders the following based on the agreement of the parties. The hearing scheduled for May 14th at 1:30 p.m. for the defendant's fourth and fifth motions to compel is vacated. This will allow both parties and the court additional time to review the information that was submitted by the parties between May 7th and May 10th. Defendant's fourth and fifth motions to compel will be heard May 30th at 10. After reviewing the submissions of the parties filed on May 7th and May 10th, the court has determined the hearing will be open to the public.
Okay.
Thus, the court May 2nd, 2024.
So see what happened was the one that was going to happen today, the one that got, canceled.
Yeah.
They got together and they worked their shit out like the judge told them to do.
Exactly.
And so now that hearing will be moved to May 30th, but open to the public. And according to the Vine, like I said, I got a Vine alert today. Because I got one about the cancellation of the hearing, but I got another one earlier today when I was out, and it said the 16th there was a hearing. But remember, there were 2 hearings coming up.
Yeah.
Shit, I'm outside again. Shit. My notes are in there. There was 2 hearings, 14th, 16th, and they were both for different things, but I can't remember which was which. And anyway, I have to go look.
Okay.
But,
so it says that the order granting the motion to close the 14th is withdrawn. If during the hearing, this is what they should have done to begin with, and they were going to. If during the hearing issues arise that may be addressed in a sealed proceeding, the court will clear the courtroom, discontinue the live and the proceedings on the court YouTube channel. So they're going to give it a chance.
A chance for
to run the stream unless something comes up during it is what they're saying. So
well, damn, I wonder why they said that, because nothing's come up before. The camera don't zoom in on their boy, on Mr. Koberger.
I think it has to do with prosecution being worried about what's going to come out during that hearing.
Well, Anne might get all fired up and let some shit slip that she shouldn't. Okay, I'm here for it. Anne, calm down.
Exactly. So then, moving on to the second part, based on the agreement of the parties, the hearing scheduled for the 16th at 3 is vacated and reset for the 30th. This portion of the hearing will include arguments on the defendant's motion to allow defense investigators to review IGG materials and defendant's motion to unseal part of the IGG materials. At this juncture, the hearing will be sealed as stipulated by the parties. In the event that the parties determine that the hearing can be open to the public, the parties must file a stipulation to open the hearing no later than May 24th to provide adequate notice to the victims' families. Although no hearing is set for the 31st, the court will reserve space on its calendar beginning at 10 a.m. that morning if additional time is needed to complete the hearing on defendant's motion to compel during the portions of the IGG information. So I'm looking for another document to be coming out before the 24th for Anne to put that motion through to keep that open.
Well, there's going to be a lot of motions coming because this is a death penalty case. I guess that's what labels them high-profile cases. I don't know what labels a high-profile case what causes it to be that anymore. If it's the nature of the crime, if it's the person that did the accused of the crime, or I don't even know anymore. Is it the drama that gets involved? I don't freaking know. But you know what I'm saying? Damn. But
So
go ahead.
It should be interesting. I'll say that much. I really do think that there's probably
I wonder why she wants the investigators to look at the IGG if it's, I don't know what they would look at other than the way the tree was built, right? And the people on the tree. They're not supposed to look into the people on the tree. That's the whole point of the sealed document.
I think it has something to do with what Cy is going to be talking about, in my opinion. That's just my opinion, though.
He's going to be talking about cast stuff, right? He's our cell phone guy.
Or, I mean, not Cy. The other two witnesses that they had on the documents.
Oh, yeah, the guy and the girl, and then the one that talked, the girl, Vargas lady, and the other lady, and I watched all that.
The other two were just approved for whatever, so I think it had something to do with that. I don't know why I said Cy.
No, but I guess it's me, because when I hear the word investigator, we know they have a private investigator, or all of them do. So is it the private investigator you want to look at it, or is it the IGG investigators? So I'm assuming the whole time one of them at least would have access to whatever Anne was getting, because she's not an IGG expert. So she's got to share the information with the expert in a way to kind of get you know what I'm saying? They can't go in there blind.
So then would that be possibly her meaning that they want Richard Batanti to be able to look at this? Is that what you're saying, or
that's what I was wondering, but I don't think that makes sense. It would have to be the IGG investigators, but I would assume they already would have access to to the stuff. I don't know.
Unless it has something relating to what Batanti has already looked into, and now they want him to see this to see if it maybe matches up with something.
Well, that would have to be like a cousin or some shit, dude. I mean, that's crazy. Okay. It's Idaho. I can't say no. It's Idaho.
I know there's so much crazy stuff with it, but I'm just saying, trying to figure this stuff out is insane. So there you go.
If you don't speak, now we know what veterans or people that, soldiers that come up back over here to work, and HR companies don't have any idea what they're reading, because it's a completely different language in the military than what we speak.
Yeah.
Where's the baby?
Exactly. You were so quiet all that time, Truth. I didn't even know you were still sitting here.
Good Lord.
I'm just a Tennessee Cobra over here.
No, that cracked me up, because today I had y'all all in the car all damn day, and when y'all was talking about Dolly being funny and shit, and I was like, I can't lie, fucking dude's funny, right? So when he did that just now, it cracked me up. I'm sorry.
No, it is funny. He irritates me, but he's funny at the same time. So.
Yeah, I don't watch
see,
him.
here's the thing about Dolly though. He's unapologetically himself.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And he tells you he doesn't care about the cases per se, that he's there for entertainment and for money. It'd be different if he was under a false disguise and acting like he cared and all that. He doesn't. And he's
Yeah.
okay with that. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
that
That's
is
cool. I
entertainment.
honestly don't know that guy. I've watched one or two, maybe probably about 3 or 4 things for review reasons because of what was going on or whatever. But that was it. You know what I mean? I don't know anything else about him. But when I did watch it, the guy was funny. I was laughing. So
I don't like the fact that he has an RSO living in his home.
I don't know anything about that rabbit hole. I heard y'all talking about all that.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
his
ooh.
brother.
Like,
That's
no
his
wonder
brother.
I didn't. No wonder I never went in there and hung out around that dude's shit because I've only literally watched it to review material, which is what happens a lot. I end up reviewing a lot of stuff, but yeah, that's the only reason how I know he's funny.
But
Other than that, I don't know anything about him.
He didn't do what his brother was charged with, so you can't really hate him
Yeah,
either.
I
And
don't.
it is his brother, so I mean, there's a lot there, you know.
Yeah, I bet there's a lot there. That's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
So.
It's just hard because I don't have, I don't have a law degree. I don't know a lot
So,
of the wordings.
do you think that the FBI did something wrong? Is that what you believe? I mean, what is your theory here, really?
My theory on that is, and I'm gonna go after I get off, I'm gonna try to find receipts or anything to do with the FBI undercovers that had been placed and sprinkled throughout the camp, or probably both of them, but for sure, Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Because
so, do you think the FBI was investigating what was going on in the town?
Yes, I do.
And then what happened at King Road is because of what was going on in the town, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about like drugs?
Now, I'm asking her. I'm asking you. I don't know. I haven't got there yet. I haven't got that far yet. Hold on.
Okay. What was the question then?
Well,
Why do I think that there's
so the FBI was there already investigating something, and then I asked you, were they investigating something going on in the town, and you said yes.
Yes, I think they were investigating.
Okay.
Not
what were they?
the town, but the area.
Right. Okay. Okay. They're investigating the area in that town and the people, because there's got to be people involved.
Right.
So the people in the town in that area.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What were they investigating? Do you have any idea?
Drugs.
The drugs?
Yes.
Okay. So do you think the frat boys were dealing drugs and the fight that Ethan got into that night was to do with those drugs, or was it because Maddie flushed them all down the toilet?
I don't know. See, this is now where I'm getting into.
Yeah, those are those rabbit holes we've been down so deep.
I can't follow. I personally can't follow any of
So
that.
deep. And if you go down those rabbit holes, at some point you have to come up for air. And
That's what she said.
Yeah, I bet she did. Damn
Absolutely.
it.
I
Damn it,
can't.
man. Yeah, I mean, honey, I don't know. We've looked. We know Dylan's boyfriend from Boise, the drug connection there, rumors. The Emma and Demetrius, I know. I know.
Yeah.
I know. Caden, I know. I know all of it.
We went through every bit of that from like a year ago up till
I got
6
a
months
map of the
ago.
fucking tunnels.
Yeah, that tunnel thing was too much for me. But we've covered every bit of that, and there's nothing there that makes any sense. So that's why
I saw the video footage of Emma several times. Let me just add this. Of course I reviewed it. I wouldn't be any good at what I try to do if I didn't review all this shit. So yes, I've seen the footage of Emma. I saw the whole thing from the time she was pulled over until the time she was taken in, the whole time she was questioned. I saw everything everybody was telling me on social media she was doing at the trash there. No. They never, none of that. she was a girl that had too much to drink or something. They took her in. She was questioned. All that went down. I mean, there was nothing else there to it. I also saw the footage of Ethan getting pulled over before, and he wasn't drinking, and a cop talked to him. I've seen all the footage from King Road parties. It was a party house that's well established. We can't deny it. We've looked at all the stuff, and not one person's provided a receipt, I might add.
Right.
Not one person. And I'm not going to buy we're scared to, because y'all ain't fucking scared to run to social media like Kim and Seth and Dot and run your fucking mouths.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
No,
You're
you're
fine.
right. That's why I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to understand these documents, because they're, to me, half the time it's like reading Greek. I mean, I just want to make sure I understand what
That's because everything is sealed with this case. There's going to be a ton of hearings coming up. Anne's about to unleash a bunch of shit. She's going to challenge everything from all of the phone stuff, all of the video. I don't know what she can really do with the video. It's probably in her benefit if it's all grainy, because it doesn't prove anything. Even the neighbor at 1112, if it sees the white sedan coming into the neighborhood 3 times, if Linda Lane sees it circling back there, none of those see the car park and an individual get out and go in. That's a problem. Maybe. Because his sheath's in there with some DNA, so I don't know how big of a problem that is. But if all the footage they have of that car is so grainy, and we all know it is because they couldn't even figure out what year it was, right, for the long time. It was all that fucking bullshit about the year. That's why all the footage is grainy. They did their best guesses. This guy happened to spot a 2015 that night, and lo and behold, this dude's got the bushy eyebrows. That's literally all they had. Until they got some damn DNA back that matched what they had on that sheath. That's all there is to this case.
Yep.
Literally. Apparently. Now, we've been told by the defense there's no known connection. We heard Bill stand up and yell about, you say that you knew that was a lie, that they weren't stalking. What was the lie? That was a rumor, or that was the truth? Because no one's ever said in any documents that Brian Koberger stalked the victims. That was legitimately a rumor.
And that was started by the phone pings. Is that right?
I don't know. The rumors get started in every case. You just have to kind of follow the evidence. Sometimes you got to go back to the beginning and start with just the evidence. I did that with Delphi. It got super crazy for a minute, and a bunch of YouTube shit went down, and I had to back off for a minute. Case got deep for a minute. So, I said, fuck it. I've been following this case from the day those girls disappeared. I went right back to the beginning, and I reviewed so much material. And evidence, and so you got to pay attention to the evidence that they claim they have. So right now they got probable cause, and that's it, with the sheath DNA being their biggest. Grainy car footage and phone pings that are going to be pretty accurate. Y'all going to be surprised with the accuracy of the phone pings. What he did with that phone for 2 hours, I don't freaking know. Did he leave it over there at the park and go back and get it later? Because he knew, I always said, given what he did in school, and his brilliance, everybody says this dude is, his data fucking evidence shit. Why take that phone, right? Why take his phone? Why? He did it for a reason. And I kept saying he had to, you could have left it at home on the nightstand, would have been so easy to say. I went for my drive. I left my freaking phone. End of story. That didn't happen.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it does, because now you can establish that your phone was over there the whole time.
Well, yeah, that does make sense there. That part of it does with this now that we've had, but before it didn't make any sense why he took his phone with him, is what I'm saying. So
does to me now. I'm sorry. I've just kind of got an epiphany there. just added to my checklist of maybe nots. I should say.
Right.
Damn, Koberger, you're better than I fucking thought. And I've been deep in that dude's head. I'm not gonna lie, it's scary. I got out.
Mhm. By the way, I'm sure you'll appreciate this, Salty, that I guess Dolly is pissed right now from what Clue had just told me, and it's because the Proudfoot's threatened him with the police. So based on the thing
Oh.
he's been saying, I guess. So just letting you know.
Well, it's getting crazy and it's gonna get dangerous.
Go
It's gonna get more
Proudfoots.
dangerous.
I think it is. I think it's already starting to get to that point, and it shouldn't be like this. This is a missing child.
The social media attack I told you days ago, or I've been trying to say it, I watched it unfolding, and it started
Right.
right before Heather stepped down because there was a heavy push on Twitter
Yeah.
and a heavy put. And y'all don't think internet cranks exist? When y'all see me type crank, internet cranks are out there. They have one job, and they're pretty freaking good at it, to crank the audience. And they will come out and heavily. There's that girl on Twitter, man. She's hard and heavy against Katie. Heavy. And I know for a fact who she's very good friends with. But I don't understand their total differences right now.
Right.
When Chloe made that statement on Twitter and she said she's open to questions, I asked her a question. JR, she answered me. He used that shit in his video this morning, JLR did. And the comment she made back to me, because I'm going to ask you a question. If I get the chance, I want to ask you a real fucking question. I do not give a rat's ass about those parents.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did want to know, though, my question was, did you step down because Seth no longer believes it's Katie and you do? And that's when she came back and said she didn't believe it was Katie, that she believes he walked away and don't perpetuate the drama. Okay, but I haven't been doing that, but okay. I left it at that, right?
Right.
So then I have to but it's getting dangerous because of the people that are out there doing what they're doing with all the stuff that Seth has said.
Right.
The man has said way too much. Steve 2.0 needs to calm down because parents become very emotional because they're so close and so they don't know what to fucking do. I'll give them that.
Yeah, but I don't. Bringing Tony in was a big disaster.
That dude is the worst part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yes, he is.
He's the worst, absolute worst part of it. And I'm not done with Tony. And I don't care if there's trolls listening that came in just to see what they're doing and saying over there with Clue and Dago and all them fucking people. My TikTok is alive and well, and it has been for a long time. It's not as big as all those TikTok girls, but it has a voice and people, and I'm not holding back. It's Tony wants to play on TikTok, we'll play, and I don't put out the bullshit. I will use your own words.
Right.
Just like Clue. Go, girl. You fucking go, Clue. Because when I'm in my car listening to you, you make me laugh, and you're saying what I want to say, but you're saying it a little bit better.
A little bit more attitude to it.
Well, that's debatable. I don't go on her as much as she does. But yeah.
Clue definitely puts the itch in. Never mind.
No, look, I see her like I see Dago. The crowd, they love them, right? The crowd loves these guys. And that's fine because they can use their platform and their voice for good because they have that reach. So
The crowd thinks I'm angry and aggressive. I don't understand it.
I know, dude, right? That's so not true.
These people have got to stop driving by their house. It's wrong. It's wrong.
Yes.
I don't care.
I'm with you. Like Clue said, if you can't, why would Katie stay there?
Yeah.
When Chris goes to work, because she was not safe from the get go. And I know y'all, we all gonna have that love-hate relationship with JLR. I have it. I had it. I don't see how he saw my shit on Twitter because he saw my name, but he blocked me a long time ago. So he went in the back door. I see you, JLR. So anyway, oh, being there and people stalking the house the way they were with the intent that they did it for, it really was never about interviewing the police or trying to get the mom to open up about the child. Really, I mean, I know there were early interviews with the Proudfoots that people talk about, but it was never about what it was supposed to be on YouTube. And people want to call out mainstream media. Well, you need to check yourself while you're doing that, because you're not doing no better. You're doing the same thing you blame them for. So if you want to do one better, then do better.
Yeah.
But it's getting dangerous because the woman can't stay at home. I don't know. Kimber, is that you up here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The other day we were having a conversation. We named like 7 women that we knew had absolutely harmed their children.
Yes, we did.
So we get it. But nothing right now shows me anything that leads to that. So I can't get behind that theory.
Nope. It sure don't. And here's the thing, folks. If law enforcement comes out and says that that's what happened, then hell, here we go. Here's my torch and here's my pickaxe. Let's go now. Okay. That's how that works. But until that happens, we cannot. This country is based on the premise of innocent until proven guilty. Okay. And that's nobody has ever claimed that Seth did anything to his child. The reason why, and I want everybody to understand this, the reasons why people are upset with Seth, it has nothing to do with what he did or didn't do to his son. It's the way that he has come out here and the way that he has the way that he has perpetrated the attacks on the other parents.
Lied.
Is nothing like it just doesn't make any sense. So
he's finally he showed his true colors, his personality. Clue picked up on some things early on with his personality, and I think she nailed it. He's that guy. He's going to be arrogant. He's very defensive when he gets on an interview. I don't care if it's mainstream media, social media. He gets asked a question. He's very standoffish about his answer. He's very 1 or 2 words about it, and that's it. And it's like, that's weird to me. I find that off-putting. He came out of the gate hot with his personality, and I think Cletus also picked up on some stuff there. He was kind of led, and I saw that early on. He was led by social media, and it was perfectly fucking clear when he got on that stupid show and accused Chris, his mother, of taking the boy. The boy has a name. My mother would be like, that boy has a name. Say it. Okay? Sebastian has a name. So while we're talking about Sebastian, I have 4 children. None of them have autism. But my baby boy, well, my second baby boy, first one I should say, was born 3 months early. I was told he was going to have all kind of shit wrong with him. He doesn't. He's fine. He's 33, just turned 33 last week. He's had some lung issues over the years, but he's fine. You can't. Why did it take so long to get him diagnosed? If Seth was a great dad and he took care of him, blah, 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 Katie was in the military, Katie wasn't there, whatever. You talked about how he talked about how he was young and didn't know that couldn't get the S mastered and the school issues that came about here and there. So there was obviously early signs, and I know that he had the deletion issue. So then you move forward all this stuff to now. And now we're going to homeschool. Why? We're not in a pandemic. He goes to school already. I don't care what anybody says, where Seth lives, anything. It's a fucking county with a brick and mortar school. Don't tell me it's about your stupid schedules. I don't think Katie would approve of that schedule unless she was being forced to. So was he forced to go into homeschool for a little while? Now, Seth, if you believe the crap he wants to come out and tell everybody because he wants to tell all of his business, was the child having inappropriate conversations. He very well could, because with things he had going on, the things that happened that Seth came out and told the world about, these things could have been going on, which lead me more to believe that he very well could have walked out of that house. And now I know that he absolutely did have access to online. And I told you, my niece, we couldn't give her a device. She's going to figure out a way to get online. She did it every single time.
Same way my son did
And
too.
she was on the spectrum, okay? But she was high functioning as well. And so, I mean, I think Sebastian was a lot more capable. So if Katie did not harm her son, the child walked out. But what happened when he walked out? Did he disappear into the woods, unfortunately, or did somebody pick him up? Did he communicate with somebody? So if he did, now the FBI, TBI, Sumner County, they all have these two devices, the phone and I know what they can get out of these devices. I know what they can do. I'm surprised they didn't go get Seth's damn video game now. Actually, I need to make a phone call. 1-800-TBI-FIND, is that the fucking number? Because now I want you to go over there and get that man's video game system, and I want you to pull all the data off that PS4 or 5, whatever the fuck, which one it is. Now, because I'm going to get mad again, because I'm going to go back to Tony and take my shit out on Tony, because he ought to fucking know better. And I looked through my whole entire file, and I'm trying to find it, where he sat on a TikTok with all those little girls and talked about how he showed up over there at the King Roadhouse with his stupid ass drone and got all this footage and gave it to Brian Enton. That was long before the Caleb Harris case. So don't tell me you hadn't been following true crime, or you wouldn't have known to go to Moscow, Idaho to film that house with drone footage. You wouldn't even cared if you didn't follow true crime. So
Well, I thought it was kind of weird last night when he said, when Tony said, well, I turned off chat.
Tony wants to control the narrative, and there's a hard push against Katie. Let me say this. Let me ask y'all this. I want your opinions. Truth, Dago, Clue, yours, Kimber. I need to make sure I get it out right. Go ahead. Hold on. All right. So, hang on. I lost my train of thought. Hold on. I'll get it right back. Hold on. Go ahead and talk. I'll be back in just a second. I got to go check on something real quick. I'll be right back.
That's fine.
And I'll remember. Hold on.
I heard you was talking about Dolly.
Yeah, I brought that up a little bit. I said that he was upset because of that scenario. So,
oh yeah, he's like big mad. Like, I don't know if he's scared but somebody pretended to be him.
No, they messaged and said they know him.
Yeah, sorry, they know him. They know Dolly, and he can get them in contact with him. And the Proud Feets responded and said, basically, we ain't interested. And if they contact them again, anybody from there, they will be reported to the authorities. And Dolly was backtracking on his live talking about, I've never said anything bad about you. If you didn't have anything to do with your son's disappearance, well, good then. You're innocent. Da 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 da.
What about the come clean Katie soap and the?
Well, hold on.
He also said, I've never invited y'all to the show. Well, I've been
He's a lie.
because I've heard several streams where you've been like, call in, Chris, call in. Come on, Chris, call me.
I got a question I won't answer. And he even said it tonight. The question remains the same. Da 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 da. And he was just, you can tell he's like trying to still remain hood and thug, but at the same time be like, I don't want no beef with y'all.
Let me pull out.
Who made him mad? Who made him mad, Clue?
It was some guy, I guess he knows that
Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Wolf, yeah, whoever that is.
I don't know.
Chris and Katie and said they know him and they can put him in he can call him and he'll let him call into the show. And Dolly's like, people, don't be pretending to be me. Don't do that.
That's crazy. See, the crazy people come out of the woodworks, and this is a great big world with the internet and a bunch of people sitting behind devices. We don't know
So,
all these
so
people.
he builds this mob of people, and then when they go forth and do the things that he's training them to do, he doesn't want them to do it. Come on,
That's
now.
what you call that's the problem. Some people take it real. Some people take it real world,
They
and
take it
this is
literal.
what happens. This is what happens. Driving by their house, just like from what I hear, CJ was sitting in front of their house today.
Oh yeah, they did.
No, hell
Dolly
no.
did a whole thing on that today, talking about Katie's back at home. Da, 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 da. This is her car. Why is her car in the driveway? Why ain't it in the garage?
So
It's like,
CJ was there all day, sitting outside of their house.
I don't know if he was there all day, but I know he was. From what I understand, he was there sitting outside
That
in front
doesn't
of their house.
surprise me.
And the one thing I can say with Cletus and Clue, they never actually filmed the Proudfoot's house.
No,
yeah,
I never saw that.
We did. We
We-
did several
yeah, we
times.
did.
Well,
We told them that too.
But you guys didn't. I never saw y'all sit there and go.
Hell no.
Y'all didn't sit in front of the
Y'all didn't
house.
sit. I mean, y'all didn't. Yeah, y'all weren't like stalking shit. Y'all were out there trying to figure out the search stuff.
Let's call a spade.
Because I watched what you guys were doing.
Okay, we'll call a spade, Cletus. Stop sitting in front of their house. Stop stalking them, Cletus.
We were just as bad.
We were.
We were just as bad, right? But it's one of those things that, for me, this particular case has put things into a real perspective, because when you actually get beyond the internet and realize that these are real people and see the emotions, see the people as people and not just a subject of conversation, it puts it all into perspective for you, right?
Yep. And that's exactly what it is. And I've said that. A lot of us had our thoughts in the very beginning about them. Everybody in here is guilty of it at some point. Okay?
Right.
And then,
well, it's natural to go there for a minute, just like the cops do. We've talked about that. The minute a child is missing or murdered, they're going to look at the parents and they're going to do whatever they can quickly to rule that in or out, because they got to move on if it's not that.
That's the thing is everything has progressed. The commonsensical stuff came to the surface. The things that make sense to make you understand this is not a possibility, folks. Law enforcement has proven that this couldn't have happened. Law enforcement has stated this didn't happen. Law enforcement has claimed these people are cooperating. Law enforcement has said there is no foul play, as far as we can tell at this moment, involved with these people. And they have also not arrested anybody after almost 3 months. That makes
if Katie left that house at one time that night after she got back from the restaurant, that was the last place they went, right? Was the restaurant and then home?
Mm-hmm.
So if she had left at any point during the night, I'm pretty y'all know better than I do. Y'all live there. Wouldn't, even when she gets out of the neighborhood, no cameras see her, but she gets to the highway, she's got to go left or right to go somewhere. I mean,
it ain't possible.
Right. She's going to be seen, right?
It's not possible for her to get out of that neighborhood.
Okay, there you go. So they would have seen if she left, and that would have thrown that,
You'd have been
and there has been nobody found anywhere within the vicinity of that area at even remotely close. There's been nothing, not even a piece of clothing. So come on.
When you turn onto that road, the house to the left and the house to the right both have CCTV cameras pointed at their driveways, which include the road.
There you go.
Not Ring, not anything like that. They are CCTV hardwired in cameras.
Really?
Well, that's my biggest problem with this is it's like, y'all, you don't understand. Even if y'all's theories about Chris coming back into town help, blah blah, it is not possible. They would have had to have seen him come into that neighborhood.
Yeah, because the camera that shows, and we went over this already, the camera that everybody's arguing about the trash trucks, is shot from the house that's behind and up about 3 houses, 4 houses. So that house is covered in not only that camera, but 2 other ones, one on the front of the house and one on the side back of the house. And so regardless, if Sebastian would have come across that road, those houses would have caught it because there are lights on those houses on that street, correct?
In the construction?
No, when you pull down off the main highway, you come down the main road right there and you take a left into their road, the second road on the left, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So if you keep going straight instead of taking left there are street lights on that street, correct?
No.
Are you sure?
There's no street lights in there in that
Not at
those
all.
neighborhoods. There's construction lights, and some of them have like
Now there are street lights in the construction neighborhood.
right.
There are no street lights in their neighborhood.
Did you fall out, Salty? Salty fell out.
Hold on.
But no, and you know, Clue, you had talked about the you know where that mannequin is in that barn? Is it a barn?
It's a barn.
Isn't that right on the highway? Right there on
It
Long
is.
Hollow. Okay. Because somebody said that was in the woods one day.
No,
and
there was a mannequin in the woods.
Yeah.
Right, but no, somebody said with the one with the little kid that looks like a kid in the window.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody said that was in the woods, and I'm like, I was screaming at the phone, going, "No, that is not in the woods. That is on the road." Because I think I know where you're talking about. I'm like, no, that's on the road.
I'm telling you, that thing gave me a daggum heart attack the first time we rode by it. I was like, wait a second. I mean, we turned around. I turned the car around. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, there's just a child standing in this barn. Like, it's dressed. It has freaking clothes on. It looks like a Boy Scout.
What is the deal with these damn mannequins? One in the woods, one in the barn.
We just here in Tennessee we have cobras, and we just like to place mannequins everywhere. That seems to be the thing.
Target practice.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. I'm thinking it's probably target practice because if you lived in that neighborhood, you could definitely shoot back in them woods and not hit a darn thing.
Well, you got Rivergate Mall right there, and all the retail stores, when they change out their mannequins, they throw them out. And what's the right
true.
with a free mannequin?
That may be what it is. Rivergate.
Someone had a really good point about that tornado that came through. Possibly, picking one of them things up.
Oh yeah.
A lot of the storefronts got smashed, so it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Let me make
owns the barn. Is the mannequin. Who owns that barn?
Jesus.
Some farmer? I don't know.
Carolyn says, I'm concerned about all the CPS records released to Seth. That must say something. Now, here's my statement to that. I said this yesterday, Carolyn. I understand what you're saying with that, okay? And I get it too, but here's the point. There is no open ongoing case within the Proudfoots home, okay? In turn, the Proudfoots have not been charged with any kind of child abuse. They're not in jail for that either. So anything that came from the CPS records, there's no proof of any kind of issue ever coming from that. Otherwise, there would be something with it. I know how CPS works. Nobody had been charged for anything.
He can't put it out no way.
Even if there is something, he can't put it out. But the thing is even if I can't imagine there being anything, or there would be some form of something showing that there was an open case.
Well, I can tell you if there is anything in there, it ain't nothing substantial because the other parent wasn't contacted.
That's the other side of it. Seth was never contacted by CPS, which is that's kind of regulatory, I think.
Well, Sebastian didn't even tell Chris about CPS.
Look, at the end of the day, the CPS reports, here's the big thing for me, right? Everybody in the public wants to know more information. Seth wants to know information. I'm sure Chris and Katie want to know information. Everybody at the end of the day wants to know the information of where is Sebastian. But in just shy of that, everybody wants information. If we get information and can't handle it responsibly, they're not going to give us information. he signed a paper that says he's not going to disclose the contents of those records. To me, even stating that you have those records is an irresponsible thing to do.
I agree with that.
Well,
And I think
he
that's
said
one of
that
those things. I'm sorry, go ahead.
When he said that he shared that information with Tony, he violated the order or the contract that he signed with the
He
state.
sure did.
Well, and I mean, I would make an argument that the fact that he shared with the world that he even has them is to some level a breach in that agreement.
Well, he did breach it. He did breach it when he said that there had been more than one visit. So that was giving information that he only got from those records, supposedly. And you know, the way that he made it out to be like it was some horrible thing that he had found out, because he knows how these unstable people on YouTube are going to run with it. And that's exactly what they're doing right now.
And that's
I can tell you this much. Anybody sits there and believes him first right off the get, good on you. And I got a whole lot of stuff I can sell you that ain't worth a tinker damn, because I'm trying to tell you right now, if y'all ain't realized already that he will sit in front of the nation, if you will, and tell nothing but a lie, you were too slow to be following true crime. End of story. I don't feel bad if you feel bad.
And another thing, if CPS is called, they make more than one visit. They don't just come out and go, "Oh, okay, everything's fine, bye."
Unless it's unfounded, then they just walk away. Right.
Right.
That's it. And
But-
Tina's right. He also stated that he was going to share that with Pascal when they went to the vigil, which is
Yes,
against
they're dead.
violation. So
why? And here's the question, right? If you got these reports and this is what you wanted, that satisfied the need and the desire you had. What's your need and desire to share the fact that you got them with the world?
You know what his desire is.
Well, and I mean,
Carolyn, hold on, Cletus, hold on a minute. Carolyn, I'm not voicing any hate. I have no hate towards Seth. I have nothing but I feel horrible for him. I don't, and I stated this clearly earlier. I don't like how he has come out and done what he's done because it's only happened from his side. Okay. I have no hate towards him whatsoever. I do not think he did anything to his child. I don't like how he has come out here and perpetuated a war against the other two parents without showing any proof of any reason to do something like that. And that, again, that doesn't help find his son. And that should be the priority, nothing other than that. That is the only issue I have with him. Okay.
Well, if Caroline's comments in response to me, because I've been pretty vocal and agitated, I'm aggravated with Seth. I really am because of that, right? The things I've said, the things I've done are not because I hate the man. It's because I don't know any other way to get through to him. You know, at this point, he needs to surround himself with vetted, good people that have no motive other than to find Sebastian.
That's not
somebody that gets on the internet and says my job is to gauge public opinion is not somebody that's important to you to find Sebastian.
Yeah,
and somebody
I agree.
and somebody that goes on YouTube and says that you can just go after Katie and Chris all you want to now. That's not somebody that's been vetted and is here to help Sebastian either. That's somebody that's perpetuating the drama further. And that's nothing against Seth, but he needs somebody who is vetted. And I understand that he's hurting. Katie and Chris are hurting. I understand that they're all hurting, but he needs somebody that has been vetted on his side. He needs somebody he can trust.
Yes.
He needs somebody that he can trust. He needs to surround himself with some good people is what he needs to surround himself with. And I'm going to tell you right now, Tony Mathis is not a good person. Anybody that will stand up there and tell the world we're not working together. They weren't working together in the first place because Chris wasn't going to work with him. Chris called that one. Chris didn't trust him.
Good reason too.
And good reason too.
At the end of the day, At the end of the day, you know, the word hate getting brought into the conversation about a missing child, right? I get it, but we got to go back and look at how that started and really think about that, because there should be no hate toward anybody in the situation of a missing child except for the situation itself.
That's
And
right.
at the end of the day, I think at this point, one of the most powerful things we can do is reflect on how we got to this point as a lessons learned of how to not let it get that point on the next missing child case.
That's
can't
an
help it.
absolute right there.
I can't help
Absolutely.
it. My feelings towards him, I will admit, is because I am not a two-faced, fake person. I'm never going to be, never have been, and I'm not going to start in my 40s, if you will. Anybody preys on children, I ain't got no need for you. If y'all ain't got no love whatsoever for that preacher down at the Myrtle Beach, why in the world is Seth Rogers any different? Why is he any different? Because he shouldn't be, unless you're a fake person and you really don't stand for nothing. It is what it is. Be
I
mad.
don't think he knows. I don't think he knows. I don't. He said it about Sebastian. Sebastian does not know how to act accordingly, and they need to get, in certain.
That is why I said I think he himself is on the spectrum, because he doesn't seem to know how to handle
Right.
any kind of public relations whatsoever, and he's completely making the wrong decisions on the way he's coming out and approaching the things he's doing. Here's my thing. If he has feelings of suspicion towards certain people, then you take those feelings and you go to law enforcement and you let them handle that. You let them look into it. You don't go out on social media and broadcast to the whole world what you believe could be, what possibly might be, sort of, coulda, maybe. I don't know. That's not how that works, okay? Because that has done nothing but cause this complete bash fest against these people. In turn, what he doesn't understand is the people that now have the anger against him is brought on by his actions and his actions alone. It's not because they don't like him. It's because of what he has done by doing the same thing. It's perpetuated all of that stuff to come back at him, and he's not getting that. He's become very cocky and very arrogant about it. This is not the answer. This is your child. He said himself yesterday, this isn't a joke. My child could be in danger. You're not kidding, bro. That's why we're all sitting here talking about him right now, because we all are afraid of the same thing. That's why we don't want to spend the time that has been put into this on talking about your ex-wife, her new husband, and his ex-wife. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's about your son. Don't talk about anything else besides your son, and everything will change.
But what if he doesn't know? What if he is on the spectrum, which I think he is, and he doesn't know he's acting inappropriate?
He don't know what.
So I can't any longer give him that benefit of the doubt. And here's quite simply why. He's had some people that, at least one, it seems like the room is split on their capabilities, their qualifications, and their genuineness, and she's no longer involved, right? That person, I would hope, has at least spoken some sense to him about how, and given him some advice. Everybody else he's brought in has been the same type of person. They've been the same caliber person. And if we're being fair, they're the same caliber person in terms of their qualifications, their past, that quite honestly he is himself. Yes. He's surrounding himself with people that are like him.
And that's
on top of that, he seems to be very relenting to his mother. And his mother's background is not something to just, frown upon, right? She's actually accomplished a lot in her career. And
let me ask you something then, Cletus. Since you brought her up real quick, that was part of the thing. And thank you for reminding me, because I forgot earlier. Robin has been a nurse for how long?
Well, I think she's retired now, but she was a nurse for quite a while.
Okay. And I'm not talking down about anybody when I say this, but I want to know something. If that is his mother, if that is Sebastian's grandmother, why did they wait 13 years to have this child diagnosed, to even be looked into having the issues that he has, other than the Q6 scenario? She's a nurse. She should have seen these signs and said, hey, we need to go do this now.
No. See, again, this is why the internet is the devil. Because we are running on the assumption that she spent a lot of time around Sebastian. I'm just going to leave it at
Well,
that.
I understand that side of it, but she had to have spent some time around him, at least enough time to see his emotions and his personality per se.
Did she
Well,
though?
in terms of her relationship with Sebastian or not, my point is more at being able to reel Seth in. Right now, my ultimate point is I believe he has some level of responsible people around him, law enforcement being one he seems to rebel against. And so I can't give him the benefit of the doubt and say he just doesn't understand or he doesn't know. I think at this point it's gone way too long. There's been too many opportunities to continue to give him that benefit of the doubt. He knows what he's doing. He sees what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's okay with what he's doing.
I agree.
Carolyn said Sebastian had serious health issues early on. In fact, he revealed it on. Okay. But the only one that he was tested for was the
chromosome deletion.
Thank
Some
you.
people just want him to be a needy, poor little boy that was selfless and couldn't defend himself. Oh, come on.
I understand. But that's the problem. But I don't understand one thing though.
Yeah, but
Why
didn't he say
was
colds or something? Like he was just always sick.
he was sickly? Yeah, and he used to get sick from him. He did say
I mean,
that.
that's not a problem. That's, we're
I'm not even
new
talking
here. We
about
don't
that.
have an immune system.
That's it. That's probably based on the chromosome issue. It broke down his immune system to some extent as well. The problem I'm saying is I don't understand why up until a year ago he had never been diagnosed with the autism. That's what I don't get. You see these symptoms, you see these signs, you know something's not right. You can't blame that all on the chromosome deletion because they're different symptoms. That was what I didn't understand. So here's the thing. That tells me that he obviously was not as bad off as he was put out there to be. Okay, that's what
I
I'm
agree.
saying.
And I'll say this, right? The offer that I have made and continue to make still stands. If anybody knows of a way to organize a search the right way, let me know. I'll be glad to go around and ask landlords around here for permission to search. If anybody's got ideas, I'd be glad to help. Because I think that is something that we all could actually collectively bring together some type of benefit to this situation. There's enough people local, there's enough people on the internet with the ability and the background in doing that. Somebody needs to step forward and offer that leadership in the situation and say, yeah, let's get this together.
I'd be willing to do it if it was organized. And
I was about to say, Kimmer can drive now.
I mean, I'm just saying, right?
I can drive. I can drive up there. It ain't but 20 minutes. I'd do it. I just have to watch out for the cobra. I have to put my snake pants on.
Well, Mom just said that SF is there now in Tennessee, so
Yeah, he is.
But yeah,
maybe he'll do something that'll make a difference because I like Steve. I think he's very efficient and is very capable of doing it the right way. Okay, without letting all these other outside sources attach to him and draw him in different directions. He will tell everybody, excuse my phrasing for this, folks, but he will tell everybody to fuck off and do his job the way he wants to. And that's the end of it. And that's what needs to be done. So
I don't know that he's even here to work with anyone. He may just be here to work on his own.
I think that he's here for that because of what has transpired in the past 48 hours. I truly think that he very possibly could be there to do his own little thing. That's what I mean.
Steve has a really good communication and reputation with the TBI and the local law enforcement. So Steve's able to do things that and no disrespect to any other PIs, not to offend anybody in chat, but Steve has like a lot of background in Tennessee cases, and he has a lot more pull than somebody that's never worked with them may have. So I mean, and he's SAR trained. I mean, this man trains on a monthly basis. He's like
good. He's very good.
PI.
And that's why when he said he stepped away on Twitter is because he saw the bullshit going on and wasn't going to have anything to do with that until he people can only take so much bullshit, okay? and he stepped back and thought maybe somebody would, in my opinion, probably thought they would get their shit together. They didn't. Now this stuff has happened in the past couple of days. He said, piss on this. I'm going to go do what I can do, in my opinion. I'm not saying that's fact. I'm just thinking that's what he's doing because he's done this before. I've seen him do it in other cases. He will go there and
pull a gasket.
Yeah, he'll do his own thing. End of
Oh
story.
yeah, he was heated last night. He was heated because I saw his post on X last night. He was heated. He was
because it's about Sebastian, not this other bullshit.
Yeah. And because he even said there's a child lost in the middle of all of this, and there certainly is a child lost in the middle of all of this. But I'm with Cletus. If we can get something arranged, we could do an organized search with organized grid search. I mean, you line people up, and we just have to make sure that we go to the right places. And like Cletus said, he could go to the landowners and see if they let us search.
Do your thing. I'll sit here mapping and everything else you guys want me to do and stream you guys back and forth. I can't get there, but I can do my part somehow. So I will do all sorts of mapping and pull it all up for you guys and show you where to go, when to go, how to get there. I mean, you guys live there, but I'm just saying.
But
that way.
I still think you're okay. Do you remember the conversation that we had that one day when I was on panel, the one day, and we were talking about what the call, and he had said something about White House. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, that's something that I'm thinking about.
That area over there.
Yeah.
Well, I think Chris graduated out of White House.
Okay.
That's a good possibility.
Well, I'm 95% sure of that, and that's what the connection to White House is.
Okay.
Well, it was stated from my understanding is that he knew somebody within that facility that he
Yes, probably from knowing Chris and Chris's relation to that.
Okay. And I still think that what is the area again that Seth lives in?
Clarksville.
I think Clarksville needs to have a search done too, just because. Say, for instance, Sebastian was trying to leave the house and was trying to get to his father's place for whatever reason. I don't know if it's ever been searched, guys. I'm just saying, why not? At this point, why not? Okay. If he went that direction on foot, told somebody he was trying to get there. So I would just say, hey, go check it.
That's predominantly military and military land in Fort Campbell and and that area.
Are there wooded areas there?
Not like that. And if it is, it's owned by the federal government.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't Seth say the other night on that latest interview he spent the first week searching Clarksville?
Yeah, the first week in his truck.
I didn't hear that. I'm sorry. Real quick, Mr. Steve says victims and their families are like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. And plus, no parent is ever prepared to take on a role of such magnitude. And I have to agree. We never prepare ourselves because we never think it's going to happen to us. And I have to agree with that, Steve. It's a good point.
I think that's one of the things that confuses me with this, right? Is I do get that, and I couldn't imagine, but that's what we have law enforcement for, is to guide us and support us in these situations. And I can't understand how there's so much animosity and just refusal of guidance from by one party in this situation, and what it takes to reel that person in. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like what is it going to take to satisfy that person to where they get on board with what law enforcement is trying to do?
I agree, and I think one other thing, and I hate to say this, and I'm sure I'll be the enemy to all. Okay. When I say this, I'm not saying that this is what my feeling is. It's something I had to come to terms with myself. In this case, Cluminati knows this because I had the conversation with her. I think one of the things that Seth needs to do without losing all of his positivity is to come to terms with a possibility of a different ending to this. Okay. I hate to say that. I don't want to say that. That's not how I feel. That's not what I think. But we have to stay rooted in reality when it comes to cases like this, because those things, especially after a lapse of a certain period of time, are real possibilities.
Let me ask you something, David, but what does that change?
He's there.
what does it change whether you think like what would be the motivation of him quote unquote sticking to reality and maybe knowing that he's not here anymore? Like
because it might ground him a little bit more.
But
Truth.
he said that, Dago.
Yeah.
He said that last night. He was like, let's face it, if he's out there in the woods, then he's dead.
Do you really think he feels that could be a reality, though?
I think
I do.
I'll say this: from the first time we met him, I asked him, "Where do you think he is?" And he said, "I have to believe he's out here because I don't want to go with my gut."
And I don't want this for him. I don't want this for anyone ever. Okay. I just feel like that could be part of the reason why he hasn't been grounded, is he's kind of living up here, not accepting, which I don't expect him to completely accept something like that. But you told me yourself, Clue, when I was saying that I can't. I know that you guys don't like this theory, okay? But I read up on something about this, and a lot of times people that don't accept this as being a possibility, they can't be 100% themselves, 100% at what they're doing, I guess, for lack of better terminology. I'm sorry.
I think as a parent, you can never give up hope until a body.
No, I'm not saying to do that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying to bring on another reality as a possibility and understand that it could be something that's there. I have felt that he's never thought of that. So, maybe I'm wrong. That's all I'm saying.
I will say this. Last night was the first time I've ever, and I mean ever, heard him say that exact, like.
And that's why I wonder if he really truly feels that way. Do you know what I mean?
Well,
It's like Salty said in chat, though. Salty said he can't let himself go there. He doesn't want to let himself go there.
Well,
And
I get that. Let me clarify the point in me saying what I said. Right? He said I have to believe he's out there because I can't go on my gut and what that he's not. And my point in that is this, right? We talk. Sarge will talk a lot about belief, right? And belief is a very dangerous thing. And when it's driven from an emotional place, that's going to come from that gut that he's thinking, right? What he's feeling is the case. Then you get exactly what you got here, right? Somebody that's uncontrollable in this situation. And that's why I say he needs to be reeled in. Somebody has got to be able to talk sense and rationale and reason to him to get him to understand and really accept that he's making the situation worse in a lot of ways.
I'm sorry. I'm just not with y'all. I don't feel like he doesn't already know that. I think he's very aware of what he does, and that's just me.
No, I agree. I believe he's very, very aware of what he does.
I do too, but you know what? Think about this. About all of a sudden after Chris told him to go to church, next thing you know, he's like, everything's Bible. Well, you don't go to church, whatever the guy's name is, Pascal. And it sounds to me like Caleb Harris's family is very religious, and I'm getting that vibe from Tony as well. Maybe he thinks that he is doing the right thing.
Good point.
He was supposedly going to church before Caleb Harris went missing, though.
Yeah, but
my
do you remember?
My whole point is, if you're the father of a missing child, I understand coming out on YouTube. I do interviews myself with families. I understand with coming out on YouTube and wanting your child's name put out there. I understand searching for your child, even though myself personally, it's not a good idea. But for a family, parent, mom, dad, stepdad, whatever, to search for a missing child themselves because you don't want them to walk up on something that they will never forget.
Exactly.
And not only that, Sebastian's tragedy being put out there, what happened to him in California, his personal information should have never been put on the internet for consumption of YouTube and the trolls. That should have never been put out.
Right.
Exactly.
And if you're tired, I get it. I absolutely get it. I feel it from a personal level on how it feels to have a missing child. But you don't go on the internet and tell your underage child's deepest, darkest secrets to the world because you're in some kind of vindictive mental state. That's
Right.
not okay. That's not okay. It's okay.
We know it's not okay. But if he does have, he may not. Because
No, he knows it's not okay.
I'm sorry. As a parent, you know that's not okay.
He knows it's not okay because the next morning he came out and said, I don't remember the interview. So he knows it's not okay.
I'm with
So
her.
no, if
He
you have
knows
a
it's
child, it is not okay.
he
Hold on.
knows it's not okay.
Right. It's definitely not okay. But I think there's a conflict of interest because of established relationships between the Proudfoots and Ellie. Ellie should provide an alternate, not to create prejudice in this case, looking for Sebastian.
And I get that point too, but I'm gonna come off of that with sitting on a panel and texting the TBI, do you have the come on.
Right.
Well, and I have to ask the question about the conflict because I have heard that a lot, but I've never seen anything that documents that there is a family connection between them and the Sumner County Sheriff's or Henderson.
That's a rumor as far as I know. I've never
I
seen it.
haven't seen any proof either.
That's just my question, right? Because I have not seen it. I've heard it, but I haven't seen it. And I'm really curious, is that just a rumor that has run wild and been allowed to run rampant, or is there truth to it? Because if there's truth to it, then that's a fair point. If it's a rumor, then it needs to be squashed.
I agree. And thank you for that comment, T-Beams.
I think Nina put that out,
gonna
didn't
be
she?
sli-
Put out
as-
if it was a rumor that she's the one that was saying that.
No, she said in New Mexico.
Mm-mm.
Oh no, you're right. She did say something about maybe
Yeah,
Sumner
she
County.
said that
Yeah.
when she was leaving and she went to go pick up, she went to the sheriff's office to pick
But
up.
she said friends, not family. Buddies is what she said, if I'm not mistaken. I know I won't listen again. I won't do that interview again.
Carolyn said that we heard it from Chris Proudfoot when he said, especially when Chris screams at Seth about Bobby and Carter.
Bobby and Carter are the two investigators in the case. They're not
related to him. No, they're just he
Aren't
knows them by their names.
Bobby and Carter are TBI, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's what I thought. They're not Sumner
related.
County Sheriff's Office.
And they're not his relatives as far as I know.
No, he just knows them by their names because they're the investigators, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm confused. Why is FBI?
Listen, I'm sorry. Any family ties, connections, whatever people think that these people have, let me tell you how good they are at that. I'm his flipping cousin.
Yeah, the rumors are they're interesting. I'll say that much.
Well, and I mean, here's the other side of it, right? Let's just put possible family connections aside. What have they done? Again, look at what law enforcement has asked. What have they done? What has Seth done? They've never come out and said that they went against law enforcement. Seth has come out and said he's done things that he's gotten scolded for by law enforcement. So right there is a problem. And if we really want to talk about a conflict of interest, how many times has Seth mentioned his law enforcement status?
Right.
I'm just saying we got to be fair. If we're going to look at facts and consider rumors, then let's look at the facts first.
I can't see.
You're a trip.
Oh.
I'm his grandma's sister-in-law, right?
There you go.
I mean, the rumor mill is really trucking on this case. It is. It's been almost as bad. It's the Idaho platform again. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's it's to the point now where I hear this thing about a mattress in a garage and him being forced to sleep in the garage, and I'm hearing that as a factual thing. I'm seeing it being presented as a factual thing, and I'm like, y'all, where are we getting this? You're presenting this as fact, and it's obviously built around a rumor.
They're trying to pass off that he sprayed Sebastian with a pressure washer, and I'm like, okay, if he sprayed him with a pressure washer, the child would be in the hospital.
Yeah, he wouldn't have any skin on him left.
Which was put out by an unverified third-party source on a channel that won't verify third-party sources before they put out the content.
And this is the same neighbor that supposedly the one that reported that about the pressure washer was the same neighbor that reported about the him sleeping in the garage. So,
which you can't even see in.
Thank you.
You can't even see in the garage. How do you know he slept in the garage? Y'all people are full of it. It is so frustrating because what happens is people go to these channels, they sit and they listen, and they let their stupid minds soak up this info, and then you cannot undo it. But y'all run on facts. No, you don't. You run on what bored old lady Caitlin had to say on some podcast because she's lonely or something. I don't know. It's so frustrating. Like, it's so frustrating.
What I don't get is if, like creators, you have to say allegedly, right? In my opinion, allegedly.
You don't have to.
No, you don't have to.
That's a choice,
Then
but it helps.
But if you're not, you can't.
It depends on what you're talking about. If it's not a big deal, but typically we like to, because then nobody can come back and say, but you said,
right.
You know what I mean? So it depends on the premise of what the story or whatever the content is. Mr. Steve says, if my child was missing, I know exactly what Ellie would do, and I would be a nightmare to handle, as our methods would be far different. And I can agree on that. I get it, but I don't understand thank you, Steve. If Ellie's not working with him the way he wants them to, okay? So and I don't mean this disrespectful towards him, because I don't feel that way towards him. The thing is just because that's not happening, you don't throw a fit and in turn bring out all of this insane stuff attacking other people when there's no proof of any of it behind it to back it up. Because once again, like I said a few minutes ago, that in turn is where all of the hate is coming and being redirected right back at him because of his own actions. Okay. And then he gets upset and says, well, everybody's in here saying this, that, and everything else, because you're not acting responsible with what you're doing. That's all it is. Like, just step back and take a look at your situation. And I'm saying something because I've not been through this. So who knows? Maybe I would act like a complete crazy person. I don't know. But I would like to think that I could be, for my child's sake, okay? And that's how I think about this. More responsible and a little bit more grounded within the situation for his sake, to make sure that that child is going to be, that I could focus on that situation. That's what I'm trying to say. So,
well, what's he going to do if one of his searchers that magically always seem to find something, right? Always, every time. What's he going to do when they walk up on something that could, God forbid, be his son, and it's on video, or it's they're maybe touching things or whatever, and they destroy the crime scene, and then no one is prosecuted?
That's a good point. That's a very good point.
That's exactly what I said was, when you go out and you live stream a search, because you're searching in the woods, it doesn't matter if you stop that live right there and edit that out. There are people like myself that are armed with OBS that will screen record your entire live. I don't have time to screen record lives, but there are people that will screen record your entire live. That is there forever. Look at the photo of Maddie that got put out by the sheriff's department. It was deleted within minutes. And it was circulated all over the internet. And people in DMs, I had somebody message me. Did I want it? No. I don't want nothing to do with that picture. Because I was also talking to a private investigator in the background that was taking down names and reporting people to the FBI that have the photo. So you never know who's in your chat. You never know who's watching, and you never know who's screen recording.
That's the thing, is like, for instance, and I'm not saying anything bad about him, but when CJ was out searching and they found those bags and they started tearing those bags open,
and he never turned his camera off.
Right. They found the animal bones, and I'm sitting here. We were in a live, and I'm like, turn your camera off, turn your camera off, turn your camera off, turn your camera off. Then what? What if that was, I hate to say this, but what if that was him and Robin and Seth and Katie and or Chris were watching that at some point? That is why they don't want you recording this stuff. That is why they don't want you out there doing this stuff. And it
At
makes
that
sense to
point,
me.
with what he did, forget somebody seeing it. You just literally tampered with evidence, bro. Like,
Well, that too, but
And digging through mounds. And I'm not on a CJ hating path for those that support him in chat. He was really nice to my son in Nashville. But
I'm not
no,
on.
I'm not either. I'm just
I'm not
being
on
I don't
anybody.
agree with a lot of what's been going on. I've made myself very clear. The live streaming searches, that's digging through mounds with 4 different people live streaming.
But there is no one is no one is suspect right now. Law enforcement has said no one is suspect. Not Katie, not Chris, not Seth. Nobody is a suspect. They
more
have
than one.
they have said it many times that all of them are cooperating. None of them are cleared, but none of them are suspects. There is no reason to believe that this is a criminal case. They have not even opened a criminal case yet. Yes, Sebastian is a missing and endangered child. He needs to be found regardless of the circumstances. I try to keep in my mind the best, but being a realist, I know that the worst could be.
I mean, to be fair, someone correct me if I'm wrong, right? Please. But to be fair, in a way, isn't Ellie kind of saying that they possibly could all be suspect if they haven't cleared anyone?
Well, yeah, that's true.
As long as everything, when you hear the words, especially coming out of Tennessee law enforcement, everything is still on the table. Means that anybody that had contact with that child, whether it was a teacher, a preacher, a mom, a dad, a stepdad, a cousin, a grandma, a grandpa, anybody that had contact with that child is being looked at in one way or another. They're not necessarily a suspect, but everything's on the table. All of the evidence, all the possibilities are still there.
Right. Yeah.
It tells me that they, that at the end of the day, they're just as lost in what happened as the rest of us, right? I mean, that when you look at the things that they say, that's kind of what it says. Everything's on the table. Everybody's cooperating.
Yeah.
The next logical statement is we have no idea what in the hell happened.
Right. And you'll hear open and fluid investigation. That means that.
And that's the thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mom.
That means that all these parts are moving in a missing case constantly. There's constant changes. Just like the photo in the Carolinas of the boy that was posted. How long did it take that mom to come out and say, "Hey, that's my kid, take his photos down"?
Yeah, that should have never been posted online. And the thing about it is this case is so fluid and so flammable. It's not even fluid anymore. It's flammable. And if somebody gets a sighting, they might report it to TBI, but then that picture goes online. If there is a sighting and somebody puts it out online too, then they report it and say, "Oh, I saw him here," and then they post it online and say, "Spotted here." Well, if somebody's got him, then they're going to see it and they're going to move.
Yeah, and Mr. Steve again, and he's absolutely right about this statement. I've experienced this a good 2 handfuls of times, guys, and it's something that it doesn't ever go away. I'll put it that way. He says, "Clue, it happens. I've been on a scene when a family." By the way, he's ex-law enforcement. When a family member arrived and asked what is going on, their reactions are not easily forgotten. It's true because they see that there's action going on in an area. They want to know what's going on, and I get it. They run up on a scene. Here it is. You can't always stop these people, okay? They see something that they'll never forget, and then their reaction is something we never forget as civil service workers or whatever you want to call it. It's a sad situation. So I think they try to avoid that at all costs because it's more damaging than helpful at that point. So
So I'll give you a personal reference. So the night that Mini Monster went to Nashville to help search her rally, he got there late. The search teams were already gone. So we went ahead and I had him on panel and we still did the live. But the way that he did it was he went up to the unsheltered, homeless, whatever you want to call them, whatever's politically correct, the people on the riverbanks, and he talked to people. And he didn't, anybody that they talked to, they had their camera on their feet. So my daughter-in-law, nature calls, they leave the riverbank and run to McDonald's to grab something to drink and let her do her business. When they got back, this is all on my stream. You can watch it. My videos don't get taken down. He pulls up in the Suburban and 2 police cars block the Suburban in. And this is a 2001 Beast. It's a retired DEA. This thing is huge. He gets blocked in. And I'm on the live and I'm like, what's going on? And all you see is lights. And I'm like, let's get out of their way. Just move out of their way. So he gets the truck parked, pays the parking, gets the Suburban parked, walks down to the river. He was down there for maybe about 20 minutes. And he kind of has his phone because he was streaming from his phone. And he was like, Mom, Riley's parents are right there. And, you know, he's my co-host from time to time, and he's been doing this with me for a long time. He's actually helped me build my channel and Discord and a bunch of other stuff. And he said, Mom, his parents are right there. And I said, give them their space. Do not walk up to them. But you know that her heart was in her stomach while half of Metro Police, Fire Department, the advocates, everybody was downtown that night because a gentleman had fell into the river, or had hurt his ankle. He didn't fall in the river, but he was pretty much in the river. He was that far down on the bank. And Riley's parents were right there. Within minutes, they were on that scene.
Wait, hold on. Back up some. You said a guy had fallen?
Yeah. Yeah.
What was he doing?
It was one of the unsheltered that was down there on the riverbank. And I mean, within the minutes of him being there, it was, you know, it was a girl, it was a male, it was a female, it was somebody that was fishing and fell in and this and that. And come to find out, it was a homeless guy that was down there on the riverbank, and he stepped wrong on those rocks. And if you've ever been down there on those rocks, they're rickety, they move. Those rocks are, some of them are huge, some of them are little. I've fished down there many a times. And he slipped. And one of those search teams that was in the water, was it the Cajun Navy or whatever it was that was down there? Actually, my son walked over and got footage of their boat where they pulled up to him. And this was the night before Riley was found, because my son was there. And they pulled that guy out, and they checked him, you know, put him in the ambulance and all that stuff.
Wow.
But because it was right there, literally, you know, somebody called Riley's parents, whether it was law enforcement or a YouTuber or whoever, you know, there was 50 people just in my camera view or his camera view that I could see.
That was false hope, and it started an issue. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's
and
not
within
good.
10 minutes, their truck pulled up. They got out of the truck, and my son said, Riley's parents are standing right there. He said, Mom, I kind of want to go give them a hug. I was like, no, you give them their space.
And
Because
everybody knows
their head.
Yeah, his mother was in a very bad way. She still is. So.
And we don't know if that's Riley. So do not go anywhere near them. You stand right here on your side of the road and you wait for law enforcement. And he's my kid. So what does he do? He walks up to an officer and he's like, hey, what's going on? And he muted the live while he could talk to her. And then he came back on and told, you know, said it was one of the unsheltered that had slipped and fallen. He'd almost went into the river. He was on the edge of the bank and had hurt his ankle.
Yeah, let's see. That's an instance that anything can cause issues with these scenarios like this. Anything. Real quick, you know, Carolyn, I'm glad you said that, because that has been my entire point right there. Okay, Katie's life could be in absolute danger. You're absolutely right, and a lot of it is coming from. That's what I'm talking about. The hate that has been projected towards her is coming from the other side of the fence, guys. and it's very dangerous, and it doesn't seem to be cared about. The things you're saying, that he's saying and putting out there and setting out there to be caught as bait per se, is what it takes. There's a lot of people out here that don't have the hearts that we all have, okay? And they will, how can I say this? It's very possible somebody will get the wrong things in their mind and go after her because of the
Dude,
things put out.
I've been telling y'all for weeks now. It ain't could or would, but
Somebody
have.
will.
No, have. Not a joke. That's why it just infuriates the absolute living shit out of me when this guy comes online spewing what he does. You got CPS reports, and I know already that your intention was to distribute the information. What he
Yeah,
doesn't
before he would stop,
understand,
that's what happened. Yes.
what he does not understand is these people out here are bat crap crazy.
A lot of them are.
And
Absolutely.
somebody's gonna take it real life and like, I mean, I didn't know that clue, but apparently somebody's already trying. So there you go. Her life is in danger just because of all that hate.
Yes. Yes. That's why it has to stop. That's what I've been talking about this whole time.
Well, and I mean, here's the reality of it, right? Take Seth aside. I will still put him in the bucket of an upset father. I'll still put him there.
Yes.
Let's take creators, and I'm just going to use him as an example. Let's take Dolly, and let's say that instead of writing a message to Chris, that whoever that was went to the house and did something, and somebody got hurt. Is Dolly going to get on screen and say, "Well, I guess Chris should have answered that question, and this would have never happened"? You know what I mean? Like that's a reality that can and will ultimately get there, most likely, if people don't stop with it, because it's it's already getting real.
That's not what I was talking about at all, Carolyn. I definitely don't see something like that happening at this point, considering that all the law enforcement and all the issues. I just don't know. So this was just sent to me via Twitter. Chloe made a statement that says, I will, if you can't read it, I'm sorry, I have it blown up pretty good, but I will briefly address some things that need clarifying in regards to being asked to step down on Sebastian's case. Number one, in my private and group conversations, I was presented one reason for being asked to step down. I was unwilling to work with individuals possibly being brought in, as I felt it could hinder my license and the integrity of the case. Very smart. No, it was not because anyone was trying to protect me from CP. Jesus. Apparently, this was such a large rumor that law enforcement called me at 9 p.m. last night to confirm that it was not caused by the content of the leaked call.
Oh my God.
My departure has been amicable thus far. I cannot control what the public does with that announcement. As an investigator, I vet leads, and if I deem them credible, I pass them to my client. I will continue to search for Sebastian independently with a group pro bono, as I have since the moment I started. I have nothing further to add. I would really love for the focus to shift back to Sebastian. Thank you. This has been such a tug of war issue, the entire case. Thank you. And those are her feet in her bag. So,
So somebody reported that she stepped down because of that phone call.
Because she was afraid of Chris, which is absolutely insanely ridiculous in my opinion. He went off on
Hold
her.
on. It's not insane. What did Caroline just say? Could Chris explode because enough is enough? Like, it's crazy. It is the narrative that is being put on these two people should make people actually sick to their stomach, in my opinion. But it
Hold on.
doesn't.
Scotty asked me to read the first part again. I'm sorry. 1 second. I will briefly. Oh, let me show it to you again. Sorry. I will briefly address some things that need clarifying in regards to being asked to step down on Sebastian's case. She was asked to step down. She didn't do it herself. In my private and group conversations, I was presented one reason. Wait a minute. In my private and group conversations, I was presented one reason for being asked to step down. I was unwilling to work with individuals possibly being brought in, as I felt it could hinder my license and the integrity of the case. Tony Mathis. That makes some sense. Wow. Okay. Well, there you go. There you go. It's interesting.
Yeah, I'm sure it's because of Tony Mathis. That's why she was asked to step down, because she's probably not going to work with him.
Well, that's what they alluded to in their
discussion
last night, right? Is that I mean, that kind of all fits. So
I wonder why she doesn't like him, though. I mean, I can guess, but I wonder, where have they crossed paths before, right? Well, Chloe was working on the
I wonder if he's worked on other cases too
Didn't he have something to do with the
that we don't know about.
the drone thing in Idaho?
Well, here's the hold on. No. Here's the problem I have. I'm sorry, but I got to call BS. I got to call BS on this, because now this is also the same Chloe that said she isn't working for anybody.
I agree.
So when did that change is the question I've got, because until I know that she ever signed on to a team, the last statement she made was that she wasn't on a team.
She did say that.
Yeah.
So is this another PR move? I'm just like, I got to call it like it is. I mean, nobody ever officially said she was part of Seth's team. Even her own statements implied that she was not. So when did that change?
Chloe was the one that was kind of independently doing this from the beginning. She came in at the beginning, and okay.
So how can anybody ask her to step down?
I have something just popped in my head, and I'm sure it's wrong, but okay, so Seth, I just can't get this out of my head. In the very beginning, remember he said, when Sebastian comes back, he and I will, what is it, have to go underground or
disappear.
Disappear. We'll have to disappear for a while, right? Now, get this. What if that's why he has him scheduled or applied or whatever already for an online class, because he's planning on going somewhere like that?
Yeah, we had talked about that.
I mean, it's, I won't say it's not plausible, but it's, there's just, I don't know. I've gone down a lot of trains of thought with him in the situation, and I keep going back to I can't go down that road, because if I go down that road, then I become just as bad as everybody going after. I become somebody saying Seth's got a mattress in his garage that Sebastian was forced to sleep on instead of it being Chris and Katie.
That's true.
The only things with Seth that I'm upset about are the fact that he's pointedly making a mob that goes against Chris and Katie, and not telling anybody how they can help him in his efforts to look for Sebastian. That's what frustrates me with him.
It is very sketchy, because Riley Strain and them, like, there was nobody threatening searchers and stuff like that, and I don't know, that whole situation is just crazy to me.
Well, you have, and I said it earlier in chat, you have a community on YouTube that grew their channels about 3 years ago, and they think that any missing child that comes out of the state of Tennessee is their case, and they own it. And these people are not stable folks. A lot of people are getting their taste of these people. And these are creators that call DCF on each other. They SWAT each other's houses. They
Don't call them creators, please.
well,
They do what now?
what do I normally say? Content like, and how do I word it on Twitter? I use the word lightly. Content creators. I usually call them channel holders because there's a difference in being a content creator and a channel holder. There's a huge difference in being a content creator and a channel holder.
They're swatting each other, Clue. You know what that means, right? Swatting?
No.
Okay, so that means that Jane Doe called the police on John Doe, who both have a YouTube channel that are in the same missing community, and said, "Oh, so-and-so told me on the phone that they're going to unalive themselves."
Or blow up the neighbor's house or something.
Right,
Yeah.
blow up the neighbor's house. Or they're dealing fent to the kids at the elementary school next door.
Oh my God.
I can't wait till
Yeah.
law enforcement.
Yeah, and they
I can't wait
and
till
it
they
gets
start
worse
knocking
than
on
that.
the door.
It gets
Oh,
worse.
That's mild compared to some of the things I've seen.
You have people that roll up to each other's houses. Like literally, creators will have their mods and their mob, and I've used both words because I've been corrected in a chat.
Yeah.
The mob and the mod mentality will hunt for who these people are, and they will find your address, or they will come in your chat and they'll say, "Hey, I got you something. What's your address so I can send it to you?"
Well,
And then the next thing you know, you got the DEA, the FBI, and Homeland Security at your front door because you're some kind of terrorist.
Yep.
And
I was called that already.
And they call CPS on each other too. That happens a lot.
Bro, it's unreal. But and then that's the other that you have people that they literally call CPS on each other, and they try their best to get people's kids taken away. I have seen people lose their jobs. I have seen people that, again, using the word lightly, content creators, channel holders, will call somebody's job and they'll say, "Hey, so-and-so did this or did that, or I saw him steal this, or, they work at," I'm just going to throw JCPenney out there, "and she shoved a tennis shoe down her bra and the other one down the back of her pants and left with it. I watched her do it," and it just, some of the craziest shit you will ever imagine. Like the job I just left, I'll give you a for instance. So I just switched jobs. That's why I'm not as here as I normally am, because I hate my new job. It's just taken too much out of my soul. But anyway, the job that I was doing, there was a YouTube creator, and a couple of us were kind of open that, we had YouTube channels and, whatnot. Well, I never told anybody my channel name at work because it ain't none of their damn business what my channel name is. What I do here has nothing to do with what I do at work. One of them took it upon himself to tell everybody his channel name. So he went live one night and was talking smack about work. They fired him the next day.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that literally just happened.
I don't understand the point of wanting to
Watch this real quick, Clue. This is real shit that happens. I've seen it happen. It happens around here. This really does happen. Watch real quick. All right, here we go. This is a Twitch streamer. Okay, on
They're clearing
Twitch.
rooms. What in the world? I think we're getting swatted.
Gaming right here, right? Now watch.
I think you're getting swatted. What in the world?
Put your hands up! Get your hands up! Get on the ground! There's one in the corner. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back! Put your hands behind your back. Do it now. Don't you fucking move. You hear me, boy? Yep. David A., we got one in custody.
Hello? Yes, hello. Yes, hello?
All right.
Yeah. Hello? I'm coming out. Hello? Yes.
What?
Hands up.
Walk out. Anybody else in there?
No.
Please away from us.
All right.
Like this?
Just like that. Come back
Gave
forward.
up /DC.
Stop right there. This is not.
Шо, ладно. Так, ну что ж, дамы и господа, мы ждем.
Damn.
Hell no. We'd be shot. I'm trying to tell you right now, we would be shot. How many times do you think you hear something too and you don't walk out there alone? You walk out with the heater.
What the heck do they do?
Here is why this is dangerous.
Nothing, Terry. They swatted them.
You guys know that I sit here. I have guns.
I know, but it's still scary.
This is what people do to each other. This is how disgusting some of these creators are. It
You know,
happens every day.
I was listening.
You need a warrant.
No, not if somebody swats you and they give you probable cause. They do not need a warrant. That's how probable cause works. If somebody called and said I was selling
If you're called in as a
something
terrorist or anything like that,
yeah, if they called and said I was doing something here at my house and the police had probable cause, they could bust my door down right now.
And here's the thing. I'm sitting here with what you guys know I have around me, okay? If I hear somebody come in my door, I'm going to grab something.
That's what we do too.
Okay, that's dangerous because guess what happens next? I'm holding something. Guess who goes down?
Well, see,
whoever
I
shoots
heard.
first.
I was listening to Savage and Val one night, and I heard Savage and Val talking about that because you know how Savage and Val are great. They're so funny. And but I was listening to them and they were talking about this stuff, you know. They were talking, I heard Val say, or it was, I can't remember if it was Savage or Val, they're like, don't you swat me now, because you know, they put it out there about, you know, other whatever mom called them a minute ago, other creepers, we'll call them creepers. But you know, Savage and Val do that. And they were like, oh, they called CPS on this person. And I'm like, oh my gosh.
And then here's the thing is these resources are wasted.
Yeah.
And then once the situation calms down, the police are like, well, you know, they find, and they're like, okay. And they just wasted all that resource to come out and do something that doesn't exist when they could be actually dealing with real deal shit. Okay. So it's bad all the way around. And it's very dangerous. Like I said,
I tell you what, I'm just going to say this right here and right now. You YouTube creators who do this, you might want to think about what you're doing before you do it, because some of us just might have friends that are in the police department and they ain't got no problems, no qualms. Y'all think the police are dirty. Sometimes they might be, and they just might not have no problem giving the person that got swatted the information on the caller. I'm just saying, you might want to watch out, because
a lot of people have said that, Carolyn, that he was swatted by somebody, and it's very possible. I don't know. It's really crazy though.
And Crazy Linda here in your chat, doggo, she just made a good point. Doug from Northport, he's from Northport here in Florida.
Yeah.
He got practically beat to death.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
The man was in the hospital. He's been in the hospital twice since it happened.
Since what happened?
He was swatted.
He was stalked, and this crazy guy like beat him to death. Like literally, he was getting in his car. If I'm remembering it correctly, he was getting in his car, and they practically beat this man to death. I mean, like within an inch of his life.
And
Another YouTuber?
Yes, and he's such a sweetheart, and him and his wife
really is.
walk
He's a nice
around,
guy.
and they catch like they kind of do their own OP live things, so they kind of, you know, they follow around. I've seen helicopters land in mall parking lots when he's on scene and all kinds of stuff. But he's a really sweet guy. Like he's super nice, and so is his wife. Practically beat him to death, and he's been in the hospital twice.
Okay, I'm confused. Who beat him?
some crazy guy. I don't remember his name.
Oh,
The
okay. So
one,
not the
yeah.
cops.
No,
No,
but
that
Okay.
is, I'm saying that's what I'm worried about because I have things for my own protection in my home. If I hear my door come in, I'm gonna grab and turn.
Oh yeah, we the same way.
Who's going down for that? That's what I'm saying. People have lost their lives over this.
Well, it'd be like that day. It'd be like that day that, there was a threat made in your chat and I stepped outside the way that I do. If
Oh
law
yeah.
enforcement had been there for
Yep.
the purposes of swatting, that would have ended badly,
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This should not be this way at all. Okay.
No, it's so
But
stupid.
this is what these people do because they get angry about a little some bullshit or because they're jealous that your channel's doing better than theirs or because of just stupid things.
Oh man,
This is
fucking
what it is.
Jesus, what a bunch of babies! I swear.
Or
It's true.
that's my case. Why are you covering my case? I
Mhm.
covered that case first. You don't have no
How-
right to cover that case.
How are you making more money on this case than I am? Or how are you
Yep.
getting more subs on this case than I did? Oh my God, it happens all the time.
Yep.
If you're that worried about money, I'm just curious. Why not just go work a regular job?
Because that's just not the American dream.
well, I'm gonna go take all my son's electronics. I know he's 32 years old, but I know he pisses some people off online because he pisses me off, and I ain't even online gaming with him. But I'm gonna go take his electronics right now because he'll be the first person on this planet to get
Kimber.
swatted. They'll be at my
Oh.
damn door. They'll be at my
I mean,
damn
Oh my
door.
God, swatted by your mom.
How long has he been playing, hon?
Oh, he's been playing for years. They get
Oh,
on there and
it
they
would have
get on.
happened already. It would have
They
happened already.
they yell, they cuss, they scream. I'm like, oh my God, shut up.
Well, some kids that are gamers, like just play games together, they do it for fun, just to see it happen while they're online with them, because they can
Mhm.
see what's going on in their game and they're playing, and boom, the door kicks in and you're on the ground doing this, and they're like, huh, 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 I got you. Really?
There's one of them, I can't even remember his name, but he has been swatted so many times that I think this kid's immune to it now. I'd have to ask Monster what his name is, but he's got like a black curtain. Isabel, he's got like a black curtain behind him, and like you just see the police rip the curtain down and come in there and drag him in the floor. Like it's crazy. It's
Well, it
absolutely.
looks like eventually the cops would quit going there. They would realize
Yeah,
it's
they
fake.
can't. They can't.
If they get a
because-
report, they have to go.
Well, I guess so. If they get a report of, something.
You see this? Look how many people are involved in this right here. How many resources are being wasted right here?
And that's just because somebody
Where's the
swatted somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
I didn't even know this was a thing.
Oh
I'm
my
with
God.
you, girl.
Well, I'm sitting here trying to think about what report would create that situation because I find it a little bit unrealistic based on experiences I've had with law enforcement.
Here.
I've never seen a situation where law enforcement busted into somebody's house without a warrant.
No. Listen, I'm gonna show you. Listen to this one. This was a big one. I remember when this happened. Watch.
Years. Named after the SWAT
Listen to
teams that
this.
are often dispatched to innocent people's homes, the prankster will call in Special Weapons and Tactics Team by claiming that a violent crime is in progress. Curtis Hinkey, aka Phase Dirty, became one of the first victims of swatting when police received this fake 911 call.
I shot my dad with the licensed AR-15. Shot your dad? He's not breathing. I think he's dead.
Armed cops stormed Curtis's family home, but in this instance, the situation was resolved peacefully. Sometimes, though, swatting can be deadly. Father of two, Andrew Finch, was tragically killed on his doorstep by a police officer after falling victim to swatting. Since then, things have gotten crazy as more and more idiots try this stupid, cruel form of a prank. Here are 10 streamers that got swatted on live stream.
That's what I'm saying. They make up stories like that kind of crazy shit. Remember when that kid did that and he cut his dad's head off?
Yeah.
They thought initially that was a swatting scenario. How about that?
Well, I will say this: the guy who did it went to jail. So.
Well, I mean, that was a real deal. I'm just saying, initially, because of this happening all the time, I read a story where they had hesitated to respond because they thought it was a swatting thing. They didn't think it was real initially. So there was a hesitation to move on that at first, at the very beginning of it. And I was like, are you kidding me? This is what has happened because of this shit. It's crazy.
And that's another good point of stuff that stays on YouTube. How long was that on YouTube?
I could just imagine the sheriff's department getting a,
They can't hear you, babe. You don't talk loud enough.
I said I can hear him. I could just imagine the sheriff's department here getting a call to come to this house. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's that house. We better roll in slow."
Oh yeah, they know us. Well, they know me for sure.
This is insane.
It's
and
real.
And a father of did they say that guy was a father of 2?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Oh
just
my
so insane.
gosh.
It's insanity. And I mean, it really does make me question, though. I'd be curious to look at some of the situations, right? Because I'm just not understanding how it gets to the level that it gets to without somebody not doing something per protocol. Like the 911 call. That would require somebody to be on the doorstep of that person's house to make that 911 call if it's been in the last 20 years.
No, it doesn't. No, they've done it from other states, Cletus.
But the call said I just did whatever to my dad.
Because you can block your number. You can do all sorts of things when you do it. That's I think
You can block your number on a 911.
Yeah, but you can't block your location information.
Yeah, you can't do that.
You can't.
Oh, I don't. They did it. I don't know how that worked, but I've been told that they can block their numbers. That they can.
Dude, these nerds out here know how to make a call. And they keep coming from a whole different country.
Wait a minute. There is an app where you can get you can pick a number
spoofing.
You can pick a spoof number with an area code.
Yes, they do it to me all the time. I get local. I just told Clue I was bitching about my the telemarketing calls are starting to dial in my local area now.
But that wouldn't
somebody around here.
So if you picked a number with a different area code, would that? No, that's still
nothing.
But that would still show your phone's location, so that wouldn't work.
Mm-hmm.
And this is what we do with this powerful tool for information that we have at our fingertips that we didn't have until 30 years ago.
Exactly.
We swat people. Hello.
Exactly. It's huge stuff, guys. Look, this one here. I remember this. Wait a minute.
Rancher. He has a huge YouTube following and his fans tune in from all over the globe to watch him stream his gameplay. It was just a normal day of gaming for Peter when suddenly the police showed up at his family home. One of Peter's followers had somehow found his address and had called police, claiming that Peter and his mother were threatening to end their own lives.
We got spotted, guys. We got spotted.
When cops arrived, they found no sign of violence. Instead, just a confused and frightened family. Peter called it the scariest moment of his life, and his emotional online plea made it seem as though he knew a fan was behind the attack.
Oh my god, guys.
This is just a little kid, too.
Number 7. Caleb Hart. Caleb Hart has over 160,000 followers on Twitch and is pretty well liked in the gaming community. But clearly, he has at least one enemy, as he too was a victim of swatting. Caleb is live streaming when a woman, who is presumably his mom, enters the room to tell him that the house has been surrounded by cops. Apparently, someone made a hoax call claiming that Caleb was holding his parents hostage, and he didn't find the potentially deadly prank at all funny.
Who the hell did this? This is not cool.
The unfolding drama doesn't stop Caleb gaming, though, and he continues to play for over a minute until he finally goes to investigate. And when he returns, he has a police officer in tow. Caleb explains what he thinks has happened, and the cops seem to believe his story. One of his followers, who was watching at the time of the swatting, clearly thought it was all one big joke. Check out the donation Caleb received while the police were questioning him. Number 6. Nothing. Jordan Gilbert is best known as Nothing, a popular Counter-Strike player. A hoax caller told police that he was a terrorist, so the SWAT team descended on his home with their full force. Jordan's webcam captures the moment that they raid his home, and he's clearly unnerved as he jumps out of his chair to investigate. A few seconds later, heavily armed police can be seen sweeping Jordan's home looking for proof of terrorist activities. Obviously, they found nothing, and Jordan was soon back on camera, where he asked his online followers not to share what they'd seen with the online gaming community.
Please don't make a bunch of forum posts. Something just happened to nothing. Everyone, let's chill. It's not a big deal. Everything's all right. Nothing happened. It's all good, guys.
According to a Reddit post, the prank caller was a 19-year-old serial swatter, and he was facing up to 5 years in jail for his crimes. Number 5. Kutra. Kutra has been a popular YouTube fixture since he started his gaming channel in 2008. But clearly, not all his fans love him, because one of them chose to call the police on him. Kutra, whose real name is Jordan Mathewson, was in the middle of a live Twitch stream when he realized something was up. He hears police clearing rooms nearby, and he knows he's about to get swatted.
You're getting swatted? What in the world?
Seconds later, his webcam captures the horrifying moment that armed police burst through the door. Kutra puts his hands up and gets on the ground as heavily armed police scream at him.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Do it now.
This frightening scenario was caused when someone called the cops to tell them he shot 2 people and had taken others hostage. The situation was taken so seriously that 2 nearby schools were closed. But luckily, Kutra stayed calm and explained the entire situation to the confused.
Do you see what I mean about the resources that are wasted now? They're shutting down schools. They're doing, I mean, this is insanity, you guys. That's what I mean.
I'm gonna tell you, if my kid, like that one little boy that did that to that other little boy, if he was a little boy, oh, my kid would never have another electronic in his life.
Now, let me ask you a
If he
question.
swatted somebody.
If somebody did this to a child like my child, or like somebody like Sebastian that was playing games or something like that, can you imagine what that would do to them, like emotionally?
Oh my goodness, it would trigger them. It would scar them so bad.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is it. This is what happens, and this is what these people do. If they don't get their way, they throw temper tantrums. They doxing. You guys know what doxing is. There have been people that have doxed people, and then psychos go to their house and start stalking them, break into their houses. There was one that I can't remember what creator it was. It was a big time creator, but somebody put his address out. Or no, it was that one Asian girl. That's what it was. This one guy put her address out, and she was stalked and then like attacked after this, like 5 years ago, because they did that. I mean, it's insane.
I'm trying to tell you right now, I'm making a public service announcement. You try to break in my house, you ain't gonna be leaving.
Well,
Walking,
I mean,
you will be
that
in a body
happens
bag.
too. That happens too, because people come in your homes. They start following you. They start following your spouses, your kids. I mean, it's sick, guys. It's completely sick.
Well, look, this is a public service announcement from Illuminati herself. We have a closed circuit security camera. Every edge of the house is covered. You ain't coming up in here without them knowing who you are, so they know what name to write on the toe tag after I bust a cap in your ass.
I have 2 cameras, and I have a couple friends that sit near me, very close
I
to
wish
me.
somebody would.
The bye-bye sticks.
Our lights come on. We're covered in
Get-
light cameras, and I got 180 pounds of don't come near my mama in this other room and back here.
Get right with Jesus.
That's it right there. And I never used to sit like this and have these things until I started doing this, and I saw these things, and I went, nope. So
Who
my little
came
thing.
up with this idea? I mean, what does somebody do just one day decide, oh, I'm mad at you, so I'm gonna do this?
A lunatic.
It's right here. It's right here.
Conspiracy theory and invented asphalt.
Lunatics.
I'm telling you,
This
go back
whole-
3 years ago. Go back 3 years
Mhm.
ago and start watching certain channels and
Mhm.
watch it happen real life.
Yeah, because their videos, it happens while they're live. I've had people listen. I've had people when I was in the drama community, which I still get. It's called the drama community. It's nothing but drama. It's insane.
It's not true crime. I'm sorry, I was confused.
No, there's a worse community than true crime.
It's a whole nother genre.
Yeah, I came into that's how I started 3 years ago, and it was to stand up against bullies. That's all I did. And I sat here and I ran drama streams trying to find things and bring these down bullies. That's what I did. So I started getting pizzas delivered to my home that I never, or like 15 to 20 pizzas at a time. Different things were delivered. I woke up one morning and I had 17 packages of diapers on my front porch, baby formula, just stupid shit. I mean, I gave it to people that could use it. So, hey, Pizza Hut would not deliver to me for a while because they kept getting those things sent. You know what I mean? Then I started getting your personal business gets put out. They started messing with different things. They would call my wife's job. I'll make up all sorts of crazy stories about stupid things, blah, 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 blah. It happens. This is what these people do. So it's not good stuff.
I'm gonna make a spreadsheet. I'll
Unbelievable.
share it with everybody. I already decided. I posted it on Twitter. I'm gonna make a spreadsheet of creators, channel owners to stay the hell away from for your safety and the safety of families, because that's
There's a lot of them.
how bad it is. But love you guys. Love chat. I've got to work.
Love you too, Mom.
I gotta shut it down. We've been live 6.5 hours. So thank you, Mom, again.
Be good. And I just want to end it with thank you for letting me come up, Doggo, as always. Love you, Kimber and Clue. Thank you for not leaving, ma'am. And Cletus, I didn't get a chance to tell you, but I did comment below your and Clue's video. You are my hero, sir.
I don't know what I did.
I watched Clue's live after work, and I have to say, you got a good one, Clue.
She knows.
I don't know
She
what
knows.
I did, but thank you, I guess.
But y'all be good.
Take care, Mom.
Bye,
Appreciate you very
Mom.
much. Have a wonderful night, and we'll see you soon.
There are still a few good ones out there. I got one. I'm gonna keep him. I better keep him. He's got to go back in July. He had one spot on. He had some health issues. I'm just gonna tell this quick story. He had some health issues last year. He's got COPD, and they did a test. He had one spot on his lung and another spot. They did a colonoscopy. He had a spot somewhere else, but both of those were okay. Well, they found a small spot on his left lung, so we got to have that. We got to do a scan and have that checked out and make sure it's nothing. So they're going to do the scan on that in July before he goes back to the doctor. So we're hoping that's nothing. We're hoping we dodge another bullet. So, but
We'll
yeah,
be praying for you, kid.
I'm gonna keep him for a while
There you go.
Amen.
because
There
he's a
you go.
good one. He's put up with me for 35 years. He's got to be good. He's put up with my crazy ass.
There you go. Thank you for joining us, Miss Kimber. It's always a pleasure.
You're most welcome. Thank you for having me. And
Always.
y'all have a good night. Clue, I know you're gonna be live tomorrow. I know you got something to tell us.
I'm not
Depends on
going
what happens
live.
overnight.
I'm not going live until I go to the post office.
Well, I
You
do
make-
have a training class tomorrow at work, so I may have to catch any replays because I do have a training class tomorrow at work.
She was trying to get to that post office all damn day and just couldn't do it.
Yeah, but I got a
Right.
training class till 3:30. I think it starts at like 11:30 or some shit. So yeah, I may have to catch replays tomorrow.
Well, we'll see you either way.
All right. Bye, my loves.
Thank you, madam.
Bye, chat. Love you guys. Bye.
Thank you, Clue.
I see what you did there.
I was just teasing you. I know. I'm gonna get it anyway. It's all right. Anyway,
Actually, Sarge got fiance tonight.
did he really?
Yeah.
Well, I guess Truth got us all because he's been gone for a minute. So
I know.
I don't know what happened. I gave him the other link, but so be it. Anyway, another good stream. You had a great stream today, by the way. I think it was a really good one.
Yeah, we did pretty good.
This one was interesting. It was kind of a little bit of fun, a little bit of mixed up bullshit. Thank you, Terry, for joining us up here too. And Tomboy and Truth and Clue and Cletus and Kimber. And was anybody else up here? Oh, Mom, of course.
Yeah.
Always. And Salty. Finally,
Yeah.
we were able to get Salty up here. That was nice. So I appreciate you guys very much. Where was Senny at?
I don't know.
I didn't see her or Al.
She was on there earlier, wasn't she?
Not in here. She was with you. Yeah, I just was curious. I don't know. Either way, we still had a
She
good
might have
turnout.
taken a break. All
Yes,
right.
we
Good
need to
night,
do
everybody.
audio. We need to do Delphi. Have a good night, Clue. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good night in chat. Bye.
Bye. Definitely. Now that you can do that, Salty, we definitely got to hit Delphi for sure, guys. Thank you guys so very much for joining us tonight. I appreciate you very much. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. And I will see you all on the other side. Bye bye.